It's a great opportunity to celebrate Jerusalem Post for this very important event.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference 2024. We'll begin shortly, so please make your way to your seats. Thank you.
Post has been an active, dedicated, and trustworthy source of news.
Become much more interesting. I read it a lot more, so I bet you've got a lot more hits.
It's a great opportunity to celebrate Jerusalem Post for this very important event.
Post has been an active, dedicated, and trustworthy source of news.
Become much more interesting. I read it a lot more, so I bet you you've got a lot more hits.
It's a great opportunity to celebrate Jerusalem Post for this very important event.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more to the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference 2024. We are beginning in just a moment, so please make sure to take your seats. Thank you.
The Jerusalem Post has been an active, dedicated, and trustworthy source of news.
Become much more interesting. I read it a lot more, so I bet you've got a lot more hits.
It's a great opportunity to celebrate Jerusalem Post for this very important event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to begin. Please take your seats and please make sure to turn off all flash photography and change your phones to silent. Thank you.
Jerusalem Post has been an active, dedicated, and trustworthy source of news.
Become much more interesting. I read it a lot more, so I bet you've got a lot more hits.
It's a great opportunity to celebrate Jerusalem Post for this very important event.
טוב.
אל תלכי קרן שמש, לא נגמר לנו היום. למה את מסתתרת עננים בכל מקום? אל תבכי כמו הגשם, לא חבל על הדמעות. יד חמה מבקשת לחבק אותך שעות. אשים שירים שאת אוהבת, אתן לך יום להירגע. אני נגנב שאת צוחקת ככה אליי. תגידי מה את מבקשת, שלא יהיה לי שום תירוץ. כשאין מילים את מתרגשת ככה אליי. תחייכי, זה יפה לך, זה עושה לי את היום. אם פתאום את נרדמת, תחייכי גם בחלום. מטוסים בשמיים, אנשים על רכבות. אל תבכי קרן שמש, זה הזמן שלך לחיות. אשים שירים שאת אוהבת, אתן לך יום להירגע. אני נגנב שאת צוחקת ככה אליי. תגידי מה את מבקשת, שלא יהיה לי שום תירוץ. כשאין מילים את מתרגשת ככה אליי. תבכי קרן שמש, קחי לך בית אחרון. איך תמיד את אומרת, ניפגש עם אור ראשון. אשים שירים שאת אוהבת, אתן לך יום להירגע. אני נגנב שאת צוחקת ככה אליי. תגידי מה את מבקשת, שלא יהיה לי שום תירוץ. כשאין מילים את מתרגשת ככה אליי. תודה רבה. בוקר טוב. Another one. Sometimes I wonder where I've been, who I am. Do I fit in? Make believing it's hard alone out here on my own. We're always proving who we are, always reaching for that rising star. to guide me far and shine me home out here on my own. When I'm down and feeling blue, I close my eyes so I can be with you. Oh baby, be strong for me. Baby, belong to me. Help me through, help me need you until the morning sun appears, making light of all my fears. I dry the tears I've never shown out here on my own. But when I'm down and feeling blue, I close my eyes so I can be with you. Oh baby, be strong for me. Baby, belong to me. Help me through, help me need you. Sometimes I wonder where I've been, who I am. Do I fit in? I may not win, but I can be strong out here on my own. Out here on my own.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you to our amazing singer, Esther Castro. I got your name. She's a children's singer and on the Israeli Baby Channel and a former Israeli Hamsa band. Good morning, everybody. Boker Tov. Good morning. You guys didn't have your coffee yet. Good morning. My name is Tzvika Klein. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, and I would like to welcome you. Thank you. I would like to welcome you to our 13th annual Jerusalem Post conference here in New York. So, I know we have a competition with the buffet. You guys are New York Jews. I was born in Chicago. People kind of told me to stay away from you guys. Kidding. I'm kidding. Today will be a mix of the day after, even though we are not in the day after October 7th. It will be thinking about the state of anti-Semitism. It will be talking about Jewish life. It will be talking about energy and innovation. It will be talking about, hopefully, a more positive and strong Jewish future. Yesterday, we had an opening event. The theme was Am Yisrael Chai. The people of Israel live, or the people of Israel are alive. I would like to ask both the people in the audience, as well as the speakers. We have members of families of hostages who are definitely heroes of October 7th, and you could definitely give them a warm round of applause. None of us can imagine going through what these families have been going through. None of us can imagine seeing what these individuals have seen. Therefore, I think we should also give them respect. And also, if we do not agree ideologically, we should all speak in a very positive and uplifting manner. So we have a lot planned today. I hope you guys are interested, because I definitely am. So let's start. I would like to call to the stage my Deputy Editor-in-Chief, Tamar Uriel Be'eri.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference 2024. As Tzvika said, I will be your Master of Ceremonies for today. And with that, I'd like to kick things off by inviting to the stage Israeli Consul General in New York, Ofir Akunis.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Shalom lachem. אלי עזור, איפה אלי? שלום אדוני. רון לאודר, מיסטר רון לאודר, he's here. עופר ינאי, משפחות החטופים. It's our responsibility and it's our duty to bring them home, and we'll do it. My friends, as years pass in our lives, we tend to think we have seen everything. But it turns out that reality always beyond any imagination. Today's reality can, unfortunately, always exceed the worst of yesterday. And with your permission, Eli, and distinguished guest, I want to show you a short video before I continue.
Israel is at war with the axis of evil. You saw the horrific pictures from October 7th. Well, Hamas is armed and funded by Iran. Hezbollah is armed and funded by Iran. They are all branches of the same poisonous Iranian tree, all while Hamas and Hezbollah continue to fire at Israel. Like the Nazis in the World War II, Iran leads the axis of evil. It all starts in Tehran. It all comes from Tehran. Our friend in the Western world, Israel is not alone in this war. We are in this together. This is your war too. Iran and the axis of evil seek terror and destruction. They want your heads. They want to murder you.
We are Hamas!
You're Hamas, wow. That's a good one. You're what? You're Hamas?
Yes, we're all Hamas, eh?
So, I'm asking our American friends, is that what you want? This video I released just a few days after October 7th. In the recent years, I have addressed you several times here, as you remember, right here actually, as a minister. Already then, I told everyone from this podium, I told you that in the world about these views, I don't think there is anyone today, including here in the United States, who does not understand it now. Why? Why am I saying it? Because you heard the chants. Well, I want to show you some. Where is it? It's here. Now, look at this. Death to Israel, death to America, glory to Palestine. But this is a sign from Columbia University and the New School University. Is this what you want in America? Of course not. Death to America? Here in New York? Enough. We used to hear the screamings, death to America, death to Israel, from the streets of Tehran, from the streets of Beirut. but not from the streets of Manhattan. Well, my friends, after what happened, the vicious massacre on October 7th, a recognition of Palestinian state is a direct reward for terrorism. If the international community creates a Palestinian state now, the axis of evil will win. That's the meaning of that. The free world not let this happen. So, according to all this, the video, the plaque, I call on everyone. America, wake up. Europe, wake up. Europe, wake up. United Kingdom and the rest of the world, wake up now. And there's another thing, my friends, another thing, not less important. Our enemies, they are using so easily the English word, genocide. Well, no one can say genocide, I will not allow it, you will not allow it, against Israel and against the Jewish people. Genocide was coined to refer to the Holocaust itself and nothing less. And actually, they tried to genocide the Israeli citizens on October 7th. That was their goal. Those fighting against Israel today, Hamas, Hezbollah, and their Iranian proxies, they are not brave. They are cowards. Instead, they have something else in common, holding civilians hostage like cowards. Hamas holds the citizens of Gaza captive as well. And I'm not talking about the Israeli citizens, of course. Now, I'm saying from here to the entire international community, put Hamas under pressure. Say to Hamas, let my people go, let my people go, let them go. Well, Moses said it to Pharaoh. Moses, you can consider him as maybe the first leader of the Jewish people. He was a brave leader. Now the world needs brave leaders. And Hezbollah holds the people of Lebanon captive. And the Islamic Republic of Iran has been holding tens of millions of Iranians hostages for 45 years. It would be a disaster for the world to let them keep doing it, and would only mean more 9/11 and October 7th in more and more countries. As just said here, you heard them, more and more and more. Where was it? Here, in Columbia University. But let me be clear. Israel will win the war no matter what. And the free world will be better for it. Now, my friends, I want to tell you something. Maybe it will take time. Just as it took time for the United States to defeat Al-Qaeda. And before that, against Saddam Hussein as well. To win this war, we must destroy the remaining Hamas in Rafah, and we will get it done. And I will tell you something. Eyes on Rafah? Eyes on you, terrorists. Eyes on you. We will eliminate Hamas, free our hostages, and ensure that Gaza doesn't ever pose a threat to Israel again. We must do the brave thing and the right thing, even if it is unpopular from time to time. We must all stand with Israel. Only together, and I will repeat and repeat and repeat, Achdut. This is the word in Hebrew. We must stand together, all of us, as one nation, as one force. And together, we'll defeat the evil. It's complicated days to the state of Israel, to the citizens of Israel, to the Jewish communities as well. But I'm sure, as I always used to say, as a Minister of Science and Technology, we are an ancient nation with great future. Thank you so much. תודה רבה לכם. תודה ובהצלחה בכנס. תודה רבה לכולכם.
Our next speaker is a renowned Israeli-American economist, a former professor of banking and finance at the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania, and now the governor of the Bank of Israel. Please welcome Amir Yaron to the stage.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to give you a little tour of the Israeli economy, its macro trends, its strength, and it has a lot of strength, as I'll try to show you, but also some of the challenges. Before I embark on this, I obviously want to wish the safe and immediate return of the hostages, the full recovery of our wounded, and of course strengthen our forces that are still in the front lines. So let me start. Israel got into the October 7th event in a very strong situation. What you see at the very top left, Israel contracted about 1.5% in COVID, one of the smallest contractions in the world, and then grew immensely, 9.3 in 21 and 6.5% in 22, and we were on the way to grow 3.5 in 2023. Very tight labor market, as you could see at the top right, low unemployment, a lot of participation. And then when I was sworn in 2018 at the President's house, I noted that the fact that we managed to bring down the Israeli debt to GDP all the way down from almost 100% to 60%, you see it at the bottom left, okay? That was a strategic asset. We used that in COVID. It went up to about 72%. And then given the high growth of Israel and the right fiscal steps, we went back down to 60% right after that. And then if you look at inflation, inflation was coming down. We were always the blue line at the bottom right. We were always kind of at the bottom of the OECD. And we were on a way to enter what's the Bank of Israel's target between 1% and 3%, somewhere in Q1 24. This is what governors of central banks like to call super softish landing. And that was the entry point into October 7th. Now, Israel has good track record of coming out of military events. In red, you see various military events, and in blue, you see the growth afterwards. These are annual growth, these are quarterly numbers. Now, obviously, in gray, you see COVID, and at the very end, you see what happened in Q4 23. That was a very big shock, okay, almost minus 22%. But like other events, we've grown in Q1 24 already back 14%. We still have some ways to go until we catch up to where we would have been, almost 2.8% relative to Q1 23. But this picture should give you a lot of comfort in the Israeli economy, its resilience, its steadiness, its dynamism over time. Part of the recovery you can immediately see. Credit cards on the left went down to 70% in October and then immediately start jumping back up. You could see they're above 100%. Unemployment in the middle, you see, went up, spiked in October. The middle column includes the regular in gray, regular unemployed. The dotted gray are the same thing we did in COVID. Basically, the government, firms laid out people to temporary unemployment with furloughs from the government. The dark teal is the military reserves. And the dotted teal at the top, those are people, while there are still missiles, that were just staying at home. Once education system was reopened, once the missiles were taken care of, primarily, you could see unemployment just gradually is coming down, and it looks a lot better as we are going along. But as you all understand, given the geopolitical situation, we'll probably be left with more active reserves than we did over time. Now, what has happened since then to our forecast? Instead of that 3.5% for 2023, we ended up with 2%. I'm sort of proud to say that was the forecast of the Bank of Israel, and we sort of immediately hit it the right way. But there were two effects that were slightly offsetting effects. On the one hand, you could see by the credit cards, demand went up immensely and faster than we anticipated. But the construction sites, because Palestinians are about a third of the construction sites, put more of a drag, and those cancel each other. Anyway, the forecast for 24 and 25 is the following, and the forecast has got to have a scenario behind it, because as you can imagine, there are many, many scenarios. The scenario is basically the military event is primarily focused in the south. Its maximal intensity is in Q4 23 going into January 2024, and then sort of slowly coming down, okay? It doesn't mean there's no interaction in the north, but there isn't a full-blown war in the north. That's the assumption that underlies these forecasts. This is a graph, I'll go fast, it just shows you that about 60% of the sites, construction sites, were open initially. It went up to about 80% of the sites are working. This is construction sites. And not too surprisingly, when you have some negative supply, you could see at the right-hand side, housing prices, after having been declining for a while, are now in the orange there. The last 4 readings are coming back up, okay? What about the exchange rate? So what you see here in this graph is sort of a phenomena that you don't often see. In blue is the actual shekel dollar, and in orange is a very simple model that bases the shekel on NASDAQ. You would ask, why NASDAQ? Well, when NASDAQ does well, there's a lot of high-tech and investments in Israel. That's low frequency. And of course, there's a lot of institutional investors in Israel. When NASDAQ goes up, they make money in the US, they rebalance it back to Israel, and vice versa. When there are losses, they make marking to market. And so you get this high correlation. You see the breakdown in this relationship between the orange and the blue when the judicial changes or reform started. And then you see when the war happened, it peaked even more, and I'll say something more about that. What about financial markets? Financial markets obviously do not like geopolitical uncertainty, and we are, I don't need to tell any one of you, geopolitical events are driving most of the actions right now. Even today and yesterday, those of you who follow the market, the Israeli 10-year bond sort of went down in its yield, and the exchange rate went from 3.7 to about 3.66. What you're seeing here in blue is the Israeli CDS. That is the insurance on an Israeli dollar-denominated bond. And you could see it spiked up, and you could see that we are, although we are A-traded, the difference between an Israeli bond and a US Treasury bond for 10 years, the gap between them has gone up, and that is reflecting the uncertainty that a war brings about. And that means, I'll get to that, what the cost of the war is and the way to finance it. So I want to say 2 words about what we at the Bank of Israel did. On the 7th of October at nighttime, I have to make a decision. Are the markets open the next day? In Israel, markets are open on Sunday. We have a protocol. We decided it's very important to make the markets open. It was an ex post, the right decision. October 8th, we already prepared for October 9th, which is Monday. The FX markets are going to open. And we set out a plan, okay, to sell up to $30 billion of reserves and provide liquidity of $15 billion of swaps. Now, you may ask, why is this important? You have to understand, if there is one lesson from economics that we've learned over the years, you don't want a crisis, be it COVID, you don't want a health crisis that goes into an economic crisis to become a financial crisis, and the same is here. And the main point is to make sure there's financial stability, markets function, and that was the purpose of this program. And I would say we didn't protect any exchange rate specifically. The exchange rate went from 386 on Friday, October 6th, to about 408. But then once things stabilized, the shekel went back all the way to 358 or something like that. And now it's hovering between 36 something to 375, depending on the geopolitical announcement. So that is very important. That's over here. By the way, at that point, we had an interest rate decision, and I like to say the whole country went Keynesian on me. What that means, everybody wanted me to lower interest rate. And I said, no, we are now, our focus is stability. We are not going to sell dollars and at the same time lower interest rate. We have over one of the strengths of Israel, which I did not mention, we have over $200 billion of reserves. It's a big magazine. Out of that 30 billion, we only utilized 8, and the market understands that. Israel also has another strength that people should know. Its net asset valuation of Israel is over $200 billion. So Israel has positive assets abroad in a net way over its liabilities. Now, you understand that when this horrible event started, many people are called to reserves. They don't know what they're going to do with their mortgages, etc. To alleviate that anxiety, already on the 13th, I believe, of October, we had all the CEOs of the banks in Israel, and we had a unified plan whereby they deferred mortgages, loans, consumer loans, and loans to SMEs, no commission, no interest rates, repaid a year later. That was very important. You can think of it as a target interest rate reduction, but it's very important at the household and business level. I'll keep going. This is an important issue for those of you who are investing in Israel, those of you who want to think about the Israeli economy and its strength. Everybody understand the great locomotive of our economy, namely the high tech. So I think this graph in summary tells you how important that sector is. Over a third of income tax paid by employees, over 50% of exports, 17% of GDP, etc. Now, the high-tech sector, you could see in terms of funding as percent of GDP is huge relative to the US. It declined once NASDAQ started declining in 2022. You could see that. But what's really important for me to show you is the right-hand figure, where you could see that in spite of the war, we are seeing a comeback in the funding at the tail end. It's still early, but this is very important that this industry continues to function and it's getting the funding it's needed as we go along. This is not just dollars. This is real economy. So here are a few things about the revenue. You could see how it's growing over time. You could see the export of the high-tech sector, and somebody's going to talk about the need for high-tech and qualified people. You could see the big bump in Israeli employees in the high-tech sector, and you could see how it stabilized. We need more human capital in engineers, etc. We have a lot to offer to the world, and we need more of that. One more point about the high-tech sector. For those of you who don't know, the biggest contraction in Israeli recent history has been in 2001 when the dot-com blowout, together with the Intifada. So a natural question to ask, what is going on with the high-tech industry? Well, the high-tech industry right now is very different than 2001. 2001, the high-tech industry was primarily telecom, not diversified industry, a lot of dream companies without the product. What you see here in these two pie charts, first of all, you could see how diversified the high-tech industry is. It has, everybody knows about how good we are in cyber, in medtech. That orange area that says other includes a lot of security high-tech, which given Ukraine, Russia, and other geopolitical events in the world means there will be demand for these things. At the very top left, you see areas that are called deep tech, such as agro, etc. The more we can keep the Abraham Accord, I always like to say Israel can make a good-looking tomato out of a rock. There's a lot of need for those things as we go along. And then on the right-hand side, you could see a lot of these companies have some kind of a product. So holding everything else equal, this is a much more formidable industry. Of course, we are in a very, very big event. It's not equal, but this gives a lot of importance for those who are looking at this industry, that it has a very strong foundation. I'm the governor of the bank, so I cannot not say anything about inflation. You could see inflation right now in Israel is 2.8. We did lower interest rate in January once the things stabilized. The shekel was below 3.6. The geopolitical events sort of subsided, but since then, both the inflation environment has gone up as well as the geopolitical uncertainty, and we've held rates since then. And then what's different about Israel than the US and Europe is that core inflation, here it's inflation without food and energy, is less than headline inflation, whereas this is the opposite. When you hear Chairman Powell says they want confidence in inflation, they often look at core inflation, and ours is lower. We will have to continue our approach purely as the data comes in and as the events are coming in, because things are very, very uncertain right now. All right. Anyway, this is just a slide that says inflation is going to go up. These are 14 different forecasters. Inflation is going to go up in the recent couple months, but it is anchored within our 1 to 3% events. I'll skip this slide. It's just a slide that says our monetary policy has been very determined. We've gone into what's called the restrictive zone, where the interest rate is basically higher than the inflation quite early relative to some of the other central banks. So I want to talk about the cost of the war and the budget, because this is very, very important going forward. So Israel finished 2023 with debt to GDP that is 62%. And Israel has a structure, not surprisingly, whereby its public spending is very high on military, over 4%. And on the other hand, relatively low percentage of spending as percent of GDP in terms of its civilian expenditure. And as I'll allude to, and many of you who've traveled to Israel know how much we need investment in infrastructure. And I'll show you we also need, in spite of our high tech and very qualified people, a lot of investment in education. So this is a table that summarizes the cost of the war. Now, when I say the cost of the war, I want to be very precise. There's the cost of the war as I outlay, in terms of the scenario that I said, and that's about 250. This is an estimate, first of all. Until it's done, you never know what it is. This is the estimate of the cost of the war. It's about 13% of GDP, about $250 billion. About 40 billion are lost revenue. And you could see about 8% of GDP is the military expenses. What I mean by that, it's paying for reserves. Those who don't know, if you're a high-tech person and you do reserves, you get your high-tech salary. So it can be expensive. And, of course, replenishment of ammunition, all right? And then there are other expenses such as supporting businesses, etc. So this is probably going to be spent over 23, 24, and a little bit of the year 25. This is a transitory spending, and if this was the end of the story, and there are no further economic scars, basically debt to GDP, which for me and for the market is very, very important. We want to show that we have a responsible path over the years for debt to GDP, that it does not diverge over time. Basically, we would be on the green line. We would go up from the 62 to 67, and if we would continue to grow on what Israel has traditionally grown, around 4%, it would just come down. However, as you've heard the Prime Minister and as you've seen in the news, beyond replenishment of ammunition, there's going to be a need to expand on the military spending over the years, to expand its capacity. And so what we've done in the banking and what the government has done, at this point, there's an agreement to spend another 10 billion, which is 0.5% of GDP, on the military. There are other spending like Tkuma, which is revitalizing the South, higher interest cost. So when the government came into making the 24 budget, there was another expense, and that's the difference between this table, a permanent expense every year, another 20 billion shekels, which is about 0.5%. In order to make sure you do not have a diverged debt to GDP, you have to do the painful fiscal adjustment. That means either do cuts on government spending or increase revenue such as taxes. And so the government indeed did significant fiscal adjustment, roughly on the order of 20, and that was, I think that was very, very important. It doesn't mean within the structure of some of those spendings we couldn't efficientize some of the spendings, but I'll talk about that in a second. The gray line that you see there, since then some of the numbers have moved up, and also the Knesset didn't approve all those fiscal adjustments. So if I had to say where we are roughly at this point, we're not on the green line, we're actually on this gray line, which does not diverge, at least does not diverge, but you can understand that there are many, many risks to this line if there are more costs that are going to go and accumulate. The other thing that was very important was, and that was something that we talked a lot about, and I'm glad it's now been, it looks like it's going to be signed and sealed, and that is a national committee for analyzing and structuring the military expenses going forward. This is important because the security expenses are a macro event. You do more of that, you have less for education, less for infrastructure, and you cannot just have it given, it's pretty clear that, a prosperous economy needs security, but also security needs a prosperous economy, and therefore you cannot just have a blank check towards the security, and this needs to be analyzed. I wish this committee would have been even earlier, but it looks like it's moving forward. It'll need to challenge efficiency points within the military and assess what are the issues that strategically need to be enhanced. To the extent that more expenses will be needed, more adjustment, fiscal adjustment, will be needed to accommodate things such that we stay with a responsible and a non-divergent debt to GDP. That is, in my opinion, very, very important. There's a lot of discussion I see in the media about the Israeli deficit right now for 2024. Our estimate is that we've seen more income and revenues coming in faster than we anticipated. That's good news. There's also been more expenses being outlaid faster than maybe originally, and though they kind of cancel each other, and therefore we still think that we're going to end up the year roughly at the estimate of between 6.5% and 7% deficit of GDP. The real challenge is going to be 2025, if there are going to be more expenses, to align the budget so we stay hopefully with the green line and definitely not more and higher than the gray line. I want to end up with the challenges that were there before the war. Two big challenges. And I'll end up with this. On the very top left is a devastating picture. What it shows you, it's the skill sets of Israelis by deciles. All right? Now, what you see on the very right, you see the top deciles. Israel's are better than the top deciles in the OECD. But on the left, what you are seeing is that our very weakest are much weaker than the weakest in the OECD. If we want to have a prosperous society, we got to have more people with better skills, making better earnings going forward. This requires education. It's not a secret. We have two particular segments of societies that are not in the labor force. One of them is female Arabs, and the other one is male Orthodox. We need both of them in the labor force. We need male Orthodox in the labor force with skills. It means they need to have core studies, all right? Basically, we need the male Orthodox in the labor force, and the military needs more bodies. That is a challenge going forward for Israel. It's particularly a challenge. The right-hand side at the bottom tells you that the male Orthodox, as opposed to the Arabs in the blue, by 2040 and 2065 are going to be a much more significant number of society, over a quarter of society. So we want them to join this locomotive train at the front and have skills, earn good money, and that requires improvement in the education system. At the top right, you see Israel's infrastructure, but I don't need to tell you, if you come to Israel, you know what it is to drive in Israel. Everybody understands that. And so the fiscal blanket, the budget was short before the war. The biggest ticket items are education and infrastructure. And we're going to have to find, given that the Israeli economy is resilient, it's dynamic. I showed you the strength of the high-tech sector, and I'm optimistic about it. But we are going to have to find the right balances in going forward with ensuring we have security and the expenses that underlie the security, and at the same time making sure we invest for the future in education and infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Our next speaker is speaking on a very similar subject. He has a deep knowledge of and experience in banking strategy. Please welcome Bank Leumi CEO Hanan Friedman.
Good morning to you all. I would like to thank the publisher of the Jerusalem Post Group, Eli Azur, for the opportunity to speak at this important conference here in New York, especially at this challenging time for Israel. Thank you, Eli. In the past few days, we have been hearing positive signs about a deal that could ultimately bring the hostages back home. Our hearts and prayers go out to them and to their families. Some of them are here. And we all hope and pray for their return quickly and safely. I am also pleased to have Bank of Israel Governor Professor Amir Yaron honoring us with his presence. The Israeli economy was less impacted by COVID thanks to the immediate steps taken by Bank of Israel. It seems that action taken by Bank of Israel since the beginning of the war, with all the complexity of the political situation, will reduce the adverse effect of the war without harming the strength of the Israeli economy and its ability for rapid growth the day after. We also have with us many other prominent leaders who contribute much to the resilience of the Israeli economy and to the very important relationship between the US and Israel. Israel and the US share a strong, long-standing relationship based on common core values of democracy, morality, a robust society, and a free economy. This deep bond between the two nations is considered a winning combination of the Israeli chutzpah and the power of the US, the world's most important democracy. We have felt the strength of this unique connection between our two countries, even more so since the barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th. I can safely say that although there may be disagreements between the two countries at times, there is no disputing that Israel is lucky to have an ally such as the United States, which always supports us at the most difficult times. This is of great importance for the Israeli spirit, and no less so for the Israeli economy, which maintains a close link to the US economy. These strong relations and the massive support are thanks to the efforts of many people, including leaders from the US Jewish community. Some of them are here with us today. One of the main reasons I felt I needed to come here today is simply to say thank you. This needs to be said out loud. The Israeli economy's strong fundamentals contribute to its resilience even in challenging times. One of the most important strengths of the Israeli economy is its strong banking system. This banking system supports the Israeli economy from the beginning of the war, just as it did during COVID crisis. Israel has powerful growth engines that are helping the Israeli economy to offset some of the negative impacts of the war. One of these growth engines is the high-tech industry, Israel's great source of pride. The Israeli tech is closely related to the US economy and continues to move forward with substantial investments which are stable even in foreign investments, indicating a high level of trust. Especially prominent is Israeli cybersecurity technology, which is in the past 6 months has demonstrated immunity and success. In the last 2 quarters, the total amount and number of investments in cybersecurity companies has stabilized and has even begun to rise. Another strategic asset contributing to Israel's long-term financial strength, and especially during the war, is our defense industry. In less than a decade, the scope of Israel defense exports has doubled. As we know, the extensive Israeli defense industry works in full cooperation with its counterparts here in the US. We saw the actual results of this fruitful cooperation on the ground a few weeks ago in the successful inception of the Iranian attack on Israel. Behind Israel's impressive success are tens of thousands of brilliant engineers, scientists, and entrepreneurs. Many of them have returned recently from the battlefields, having experienced the operation of advanced technology. These talents have great zeal to apply the knowledge they have gained to the development of the next generation of technology. They now, more than ever, insist on converting the innovative ideas into actual products and technologies in Israel, our and their beloved country. These unique qualities of Israel's high-tech talents are the reason that the Israeli economy will continue to thrive. Israeli entrepreneurs' resilience, creativity, and uncompromising courage will continue to serve as the fuel that will drive Israel in the next years. During past crisis periods, talents left Israel. This time, they have done the exact opposite. They are coming back to Israel. We learn from this about the strengths of the commitment of these young people to Israel and to its ongoing success. We are witnessing many cases of entrepreneurs who are asked by potential investors to relocate as a precondition for investment, who refuse and prefer to find other investors. This shows that Israeli innovation and creativity, which have only intensified during the war, will continue to make Israel a leader in growth of technology and innovation. Dear friends and colleagues, as a result of the above-mentioned facts, I urge you to spread the word, keep believing in Israel, and no less important, keep investing in Israel. Now is the time to invest in Israel, not just for Zionist reasons, but mainly because of the upside. This is the time to join the trend and enjoy, hopefully very soon, the expected lucrative upside of the Israeli economy. Thank you, everyone. I wish you all an interesting and productive conference.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. It is now my pleasure to invite Ronald Lauder, the president of the World Jewish Congress and the official president of the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference, to the stage.
I am now an expert on Israel's economy. Thank you. I always look forward to the Jerusalem Post Conference, and I thank the paper's editors and writers who have worked so hard to keep us up to date since October 7th. I also believe there is no audience that follows events in Israel more closely and cares more deeply than all of you, and I thank you for that. I thank you. Today, in spite of the introduction you just heard, I am not speaking to you as the president of the World Jewish Congress that represents 100 Jewish communities around the world. Today I'm speaking to you as a Jew, an individual Jew. There are many reasons why Israel was surprised on the morning of October 7th. Everyone in this room has heard them. Who should have known? Who was at fault? Who should have seen this coming? That's all history now. For a brief moment, after October 7th, the world showed sympathy for the Jewish state. The Israeli flag was rejected on the Eiffel Tower, the Brandenburg Gate, and in sports stadiums throughout the world. Okay. But within days after the attack, while Israel was still counting its dead, we saw the world turn against Israel. This shocked and confused many people. They assumed it was just anti-Semitism and that it was spontaneous. While anti-Semitism played a small part, the reason this turnabout took place was not at all spontaneous. Little do we realize that we were witnessing the unfolding of the first premeditated, full-blown social media war against a people and a nation. Israel's enemies were well prepared to launch their global campaign to blame the very victims of the terror attack against them. What happens if the United States had been attacked with the equivalent of 50,000 dead? After 9/11, there were 3,000 killed. Nobody questioned the U.S. response. No one would have questioned the response of any other country if it happened to them. Why is Israel the only country on earth that could not defend its citizens against terrorists? It's because Hamas controlled the narrative through social media. It's because sophisticated operators linked to Hamas began a 24/7 barrage against Israel and unleashed vile streams of anti-Semitism on social media and other platforms. We soon realized these forces also embedded themselves in our greatest institutions of learning. College and universities that many of us have deep connections with, and turned them into platforms of hate. These two influences together created the powerful and negative reaction against Israel that we saw after October 7th. This eventually led to the charges in the UN, the ICC, and IJC, and huge demonstrations around the world. Make no mistake, this is a war for the hearts and minds of people against Israel and Western civilization. Many of us in this room don't understand the importance of social media of young people today. You must realize young people get all their news on their iPhones and computers, and 97% of the news they see on Israel is negative, and only 3% is positive. All day and all night, young people are bombarded with lies that Israel is a colonial settler nation, an oppressor nation, an illegitimate nation, and the Palestinian people are the oppressed. Suddenly, no one seemed interested in the fact that Hamas started the war. No one was interested in the brutal killings of innocent and unnamed civilians. Elderly women, children, and babies were killed. The world didn't care about the rapes of women and the mass abductions. At the same time, Hamas used its own people as human shields. They didn't care about Palestinian lives as they used mosques, hospitals, schools, and homes to cover for their fighters. That's a war crime, and it was rarely reported in the media, and it was ignored in the politics here in the U.S. A recent poll showed that 30 to 35% of all Democrats today consider themselves progressives, especially the young. And progressives are strongly anti-Israel. That same negative influence has targeted the United States as a racist, colonialist, oppressive state. It doesn't stop there. All of Western civilization is a target as well. Just days after October 7th, and that is not by chance, a call went out for people to gather for demonstrations. There were suddenly flags, well-produced signs, face masks, and organizers with billions of bullhorns to lead the chants. This is all designed to intimidate us. Israel was not prepared for this. The United States was not prepared. The entire West was not prepared. Ironically, Israel knows social media better than most countries, and Jews invented public relations. Israel must now make this a priority. It must totally dominate social media. There should be a special department with an unlimited budget. After what I heard, maybe it's a little more difficult. Of the best people working on this, because unfortunately, that is exactly what Iran has: money to spend on social media. Israel cannot afford to lose this front, and neither can the United States. It is that important. Our enemies knew they could change young people's point of view in Israel, and then the U.S., and that soon America would no longer be the leader of the free world, completely changing the world order in their favor. They knew they could not defeat the U.S. or Israel militarily, but they had a long view, and with enough time, they could defeat us from within. There's a second part of all this, and it comes in the field of education. Over the past 50 years, far-left radicals from the Vietnam era went into education. In the 1970s and 80s, they began to take over departments and cut off opposing views, along with an anti-American focus. They were also anti-Israel as well. Recently, more than 2,000 professors signed a letter denouncing Israel. These are the teachers that are teaching our children. This surprised no one. I want to remind you that the first place they kicked out Jews was in Germany in the 1930s, and they kicked them out from the universities. Our enemies learned a lesson. There was another factor at work here. 4 years ago, the Abraham Accords caught the world by surprise. People began to think that peace would finally come to the Middle East. Israel seemed to be on the verge of an historic agreement with Saudi Arabia. What Israel and the United States did not take into account was that its enemies saw the Abraham Accords as a direct threat to their goal of the destruction of Israel, and they would do anything to stop them. Again, this was years in the planning, and again, no one saw it coming. The Abraham Accords have been a great success, and hopefully we will see a peace accord with Saudi Arabia. I have made many trips to the Middle East, and you may not believe this, but I firmly believe that the people in these countries want peace as much as we do. The attacks on October 7th were not just against Israel, they were an attack on peace. This comes down to bridge builders versus haters, and I've always been a bridge builder. And I'm confident that the Middle East in the near future will become a place of peace and prosperity. There is something else I'd like to talk about, which is not easy, but we have to address it. That's the divide within our own people in Israel. This disunity falls along two major fault lines. There are the ultra-Orthodox Jews who have kept our religion alive and passed it on to future generations, thus continuing the Jewishness of our people. But Haredi Jews, for the most part, shy away from the defense of Israel, as well as connections to secular Jews. And there are the conservative and reform and secular Jews who have maintained a strong connection with the outside world, but in some cases, they have little knowledge of our traditions and our religion. It has been said that the Hamas attack brought a divided Israel back together. But we cannot, and we should not, rely on our enemies to bring us together as a people. A unity must come from within. It has to come from every one of us. If we fight amongst ourselves, we are helping our enemies achieve their goal. And let me remind you, those enemies want us dead. Is that serious? We absolutely must put aside all differences and see all Jews as people we must protect. At this moment, Israel is at a crossroads. It is fighting, and its young people are dying in the defense of the Jewish state. The northern front could open up any day, and there's always Iran in the background. On top of all this, Israel has to fight on the social media and public relations front. This is something we in the diaspora can do to help. We may not have here in the diaspora an IDF, but we have our own weapons. We have our intelligence and ingenuity. We have our connections. And each one of us has our own different skills. I spent the last 17 years of my life going to most of the 100 Jewish communities around the globe. And in every single community, I found Jews, young Jews, that felt deeply connected to Israel and wanted to help. Like them, I believe every Jew in the diaspora must not just stand with Israel, but find ways to help in any way they can. And if you think one person can't make a difference, I can tell you something. 37 years ago, I was the world's most nominal Jew. But after I encountered antisemitism for the first time when I was the U.S. ambassador to Austria, it changed the course of my life. That's when I saw Jewish children who had just come out of the Soviet Union, who were never allowed to be Jewish. Their parents were so eager for them to learn their heritage that the Chabad rabbi in Vienna started a small kindergarten. I thought, if they were so desperate to learn their heritage, how could I ignore it? I was so moved by what I saw that I built a larger kindergarten, and then a school, and then another school in another city. Today, almost 40 years later, there are 30 different Jewish schools from kindergartens through colleges throughout Eastern and Central Europe and the former Soviet Union. When my students see anti-Semitism, they put on their yarmulkes and wear them proudly. I asked some of the mothers if they were concerned for their safety, and they looked at me as if I was crazy. They told me it makes them so proud to see their children doing what they're doing. 40,000 students have now graduated from these schools. That means there are 40,000 proud Jews, 40,000 Jews who would have been lost. They have now started Jewish families and reclaimed Jewish communities that many people thought were gone forever. When I did this, nobody came to help me, and some even said I would fail and that I was wasting my money. I didn't listen to them. I did it anyway because I knew it would work, and it did. Along the way, I learned that one person can make a difference. Each one of you can as well in your own way. I may not be here to see the results of all that I built, but that hardly matters. I did something. I started something. And all of us in the diaspora need to do this as well. We stand on the shoulders of giants who came before us, some whose names we will never know. All those Jews who came to Israel to rebuild our homeland. They had nothing but belief. That is a belief that all of us share. But beyond belief, they had courage. Just as these early Israelis allowed the world, what courage was it in 1948, in 1967, 1973 in Entebbe, and yes, today in Gaza. We must also find that courage. We will draw courage from each other. We always have. We need Israel just as much as Israel needs us. We will stand with our brothers and sisters in our eternal homeland. We will never let them down. Our generation has two enormous, important fights before us. First, and most important, to make sure that our children and grandchildren grow up to be proud Jews, and they are not turned against us. Teachers today in schools, starting in kindergarten and going right through college, are teaching their children, Jewish children, not to be good Jews, to hate Jews. If you're a child or you know a child who are experiencing any type of anti-Semitism in the classroom, I want you to make it known. It's not acceptable if a teacher says Jews are bad people. This is in kindergarten. There's woke kindergarten that teaches children as young as 4 and 5 years old not to be good. And may we become one people again, from the most orthodox to the most secular. Our generation has never had to fight, but now we do. We must fight on the new battlefield of social media. We must fight in our schools and take them back. We must fight just as Israelis are fighting, and just as hard. The people who attacked Israel on October 7th, the people who want us to wipe Israel from the pages of history are in a minority. And we've seen this before, from Pharaoh to Haman to Hitler, and they've never succeeded. Remember this, the vast majority of good people everywhere, and here in America, are with us and support us. This is not 1939, and we are not the helpless Jews of 1939. This is an Israeli, this is an IDF, and there is also in the diaspora that will stand with Israel forever. May God continue to bless the people of Israel and the Jewish state. And may God bless all of you. Am Yisrael Chai, the people who will live. Thank you.
You know, there are moments in this life, and I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world. The people of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend. The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered, using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. Celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of antisemitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. The stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't.
Sagi Dekelchen was 35 when he realized that Hamas terrorists were infiltrating his home of Kibbutz Nir Oz. He fought and fought, but was ultimately taken captive. Now, his father has been sharing his story, calling for the freedom of the hostages. It is my honor to welcome to the stage Professor Jonathan Dekelchen. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Tell us about your son.
Well, thank you for having me. Sagi, as you mentioned, is a my 35-year-old little boy, who is the father now of 3 little girls. On October 7th, he, as many other young and not so young men, defended our home of Kibbutz Nir Oz, which no longer exists. His wife and 2 little girls at the time survived miraculously. There were small miracles on Nir Oz and other places on October 7th. They survived the massacre, and in mid-December, their 3rd daughter was born. And she, little Shachar, which means dawn in Hebrew, are waiting together with her 2 older sisters and their mom for Sagi to come home together with all of the other hostages. There are still 36 hostages. 35 as of this morning. As you may have heard, a hostage was declared dead yesterday. Dolev Yehud, Sagi's best friend, an incredibly brave young man, father of 4, who was murdered that morning on Nir Oz, it now turns out, trying to render aid to the many wounded around Nir Oz.
At this point, you've had several meetings with, political representatives, whether it be in Israel, outside of Israel, and within Israel. You've had coalition, opposition across the board. Where have you seen a response that you've deemed more satisfactory? Where has it been more challenging to form, meaningful points of communication?
Well, it's no secret. Together with the families of the 8 American hostages who still remain in Hamas captivity, we've had since October 9th, I believe, a steady and consistent contact with the U.S. government. In fact, we'll be meeting for the I don't know how manyth time with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Tuesday, and has been well publicized. We've met with the president multiple times, with the vice president, secretary of state, and so on. And these are really transparent and good contacts. They're listening to what we have to say, and to the degree I think that any reasonable person could expect, have been totally committed not just to getting the U.S. hostages home, rather to all of the now 124 Israeli hostages and Israel's security. Sadly, that stands in direct contrast or conflict with the behavior of the Israeli government. I'm an Israeli patriot. I've guarded Israel's borders since I arrived in Israel in 1981. And as have my sons. And daughters, by the way, and daughters. But sadly, and you need to hear this, it's not just me, the Israeli street is speaking. The behavior of the Israeli government around the hostage families in general has been horrific and a national embarrassment. It's been widely reported, just as I said, we're going to be meeting the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, tomorrow morning. And as you probably heard perhaps in your own newspaper, the behavior of our National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, when meeting Israeli hostage families a few days ago. It's a national embarrassment and incredibly frustrating as a hostage parent.
You and I discussed this backstage. Yes. You and I discussed this backstage when I was in my bachelor's degree. You were my professor in Eastern European Studies, and something that you always highlighted in your lessons was problem solving when it comes to geopolitical conflicts. Then we talked about Russia behaving as the police of Europe, but in this case, what do you see as the best case scenario, how should Israel operate when it comes to this war?
Well, it's always good to know that your students from years ago remember what you taught in class. It's wonderful, so thank you for that. It's the best part of my day so far. Look, you have heard already, those of you who were here last night, and you will probably hear again during the course of this day, statements by Israeli officials talking about total victory over Hamas, that it's a military problem. These are all fantasies. These are all fantasies, a kind of narrative that is designed to push off the accountability of Israel's government and military for what happened on October 7th. There is no military way to get the hostages out alive, period. Israel cannot heal, and there's nothing even approaching victory for Israel, and I say this as an Israeli, not just as a hostage parent, without as many of the hostages coming home alive as possible and recovering all of the bodies of those who have been killed for proper burial with their loved ones in Israel. The only way to get to a hostage deal and to save Israel from itself is through some negotiated process with a horrific enemy. No one here in this room or anywhere else needs to convince me what Hamas is. I've lived on that border since 1981, and under Hamas rockets, mortars, incendiary kites, attack tunnels, anti-tank fire, sniper fire, and explosive balloons since 2008. So spare me the patriotism. We have held the border until October 7th. There is no military way to get them out. We have to negotiate with Satan to get our loved ones home. That's difficult. It demands from Israel's government a kind of courage that they have not shown. They simply have not shown up to now. The only way to end this, to on the one hand heal, and the other hand move forward, to say nothing of relieving the suffering of Gaza's civilians, is through some kind of negotiated settlement. That doesn't mean surrender to Hamas, it's another fantasy. What Israel needs from right to left is for Hamas to no longer be the military or governing force in Gaza. That's what we need. This idea of total victory, it's for domestic consumption to avoid accountability. So, for those of you who care deeply about Israel, and I'm sure that everyone here does, I call upon you to do whatever it is that you can to pressure Israel's government and Hamas through pressuring the US government to complete a sanction regime and other governments to save Israel. Saving Israel means getting the hostages home alive and those who are no longer with us. And there are at least 10 of those from Kibbutz Nir Oz still in Hamas captivity that we know are already dead. So I'm sorry for the long-winded answer, but you're used to it from my classroom.
Thank you, Professor Jonathan Dekelchen. We hope your son comes home soon.
Thank you. It's my honor to announce an award. I'm extremely honored to introduce an individual who heads an organization that helps those who have been sacrificed, those who sacrificed their loved ones in battle. It's my privilege to introduce you, Shlomi Nachumzon, the CEO of the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization, together with Sagit Greenberg, a widow of Amotz Greenberg, who was killed during Operation Protective Edge. While they come up, the things that this organization does, the lives that they change, are substantial. We just saw that a few weeks ago in our conference in Jerusalem. So, please come here. I'll just read off the plaque. The Jerusalem Post Award of Outstanding Impact and Dedication to Israeli Society is presented to the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization, for their unwavering commitment to the holistic support and care of widows and orphans of Israel's fallen soldiers. I'd like to call on Tamar Uriel Be'eri, Deputy Editor-in-Chief, who will speak to Shlomi as well as the three widows of IDF soldiers, Sagit Greenberg, Revital Ben Yaakov, and Rotem Shachaf.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests. I'm honored to be here with so many passionate leaders, advocates, and visionaries as we come together to support Israel in these trying times. To begin, I would like to thank the Jerusalem Post for this award and for recognizing the hard work that the IDF Widows and Orphans organization carries out 365 days a year in support of the widows and orphans of Israel's fallen heroes. Specifically, I want to acknowledge the IDF Widows and Orphans organization's ability to rise to the challenge in this unparalleled moment in Israel's history, wholeheartedly serving the unprecedented number of orphans and widows who have joined our community since October 7th. The state of Israel is not always an easy place to live in, to say the least, but it is our homeland, the one we love, the one and only. In this violent region, the only reason the state of Israel still exists today, the reason we can continue to go to work, to send our children to school, the reason you can grab your passports and come to Israel, enjoy the beaches of Tel Aviv, and visit the Kotel in Jerusalem. It is thanks to the brave men and women who left their homes, kissed their spouses, hugged their children goodbye, and went to defend our country. All of them knowing very well that there is a chance they may not return. The loved ones of three such brave men who did not return are here with us today. I have always thought of myself not as an optimist, not as a pessimist, but as a realist. As an Israeli, I know very well that the environment in which we live in, war has been part of it, and I assumed it will continue to be. This is why 3 years ago, when I was appointed CEO, I instructed our staff to be prepared for a war. But in my 14 years at the IDF Widows and Orphans organization, I could never have expected the staggering amount of loss we would face. Since the horrific Hamas attacks on October 7th and the ongoing swords of Iron War, our community has tragically and significantly grown over the past several months by 520 orphans and 250 widows. 31 of these widows were widowed pregnant, and we're expecting children to be born to this undesired status. Every single one of these numbers represents beloved family members of the fallen heroes who died protecting the state of Israel. Heartbreakingly, we know that these numbers may continue to rise. There's nothing we can do to bring these heroes back to life, and there's nobody who can ever replace them. But what we can do, what we must do, is to stand by their families and try to make everything else perfect for them, as they have paid the highest price for our nation's freedom. After the funerals and ceremonies, after the Shiva visits, and after everyone goes back to their routines, IDF Widows and Orphans is committed to supporting these families every step of the way, in their biggest moments and their smallest, for life. After Sagit Greenberg lost her husband Amotz, Zichrono Livracha, who died in battle almost 10 years ago during Operation Protective Edge in Gaza, we made her journey ours. We are now making the first steps in the journeys of Rotem and Revital, as well as the other widows and orphans of this war. But we are not alone in this. There's a saying that Israel is too important to leave it to the hands of Israelis alone. In a similar vein, while the government and the IDF are fully committed to supporting the bereaved families, taking care of the widows and the orphans of our heroes is too important to be left to them alone. It is not just a responsibility, it's an obligation of each and every one of us, the collective community of our people and allies, to ensure the care of these families who have paid the highest price. But it goes beyond a moral obligation. Embracing the widows and orphans of our fallen heroes sends a loud and clear message to every soldier risking their lives in the battlefields of Gaza, Lebanon, or anywhere else, that if God forbid something happens to them, we, all of us, will be taking care of their beloved wives and children. They cannot run headfirst into the fire without knowing that. They can't. That is why this moral obligation is also essential for the security of our nation. Our mission at IDF Widows and Orphans Organization isn't a government mission. It's not a military mission. It's a people's mission. All of you who have joined us, if you see yourselves as part of Israel, you are part of our journey as well. The success of our mission is up to all of us together. And today, I'm proud to announce the establishment of the American Friends of the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization. Thank you. We extend to each one of you a warm invitation to join in our efforts to remember the fallen, honor their legacy, and do whatever we can to make sure that everything for their loved ones is as perfect as possible. May the families in our care continue to strengthen and be strengthened by those surrounding them, and may we always remember the heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice for the state of Israel and their families. Thank you so much. Toda rabah. Am Yisrael Chai. IDF Widows and Orphans Organization is the sole organization recognized by the State of Israel to represent and offer support to the widows and the children of the IDF fallen soldiers, also the security forces such as Mossad, Shin Bet, and police. One of the programs is the Otzma camps.
The camp is gathering 4 times a year, and it's great for my kids. They go and have fun with kids that experience their grief, and they have friends for life.
It is like a safe place. I can talk about a lot of things that I'm going through, and I know people won't judge me because they are going through the same things.
I think this organization is a home for me and for my kids. It's a place to walk through this path of life after death, and I cherish it. And I'm thankful for everyone allowing it to happen.
Sagit, Revital, and Rotem, thank you so much for joining us today. I'd like to take a moment to hear from you about your husbands, your partners, who you've tragically lost. Let's start with you.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm very excited to be here. And as much as I love talking about Omer, it's not an easy task for me to let you know him in a short time. But in order to do that, I would appreciate if we can all take the next minute and imagine that one person you can rely on with your eyes closed, that one person you can call anytime and he will come help you with a smile on his face. Omer was that person who would go on the street and pick up litter he finds and get stuck holding it until he finds a nearby trash can. Omer was also that friend who will make sure that every newlywed couple will be the happiest and the drunkest on their wedding and dance with them until his feet hurts. Omer was also that one friend who, during basic training with limited shower times, will help you bandage your wounds in excess of his own free time. And Omer was also that person who heard gunshots from his home and without a second thought went out to fight terrorists, and because he knew there are civilians in need of help, and that's where he sadly met his death. So for me, Omer was the best partner, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us. Tell us about your husband.
On a military gravestone, the families are given 48 letters to write our own words. 48 letters to sum a person's life and being. I chose to write, "Thank you for the light, the wisdom and the laughter. We were left filled with you and missing you." Lior means my light in Hebrew. He was born on Hanukkah, the holiday of lights. And he did lit up every room he entered. Besides being tall, extremely handsome, and very loud, he quickly became the center of every gathering. He was a very funny man, a really talented storyteller. People would smile even before he opened his mouth because they knew what is about to come. He was very, very smart. He couldn't stand not knowing or not understanding things. From art to agriculture, music, history, everything was equally interesting. And as funny as he also took very seriously things he had to do. If he was given a mission or a role, he was all in. If it was being a father, he would change diapers and make ponytails and cook meals. If it was being our community chairman, always thinking about how to make our lives better. If it was developing a unique life-saving device to stop hemorrhages, which during this war alone could have saved so many lives and limbs. And if it was being the deputy chief of our community squad, facing this monstrous terrorist attack on the gates of our house, our home, and even being outnumbered, he didn't think twice, left the house to save our lives, his family's life, his community's life, at the price of losing his own.
Yes. Sagit, it's been 10 years since you've tragically lost Amotz. Tell us a bit about your husband.
Hi. Amotz was the love of my life, the father of my children. We met in a bar in Tel Aviv. We fell in love and built a family together. He was kind-hearted, smart, with a smile in his heart. He was born in the kibbutz and was raised on a Zionist values, love of the people, the land, and the country. He believed that home should be defended at all costs. He was an attorney by profession and the head of the investigator security authorities in Israel. He was 45 and was volunteering the reserve service and doing 60 days a year, like 2 months a year, he was in the reserve military service. It was, I think, the most important thing for him is to be a soldier and it was the very meaningful duty for him. In July 2014, during Operation Protecting Age, he was killed in a battle with terrorists that was infiltrated through a tunnel from Gaza to Israel. I was left with 3 children. The ground was pulled out from under my feet, and the world as I knew it collapsed. I had to navigate a new world that I didn't know, to redefine myself for me and for my children. And it is a roller coaster ride. To lose someone you love, it's a long journey. It's not one-time event. There is no end to this loss. In time, you develop skills that help you live alongside the loss. Time also brings you wisdom and understanding that life continues. And you choose every day to live again. And I choose to live again and to be a model for my children. 10 years later, I see rays of light. I see rays of light in the people that accompany us in every milestone we have. I see rays of light in my children that are living according to Amot's values and excelling each in their own way. And I choose to see the good things in life and to see the small moments of joy. And I'm praying every day that no woman or child should will be in this place, and to have to go through this journey.
Thank you for sharing. I'm curious where the three of you, in short words, because we're limited on time, where you found comfort, where you found help, for example, with the IDF Widows and Orphans organization. So why don't you tell us?
So this past winter, I went on a retreat to Cyprus organized by the organization. We were about 20 widows without children in our group, and we didn't know each other. I was roomed with someone named Aliyah, and from the first moment we had a really good connection. And as I'm looking around the girls, I noticed two specific girls. I thought we would connect well. And at dinner, they approached me with 2 bottles of wine in their hands, and they asked me to go out talking. And as we're talking, they asked me the most sensitive question, as we're in the same boat and our lives suck. They asked me, so how were your husband died? And I tell them Omer's story and the intersection where he was killed, and they looked at each other in shock, and it turned out that their husband, Moshe and Bar Sivan, were the ones who tried with 2 other fighters to evacuate Omer. And from this moment, I felt the connection with these girls become even deeper, and now we're meeting on a weekly basis. We're really good friends, and so when I'm asked to explain my experience with the organization and what it means for me it's this little support group we build.
It's community.
Yeah, a little community. And the widows, the employees of the organization, and I know I got warm embrace from an organization that a little over half a year ago I didn't know existed. So
amazing. Revital, tell us a bit about what kind of experiences you've had with the IDFWO.
Well, the first time the organization contacted me, I got mad. I didn't want to hear what I knew but ignored. That I'm a widow, mother of 3 orphans.
It's a new title.
In my head, a widow is an old, grumpy woman dressed in black and with a veil on her face. And what is it had to do with me? So they introduced themselves and offered their support and help. I kindly refused, hoping that it would be the last time I would hear from them. But they called again and texted, and then called again and texted. And finally, the resistance, is it okay to say resistance these days? So the resistance broke down slowly. They invited me and the kids to a camp. The kids were extremely excited, finally to meet other kids like them, meeting new people without being worried about being different or pitted and I got to meet some new sisters by force.
Yeah, sisters that you don't really want to be sisters,
exactly.
but Nevertheless, there's the comfort in that, right?
There's a lot of comfort.
Amazing.
And the organization itself as well, knowing that they're with us for good, gives a great sense of comfort and strength and support. And we're very thankful for that.
Amazing. Sagit, you've been with the organization for quite a while, but in just one sentence, what can you say that is like the biggest contribution that they've done for you?
I think it's the support. I still remember the first time that Shlomi arrived to our house with a school bag in his hand. With my small daughter was in first grade, and I just forgot to buy her the bag. So I think in this big trauma, the most important thing that it is someone that sits beside you, that understands you, that can give you the help and to embrace the new situation you're forced into, and to create a situation that your children can meet another children in the same situation, when they can share their feelings, their thoughts, they can feel belong, and get love and understanding.
Amazing. Sagit, Revital, Rotem, thank you so much for being here.
Here on the stage with me is Mark Rowan, the CEO of Apollo Global Management. And I'm just going to sit down.
That's certainly my day job.
I'm just going to sit down. That's nice. How are you today?
Excellent.
So I just want to, I'll frame this.
Are you telling me the mic's not working?
The mic's working. We're good. Yeah. We're good. Okay. So you're also the chairman of UJA, New York, as well as DARCA, that has 50 schools in Israel, but many other philanthropic matters. We're here today for one reason only. It is anti-Semitism. In the past year, you vocally led the combat against anti-Semitism on campuses, spoke up, brought this issue to Congress. As the largest donor to Penn, which is the university you went to, just like 3 or 4 years ago, right? Something like that?
Maybe 40 plus.
40 plus years ago. You were able to cause a situation that these presidents who were, I wouldn't say, maybe anti-Semitic, who did not combat anti-Semitism, resign or actually be fired, depending on the situation. So what led you as a philanthropic leader who hasn't really been very vocal on these issues, what made you kind of speak up?
Well, the simple answer is it simply needed to be done. So I'll hit there. But I'm going to strike a slightly different and maybe more optimistic note. The vast majority of this country is normal. They are. They're totally normal. Every poll, everywhere done, says that this country believes in right and wrong, moral and immoral. People are interested in family and career and friends and are patriotic. That's the good news. The bad news is there are centers, important centers of this country that don't believe in those things and are seeking to alter pretty much everything. Your sex, your history, how we relate to each other, the notion of an American dream that puts people together and lets them compete by merit and seeks to sort us into groups based on a perception, their own perception as to whether we are an oppressed or an oppressor. That's the fight we have on these campuses. Is there anti-Semitism? You betcha there's anti-Semitism. But it's very hard to separate what's happening on our campuses today from anti-Americanism.
Right. So I read different things that you either said or wrote about the fact that this is not just the fight of the Jews. It should be a fight of the Americans.
And it is. If we seek to make this solely a fight of the Jews, there are few of us. If we seek to make alliances and build allies of people who believe in the kinds of things that I just articulated, we have lots of allies, but it does start with us. All of us, you know, I'll speak for myself, I speak for many in this room. People who were asleep prior to October 7th, okay. Everyone was interested in their own thing prior to October 7th. Whatever was important to us then, if we have not had a fundamental reevaluation of our priorities, how much we care about the prestige of being on these boards, how much we care about certain causes that have not stood up for us, how much we care about losing face or making waves by actually speaking the truth, we're not setting ourselves up for success.
But I think it definitely a round of applause there. But how should things move forward from here? Should philanthropists be emphasizing more on actual content? Should there be, you know, Middle East studies faculties and universities that actually teach about the Middle East from a broader prisma than Israel is a Nakba and Israel is an occupying country?
Look, I could say yes, but you know what? I don't want to make it too narrow.
Okay.
The reality is all of us have been engaged in supporting institutions because they were important to us. They fulfilled some need. They conveyed prestige. They conveyed community. Why would we support organizations whose fundamental belief system is at odds with our own belief system? This to me is just obvious, and I say it all the time, which is we have no idea as a community how strong we are because we haven't had to find out. We haven't had to be noisy. We haven't had to fight. We haven't had to say, no, what you're doing in this program and the way you're saying it, and the way you're articulating it is repulsive and I disagree with it. The more we're willing to say that, the more we're actually just willing to tell the truth, we're going to make a lot of progress. And by the way, on a personal basis, telling the truth feels great. Everyone should try it.
So one last question to people here in the room. Are either yourself or what you're planning to do in this world of academic studies in Israel, but also in the Jewish people, anti-Semitism, but also what should other philanthropists or leaders in this room be doing?
Look,
telling the truth, obviously, as you said.
This is about being vocal, being involved, holding people to account. We have not exacted a price for being anti-Semitic. We have not called people out. For those business leaders in the room who have existed through an evolution of how we hire, I'll just share with you how I think about it from our perspective as CEO of Apollo. We would not hire someone who was anti-black, anti-gay, anti-woman, anti-Indian, anti-Hindu. Why would I hire someone who was anti-Semitic?
100%.
Why would I not call out philanthropic institutions who behave in an anti-Semitic fashion? Why would I give to organizations, cultural organizations or otherwise, who are making it difficult for Jews? This is just common sense. We need more common sense. Thank you.
So speaking of common sense, I have a little surprise for you. Okay. Mr. Rowan, the Jerusalem Post Award for Undoubted Leadership in Combating Anti-Semitism is presented to Mark Rowan. Round of applause for fearlessly grappling with prejudice and hate on behalf of thousands of Jewish students, and maybe I would add millions of American students.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Jewish Federations of North America protects and enhances the well-being of Jews worldwide through the values of Tikkun Olam, Tzedakah, and Torah. They lobby endlessly in DC to secure tens of millions each year in public funds to support Jewish communities across the country. Here to speak about JFNA's continued work to support U.S. Jews, please welcome Eric Fingerhut, President and CEO of JFNA. He'll be interviewed by Tzvika Klein.
You're going to get bored at me at a certain point. How's it going, Eric?
It's going well with Tzvika. Thanks for leading.
Thank you for being here. So I know you don't like talking about this, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. The Jewish Federations of North America and essentially the American Jewish community have raised a lot of money for Israel, probably the largest campaign you guys have ever done, since October 7th. Where are we standing? How much do you raise?
So it's actually something I'm not just proud of, but enormously moved by. The total emergency funding raised by the 146 Jewish federations across North America is now $830 million.
Wow.
And the truth is, we know that the number will be whatever it needs to be, to meet the need. But what's really moving about it is that this comes from hundreds of thousands of donors across.
So it's a grassroots. It's not just a bunch of billionaires giving money.
Of course, there are major donors, but the fact that each federation is organizing the donors in their communities, putting it into collective funds, and reaching out. And the other thing about it is that because look, we don't have many rules and bureaucracy. I mean, we were able to get the funds quickly into the hands of the organizations, the communities that needed it. Literally on October 7th, that very day, federations that have long had partnerships with communities in the Gaza envelope were moving resources that day to the needs of the community.
So what's the big number?
I'm sorry?
What's the number? How much have you raised?
It's over $830 million.
$830 million. Right. That is very impressive. I think you could clap if you want. I don't know. I mean, I haven't ever raised that amount of money. But I actually want to focus on internal issues. So as we spoke to Mark Rowan, the issue of anti-Semitism is a big deal. Women maybe hiding their necklace with the Magen David. Others actually, some places see a rise of actually people buying those types of things or wearing a kippah. I know you'll always wear your kippah wherever you are, but there's a real sense of vulnerability within the Jewish community, whether young generations, public schools, universities. How do you counter such a difficult situation?
So certainly a lot of what Mark said I agree with, particularly about the situation on the college campuses. You may know I had the privilege of serving as the head of Hillel before I came into this job. Before that, I was the head of the universities in Ohio. So it's a subject that that I care a lot about. But look, this is a huge problem. And it's going to require lots of different solutions. There's no one solution. There's public policy, national solutions. Some of you are familiar with the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which has passed the United States House of Representatives, which would make the IHRA definition, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, the law of the land in America. It's got to pass the Senate and become the law.
When is this expected?
Well, we hope it's not scheduled for vote yet. Everybody needs to be contacting their senators, insisting that this passed, because then that would give us the standard against which we can enforce the anti-Semitism.
So we have a call to action, actually, right?
Absolutely a call to action.
People here can actually help make this
move forward?
Absolutely. It's a top priority. Secondly, we do have a huge problem on social media. I was really proud that the Jewish Federations of North America played an important role in the passage of the TikTok Divestment Act. That act first came forward because of the attacks on America that Mark Rowan was speaking of. But social media is a major purveyor of anti-Semitism. Everybody knows here that the numbers of support for Israel are lower among younger people, both in the Jewish community, but more specifically in the general community. That's because they're getting their information.
Right, so most people don't know this.
Media.
You're going through it very quickly. But so TikTok, it's not yet banned. But you actually led.
We were part of a coalition, and there were others here that were the leaders of that required that the United States is required that within 12 months TikTok China either divest of TikTok so that it has local domestic ownership, or that it is removed from the apps. And it's not, the point is that it's the beginning of a conversation about what social media is doing to drive anti-Semitism. But finally, Tzvika, if I could just say that ultimately this is happening in every single community. It's a problem that Kanye's got 50 million followers, whatever he's got, but it's really a problem if one of those followers is the principal of the local high school, or is on the school board, or is the minister of the local of one of the largest churches, or is on the city council, or in other important civic. And one of our responsibilities, my colleagues in the Jewish federations in every community are sort of the front. They're the first call. They're not just engaged in Jewish life, they're engaged in the life of the broader civic community. And so it's critical that we engage with the business leaders, the political leaders, the civic leaders in every single community and ensure that they know that it's their responsibility to keep anti-Semitism out of the mainstream of civil society. And I want to say to all of our friends in Israel who are participating that one of the things that we know is that the more that our broader civic community, again, the mayors, the council people, the school boards, the business leaders, the more that they know about Israel, the more that they have visited Israel, that we've taken them to Israel, the stronger allies they are for us in the fight against anti-Semitism.
100%. And I want to kind of touch, with the short time we have, a more positive note. So my sense is, as someone covering the Jewish community for, I'd say, 15 years, you like calling me a bystander or whatever, right? What was the...
We count you as one of us.
Okay. The tent, as the organizational American Jewish Life likes calling it, has become broader. Right? You guys organized this huge rally. Was it close to 1 million?
No,
it was
300,000 people.
300,000, sorry. It was supposed to, whatever, okay. Hundreds of, the largest, right, 100%. Next one will be 1 million. But basically, you had, on the one hand, you had Agudat Yisrael, which is a Haredi umbrella organization. And on the other hand, you had Friends of Peace Now, calling, and they were all calling for people to come to this. So are we able to keep this momentum going where the broad, the center of the Jewish community is bigger?
Absolutely. We can and we must. The Jewish community is the most unified it's been ever. We work closely together. We talk to each other all the time, across denominations, across organizational lines. We all know this is a moment when we must be as unified as we can be. It doesn't mean there aren't some that are outside the tent. Of course there are, but it's a broad center, and remaining unified is critical. In fact, the march that you spoke of, the rally, was the November 14th. Of 2023, and this coming 1 year later, November 11th, we will be back in Washington for our General Assembly, which is, the largest.
You guys are all invited.
And we're going to have an evening of unity at Nationals Park come Sunday night. Evening of Unity. We're going to celebrate the unity of the Jewish people in North America and stand together also with our broader civic allies, again, with the business leaders and the political leaders, because remember what was so critical about that rally wasn't just the large number of Jews and the broad base, is that we stood in front of the United States Capitol and there were over 100 members of Congress, and the staff looked out the window and they saw, as far as the eye could see, the united Jewish community standing with America in this fight.
Thank you so much, Eric, for what you do. And you guys are all invited to the GA that's open to the public for the first time in a few years.
We look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Zvika, don't go too far. He tried to run away. Energy conservation and clean energy are the future. I don't think there's a question on that subject. And that is why eco-tech in general is so vital. And Israel being the startup nation, it is certainly not one to lag behind in that regard. That's why Ofir Energy is so impressive. Ofir utilizes advanced technologies and groundbreaking solar projects on rooftops, reservoirs, land, all of which will enable countries to reach a more effective, environmentally, and stable energy future. Zvika will be staying with us nearby to interview Ofir Energy founder and chairman, Ofir Yanai.
Shalom, Ofir. How are you?
Hi, Zvika. Hi, everybody.
It's been a crazy year since the last time. You were actually here in our conference a year ago, and you launched your book. And so much has changed since then. So I want to start a little bit about your field of expertise, economics, something that I wish I understood more in, but I'm learning. So we've been at war for 8 months, and the Israeli economy is suffering. So how do you feel with this situation? And also, do you feel that people are afraid to invest in Israel? Because I also, I've been here for a few days now, and I also hear of people who actually just want to invest in Israel. Maybe that's the answer.
Well, first of all the American friends here, I don't think you invest enough in Israel. Please do more.
We have a headline.
But to address your question, I think the thing that we really managed to understand in the last few months is how resilient the Israeli economy is. We've all seen Amir numbers, and I think I have a story that can explain this. In the night of October 7, I was calling Itai Ben Zeev. Itai Ben Zeev is the CEO of Israel Stock Exchange, and I told him, Itai, don't open tomorrow. Don't open the stock exchange tomorrow. We have, the Americans, they had 9/11, they closed the stock exchange for 3 days. Let us mourn for 1 day. And he told me, Ofir, I'm opening. And I was angry at him, but after a few hours, I understood him very well. I had a phone call from a German guy that we were negotiating. We were supposed to sign a deal. And you can imagine, he said he wanted to have a Zoom call. A Zoom call with a German guy on Sundays is not regular. But you can imagine how emotional this kind of a conversation is. Right after October 7, to talk to a German guy. And I told him, the last time this kind of evil was upon the earth, it was Nazi Germany. And then we didn't have a state. Now we have to take care of it. And he told me, what do you want to do? We're supposed to sign the deal on October 16. I told him, I want us to keep the signing date. And he said, how can we do it? The guys, the deal team is on the reserve. One of them, his battalion is fighting the Battle of Niroz. The other one is interrogating the Nukhba terrorists. How can we sign the deal? I told him we have very capable women in Ofir. They will do it. So we closed on the 16th on the same date. And I think the idea behind this, if you look on our heritage, on the Bible, there's only one choice God is giving the Israelis. He's telling them, I'm giving you life and death. You need to choose life. And I think that what happened in October 7 is that Hamas was giving us the same choice. Because by killing our loved one, torturing them, capturing them, he wanted to throw us into despair, into inaction. He wanted us to choose death, but we chose life.
Wow. That's definitely inspiring. And I wanted to know, so you spoke about businesses being open, and do you feel that, definitely the private sector has been doing amazing things and pushing forward and volunteering, etc. But do you feel that the Israeli government has actually stood up and supported this, shortage of funds, crisis in the Israeli economy?
I think that if there's anything that we all understood on October 7 is the fact that the public sector in Israel is not performing well enough. Everybody that lives in Israel know that the public sector in Israel is underperforming, and all of the situation in October 7, the solutions came from the private sector. Hanan was sitting here, the Israeli banks, they moved forward quite fast. There was a big difference, a big delay between Hanan actions, even Amir actions, until the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Finance. So I think that everybody in Israel feel that we have a problem. We have a problem with the public sector. We need to improve it, and we need to improve it fast.
What do you think about, it's a very Israeli question. What do you think about the government as a government, not just on the economic side? Do you think they should continue? Do you think there should be elections?
Well, what I want to have a solution and something that will improve the situation. Of course, I don't think the government that is responsible or that under his regime this event happened should move forward. But if we just move forward to elections, I think we'll just get the same thing again. In Israel, most of the political energy of guys that want to make the change is focusing on protest. I think we should focus on two more things other than protest. I think we have a desperate need for new blood and new ideas in politics, and this is something that we need. We tried generals; it didn't work very well. We need to bring some new talents into politics. And the other thing is, I think we have to think of the system, because the current system, the current public system in Israel, all that it does all day long is survival. So we have to build a system that will allow those who are elected to do more things for the people and not just take care of their own survival.
So is that something that you're interested in?
Well, it's not a personal thing, and I think it shouldn't be a personal issue, because it's not that we're waiting for some kind of a messiah. We have so many talented people in the business sector, people that know how to think strategically, know how to compromise, to be pragmatic. And usually they are very educated and they know how to get decisions, right? They're not afraid of taking decisions. So even if this room, I think there are a few people that are smarter and more experienced than me. So we have this talent base. We just need it to become a necessity, and I think we will see this in the coming elections.
You would think if we're a startup nation, our leadership would be startup nation, right? We're lacking a bit of that. So even though my kids aren't fans, maybe I could convince them to be fans. You're the owner of the Hapoel Tel Aviv basketball team. I'm trying to convince them to stop watching soccer and to watch basketball. Hopefully that will happen. So Hapoel Tel Aviv also was involved since October 7th in everything going on. Can you give me a bit of a look into that?
First, I want to say that basketball is a beautiful game, but soccer is also a nice game. And Hapoel Tel Aviv was...
They like a certain team. I don't like going to those games. I'm not going to mention. We live close to Jerusalem, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hapoel Tel Aviv was the team that its fan base was the casualties. We had like 53 casualties of the fans in October 7th. So it was like being in a bath of sorrow. And managing the team in this season was extremely hard, but it also gave me a great opportunity to use the team as a platform to reach back to the community and to give the community in this time of sorrow some comfort and some joy. And I'm very happy to have had this opportunity to be in this leadership position on that time.
So many don't know, you come from a family of many siblings. How many siblings do you have?
We are 8.
8. Okay. And you actually, you built yourself, you're self-made. There's this thing in Israel where we say Yisrael Rishona, Yisrael Shniya, the first Israel, second Israel, where the first being like the Ashkenazic secular, and then the second is, this, Sephardic or religious or periphery. But you've since become a billionaire. You are on our list of 50 most influential Jews. So do you actually see a difference? Is there actually a first Israel and a second Israel today?
Tzvika, we are in America. The greatest president was Abraham Lincoln, and you know where he came from the peripheral part of the U.S. I think it's also true for the other great leaders of America. So if you work hard and you move forward, you succeed. It doesn't really matter what is your starting point. And I think the only thing it gives you, you create some kind of a hobby or habit of breaking glass ceiling, which is a nice hobby.
Perfect. I'm going to look for a hobby. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Take it from me, student life in Israel has never been more challenging. Thousands of college and university students have been faced with the issue of having to stop their academic studies, ultimately freezing their professional careers to serve their country in the reserves. A worthy reason, but nevertheless. That's why it's so important when academic institutions find a way to nevertheless help them push forward. And Afeka College of Engineering in Tel Aviv has managed to do just that. I'm pleased to call upon Professor Ami Moyal, president of Afeka College. He's a former CEO in the high-tech field of speech recognition and serves on various national educational committees in Israel.
Thank you. Good morning. First, I would like to express my appreciation to the Jerusalem Post team for a great and important conference. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to address in my talk three main points that Professor Amir Yaron has addressed in his earlier talk, and in this sense I'm very happy I'm speaking after him. He talked about 3 points, which are the need for engineers in the high-tech industry, the importance of skilled human capital, and specifically on instilling skills in the educational process, either in K-12 or in the academia. I will mainly focus on education in order to educate a skilled human capital, but I would like also to bring the voice of the students, the engineering students at Afeka, and the tens of thousands of students from all the academic institutions in Israel that were called to duty and need to continue and finish their studies and degrees. It is crucial for them, but it is also crucial for our country. In my talk, I will try to address the challenging question: who will develop Israel's next Iron Dome? It is one of our main duties to cultivate a skilled human capital in order to enable the next innovator to take the country forward. I strongly believe, again, as related to the previous talk of Professor Amir Yaron, that we need to shift the educational continuum and to talk about competency-based education, and I will try to elaborate what I'm referring to in my description of Afeka and what we have done in the last years. Competency-based education, I mean, the education delivers not only knowledge, put emphasis on skills, soft skills, critical thinking, professional skills, ethic, and broad knowledge. A word about Afeka: we are an academic college, an engineering college, 3,500 students, 350 faculty and staff, 6 engineering schools, 7 undergraduate programs, 6 master programs. We are very proud of two points of data. 97% of our graduates are working in the high-tech sector in Israel, and we contribute on a yearly basis $2 billion to the Israeli GDP. Thank you. We are a socio-economic engine of growth in Israel. What we have implemented in the last 5 years is a novel approach, which I believe that we are pioneer in this sense. We shifted the classical engineering education, which mostly provide data and knowledge, which is much less relevant these days when data is outside on the web, and definitely with ChatGPT. We shifted to competency-based engineering education. And what I'm referring to is it took us more than a year to define the graduate profile. What are the skills required by engineers when they finish academia and join the high-tech industry? By the way, we did it together with the high-tech industry that are taking our engineers to work at the R&D, the Research and Development Department. That includes classical knowledge, a special emphasis on skills, critical thinking, multidisciplinary work, self-learning. Engineer must have it. By the way, I'm calling them vital skills, not soft skills. Soft skills is too soft. Skills, professional skills, languages, ethics. Way many years before ChatGPT, we talked about ethics and broad knowledge. And then, for the last 5 years, we are implementing a profound change in the curricula. We entered the skills to be learning outcomes of our courses. We developed an extracurricular activity in order to enhance the curiosity of the students. We changed the pedagogy. Hundreds of courses at AFECA are not taught in a frontal manner. Students enjoy learning outside, at the sea, outside of the classes, in groups. We completely renovated the learning environment. We look like a high-tech offices of a high-tech company. We built an ecosystem with education and the industry, and that was my main duty, to cultivate a culture of change, to embrace success, but also to be tolerant with failure, because that's the cost of what's moving forward. And then, a week before the new academic year, once we were in the middle of a multi-year institutional change, October 7th happened. In a few days, we understood that out of a body of 3,500 students, more than 40% of them were called to Army duty. Actually, 42% and more than 1,400 students. We understood that we need to change completely the academic year. We delayed the academic year in 3 months and actually redesigned the whole academic year. Otherwise, there would be a large percentage of dropout, but actually, due to our responsibility to our students. So we built a unique package for them, where the goal is that all students will complete their studies successfully and on time. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's quite a mission. And then we built a comprehensive response. I'm not going to go into details, but they need flexibility and support in the academic issues, in the learning. We have students joining in Zoom from Gaza to the classes when they have a break. We are providing a financial support. They need money, emotional support, whom need it. And we discovered that the platform is not always enough. We do customized, individualized support to our students. Again, the target is 100% of our students complete the academic year successfully for them, for our economy, and it's part of our responsibility. For those of you who want to contribute to it, we have established a fund and we are raising money that will go completely and fully to support the students. The graduates, the engineers, are going to be the source of Israel's prosperity and for the high-tech, as Professor Amir Yaron mentioned earlier. I would like to extend the model that we have implemented at AFECA to a national level and conclude. I strongly believe that Israel's security, success in economy, and resilience depends on a relevant educational continuum. And in my view, the educational continuum is pre-K, IDF, academia, and industry. We need to work all together to have a common language, to define the required skills, and to shift the national educational continuum to the next level where it should be. It will help students to learn. You give them skills for self-learning. You give them skills for the new job market and the skills that are required to every citizen in the society. I want to declare here that we are going to take our experience and launch together with the Business Forum a unique national center in order to promote competency-based education and employment, achieving these three goals. I want to thank you for your attention and pray, like everybody, for the safe and immediate release of our hostages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to show you a video.
Take a look at this. You must be asking yourself, what is so special about this video? This video was produced following a conference we did 5 months before the 7th of October. We foresaw the war and tried to warn beforehand years.
אנחנו במערכה, אנחנו עכשיו במצב חירום, אנחנו במערכה. זה עניין של שיקול דעת, מתי הם יפעלו מולנו. זה לא עניין של הרתעה, הם לא מורתעים. באותו הדבר בעזה, באותו הדבר בעיראק, באותו הדבר בתימן, באותו הדבר באיראן, כן, כל זה עומד מולנו. ואני אומר לכם, בעת הזאת, אנחנו נמצאים במצב שתוך שנה, שנתיים יש שתי אפשרויות. או ששת הימים, או יום כיפור. אחינו היהודים מתמודדים עם היקף אנטישמיות ודה-לגיטימציה, שלא נראו כמותם. הכנסת צה"ל לוויכוח פוליטי מסכנת אותנו קיומית.
But we also have the solutions for the years to come. This is exactly why IDSF was established as a movement.
IDSF was established for one purpose only, ensuring the security of the people of Israel and the state of Israel. How do we do this? It's very simple. Returning to the concept of national security in the spirit of Zionism. We, the members of IDSF, not only believe that Zionism is not over, it hasn't even started.
So Zionism hasn't actually started, and we actually have a long way to go. So this is my honor to introduce Brigadier General in Reserve Amir Avivi. You saw him on the video. The founder of the Israel Defense Security Forum. Following the October 7th attacks of Hamas, he assured Israel is going to win decisively. Avivi emphasized Iran's role, stating Hamas is funded, equipped, and guided by Iran. I am honored to acknowledge that the Jerusalem Post Award for exceptional pro-Israel activism has been presented to the Israel's Defense and Security Forum for their tireless defense of Israel's existence and the homeland of the Jewish people is truly commendable. Amir? So we saw in the video a bunch of clips and speeches that you made. And an interesting fact that I didn't know was that back in 2005, you were the head, I would say, the chief of staff of the chief of staff's office.
Right. Aide-de-camp of the General Chief of Staff.
Of the General Chief of Staff of the IDF during the disengagement from Gush Katif, from Gaza. That was a very difficult time to be in the IDF.
I actually was potentially going to serve in reserves and have to explain why this was happening. And luckily, I didn't have to, because I don't know what I would have said. So what were your thoughts then? Because at the end of the day, the IDF implemented a government decision to take out all the Jewish settlements within that area and one-sidedly give them to the Palestinians, essentially becoming Hamas.
So I arrived to the Chief of Staff office in 2004, following 2 years where I commanded the battalion in Operation Defensive Shield. And at that time, we won against terror in Judea and Samaria. We defeated them. But in Gaza, the situation was a complete loss of control. After 10 years, from 1994 to 2004, Gaza became an area of chaos. And the reasonable thing to do at that time was, okay, we won in Judea and Samaria. Okay, let's extend the operation and do it also in Gaza. But the reality was that one day the Chief of Staff and I are sitting in the office. The secretary comes in and says, open the TV, you must see this. We open the TV, we see Prime Minister Sharon standing in Herzliya Convention saying, I decided to disengage from there to take a picture of the Chief of Staff face looking at the learning for the first time. Such a dramatic decision. And following that, we had a cabinet meeting a week later. I was sitting on the side, all the leaders around the table. Sharon slaps the table and says, I decided to disengage. What's your assessment? And I was thinking as a young officer, I don't know, in the army we usually assess first and then decide. But at that point, the Chief of Staff said to the Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, if you leave Gaza like that, in 1 year, Gaza will become Hamastan, Al-Qaedastan, and Hezbollahstan. This is what's going to easily manage to create a public atmosphere that supports something that we knew at that time is going to be devastating, talking about security.
You're against this move, yet you are serving and you have a commander. So how do you balance that?
Well, it's a democracy. Once the government decides something, even if it's terrible, you need to do you need to do it. I mean, you do exactly what the government says. We're a democracy. So this wasn't really the issue. The issue is that I understood at that time, and this is what makes me do what I do today, that you need a very dominant voice on the public sphere, dealing with national security without any politics, without any agendas, really being able to tell the society and decision makers what will strengthen Israel's security and what endangers Israel's security, because there was nobody talking seriously to the society and reflecting reality to them.
Right. And you, interestingly, from our previous conversations, we're kind of an outsider in a way where the top of the IDF was thinking in a very different way than you and some of your colleagues are now in the Bitronistim, right? The IDF.
IDSF, right.
Exactly. All these IDF organizations are a bit confusing. So
I'll tell you something. It was very hard to say a Bitronistim in English, right? So we had to find an English name.
Bitronistim.
Right. So we called it IDSF, Israel's Defense and Security Forum. And as time goes by, people don't remember what it stands for. IDSF.
Yeah. Okay.
So today, when they ask me what's IDSF, I say, IDF superstars. That's us.
Okay. So you have 30,000 superstars in this movement. It's a movement, right?
It's a grassroots movement and an intrinsic combination between a grassroots movement where everybody can join, anybody can join, and a think tank. We have roughly 7,000 officers in the movement, but also youngsters, high school kids, pre-army programs, university, young officers, operators, and so on. And this is the way to make an impact. If you really want to shape hearts and minds, you need to be a grassroots movement.
And sure, what's different between you and other movements or organizations that have, senior, former IDF officials or security officials?
Well, we believe that first and foremost, national security is about national values. If you are not connected to Judaism, if you are not connected to Zionism, there is no plane and no airplane, no warrior that can help you. It's all about will. It's all about our values. And this war we're experiencing now, our ability to win it is our will. It's our spirit. This is what will count, so we really focus a lot on values, but also on the need of Israel to be able to defend itself by itself. We must be self-reliant. This is the most basic issue about Zionism.
Have you, because of this clapping, our time is up, but just one more question. Have you ever considered entering politics, possibly running for prime minister? Because I'm getting that sense there. And the audience here kind of likes you. But most of the people here don't vote, but we can change that.
So I can tell you that I think we are in a biblical moment, nothing like Israel has ever experienced before. I speak with many, many audiences every week in all cities in Israel, and the overall sentiment is people are looking for leadership, for vision, they want a change. IDSF will never be political because we're a grassroots movement. We cannot be political.
So the answer is yes.
But leadership will emanate from this movement. I'm sure of that.
Okay, as they say, inshallah. Thank you so much, and thank you for doing what you do. And thank you for cooperating with us last night in the gala event. And let's hope for good news soon.
Thank you very much, Vika. It was really a pleasure. Thank you.
October 7th was a big surprise for every single one of us around the world. We found United Hatzalah in a situation where instead of dealing with 2,000 emergencies a day, all of a sudden we jumped to over 12,000 that day. Turned from an emergency rescue organization that their focus is in 90 seconds to a civilian army. Knowing that volunteers of ours died already or kidnapped, knowing that they're going into a situation they may not come back alive. Our volunteers ran in wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, holding medical supplies, trauma equipment, went under fire inside, rescuing soldiers and civilians and babies. Twin babies that were left 13 hours screaming and crying. All these years, I was worried about the little baby choking. And that's how United Hatzalah was built, for that mission. That's why we were so good October 7th. Because we were next door to that person who was shot. When I went in to see what was done, I never believed things like that could be done. I'm scarred for life. I was talking to reporters from CNN, from Fox News. They were shocked to see that United Hatzalah is made out of volunteers. Hasidic, secular, Arabs. We have Christians and Muslims and Druze serving hand in hand with us. This is Am Yisrael Chai. Together we'll be united. United Hatzalah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in the video, our next speaker is a good friend of mine, Eli Beer. Come on the stage. Sit down. How have you been doing in the past 8 months?
I'll tell you how I'm doing today. This chair here was supposed to be sitting Neta Dolev, right here. He arrived in the U.S. to come to the J-Post conference to be awarded a special award
Neta
for his brother.
Yehud, right?
Neta is a brother of Yehud, of Dolev Yehud.
Exactly.
Neta arrived in the U.S. to be representing his family, and especially his brother, who was missing since October 7th. His brother Dolev, when when the shooting started in the kibbutz Nir Oz, he was a volunteer of United Hatzalah who ran out of his house. He said goodbye to his wife and 3 children. His wife was pregnant. He said, I'll be back soon. Don't leave the bomb shelter. I will come back, but I have to go save lives. He wore this vest. He wore a United Hatzalah bulletproof vest and a helmet, and he ran out. And after about a half hour, we lost any contact with him. He was a next-door neighbor of the Bibat's family, you know, the redheaded children. And Netta came into the USA. He arrived Erev Shabbat, and when he arrived, he got a call from the IDF that he has to return back to Israel. And he was supposed to sit right here this morning.
Right, and I'll just add that we wanted to give this token to him for his brother
to
take it home and hopefully give it to him when he returns. But unfortunately, as you said, last night it was announced that he is no longer living.
And this is our 3rd volunteer who was killed October 7th. And we have another volunteer missing, Tal Cooperstein, who was saving lives, and he was kidnapped. We actually know he was kidnapped. They have a video of him by the Hamas hands brutally beating him up. And we still have volunteers injured. Mm-hmm. And in total of 8 volunteers who were killed since October 7th. Now,
we spoke a bunch lately, and I don't know if you want to get into this or not, but on October 7th, you know, the heroes are actually those who broke the law, right, in a sense, crossed through borders, crossed whatever of blockages of the police or whatever, and said, oh, I'm so-and-so, and whether they were or they weren't. And you had many of those situations with your volunteers, but also as an organization that you have a helicopter. I don't know if you want to get into that or not.
I could say that whoever knows what United Hatzalah stands for, and anyone who knows the story of United Hatzalah knows that United Hatzalah was built with one thing.
Motorcycles.
No. Chutzpah.
Chutzpah, that is true.
And that's what Israel's about. And I can tell you that United Hatzalah actually started the ambucycle unit in Israel. Actually, first ones in the world. No, we never asked for permission. We always said, you first do it in Israel, and then you ask for forgiveness. And that's how we started. 7,000 volunteers who are spread all around Israel.
Wow. And also in Ukraine, I think you guys, in the Ukrainian war, same thing.
Everywhere they have a disaster.
Why is Hatzalah sending airplanes to Ukraine?
We're sending to save Jewish people who are running away, needed help.
Right.
And we're there to help people. These are volunteers. This is literally the organization that runs around Israel, saving lives for free, under fire, within a mission of 90 seconds. So when we had to make a decision October 7th, if to send more people in, well, while we knew 2 volunteers were killed already, 2 volunteers, the first one was an Arab volunteer of United Hatzalah, Awad. We actually knew 2 volunteers were killed. More and more volunteers said, we're not going to stay out. We're going to run inside. Everyone was running out. Us and the IDF were running in. And I must say that we had a question, should we fly our helicopters in? And
because I'll just frame it, as an Israeli, and I think many other people were like, don't we have like an air force? Don't we have helicopters, airplanes? Like, what's going on, right? And we didn't, and none of that it seemed to not have been going on.
So we have 3 helicopters operating, and we decided, one of them is in Eilat, but we decided we're going to fly them in to get people who were bleeding to death, soldiers, Sayeret Matkal soldiers who were, inside, deep inside, they couldn't get them out. And not enough ambulances, so we decided to get our helicopters. Air control said no. And we decided...
Wait, did you ask them?
We asked them, they said no way. And we actually spoke to the pilots, and they said they're willing to go. We don't have insurance. We were threatened to be shut down. And we said, what do you mean shut down? Israel's going to be shut down if we don't do this. This is our obligation as people to fight for others without bureaucracy. And we decided to fly our helicopters and get patients, and we brought dozens of patients who are critically injured.
From where?
From Cheletz, which is right next to Sderot.
Okay.
soldiers who were literally dying. We brought them in the helicopters and flew them to hospitals in Israel. And one of them was a soldier was treated by my wife, Gitti. He was missing part of his skull. And my wife said, should we save him or not? She's a paramedic. She had to decide, triage. She said, this guy looks like he has no chance of survival. But then she sees he has a ring on his hand. And my wife started crying. She says, I'm not going to let this guy die. And she did everything possible. She intubated him, treated him, put him on the first helicopter to arrive. I just got a call from my friend, Jeff Ader. He's in Chicago. He says, do you know I have a soldier here in Chicago who's recovering here in Chicago. He was like a top commando soldier, like Sayeret Matkal soldier. And he's recovering here in Chicago. He was missing part of his soul, and he's treated. I started crying. I said, that guy was saved by my wife, Gitti.
Wow. So, unfortunately, we weren't able to give him this award, but hopefully we could give it to his family because Dolev was a hero. And I want to thank you and thank Ichud Hatzalah, United Hatzalah, for everything that you guys do.
And
well deserved.
I just want to say one thing about you guys. And you know, the Jerusalem Post do this conference for a couple of years, and I remember speaking here many years ago. I must say that I'm so proud of being an Israeli, being a Jew, being an American too. But if it wasn't for our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, Israel would never survive. Israel would never be what it is today, and we would never be able to go through what we're going through now if it wasn't for you and your support to many organizations. They have a lot of great organizations. United Hatzalah organization is an incredible organization, but if it wasn't for the support we get from people like you, we would not have all these helicopters and equipment and everything else. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. And thank you, Eli.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful hearing about such an incredible organization. With that, on to the next incredible organization. Delek US Holdings is a downstream energy company with assets in petroleum refining, logistics, convenience stores, asphalt, and renewables. To introduce their culture of excellence, strong financial position, and track record of growth, I'd like to welcome Delek US Holdings Chairman of the Board, Uzi Yamin.
Hi, Uzi. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. It's an incredible event and really tough for me to be after the Chief of Staff and Eli. So I'll try not to bore all of you.
Nah. Well, we all need energy. Maybe you should give us some energy.
Well, you know, as I was looking at this incredible place and all the lights and everything that we're using here, if you think about what we were using 10 years ago and you compare it to today, you see the difference.
You see the difference. I don't see a difference. So maybe tell us.
Well, you know, many of us are Israelis. We know tomorrow traffic jam will be worse than today.
Right.
That means that people buy more cars. They use more electricity, they use more devices hooked to electricity and to energy.
Right.
And it doesn't change much. In 2015, 196 countries, including the United States, signed the Paris Accord. The Paris Accord talks about reduction in greenhouse emission. Mm-hmm. And everybody agreed, and everybody was happy, and everybody was clapping. There was one problem. All these 196 leaders took their private jets
Oh my God.
to go back home.
Okay.
So, you know, there's a disconnection between what we see outside and the statements that are being made by different leaders.
Yeah. So one issue I think is interesting. You know, we had the Ukrainian war, which actually still is taking place, but people just forget about it, as well as the war in Israel. And I'm wondering, so in Ukraine, we definitely saw that issue with energy because there were questions of will they have heat during the winter? And the winters in Ukraine are, you know, more difficult.
It's not only in Ukraine. If you think about that, Germany,
right, all of Europe,
the biggest economy in Europe, they many years ago decided not to use coal anymore. And as they understood the situation in Ukraine and their dependency on natural gas, what they did, they went ahead and hooked themselves back to coal in order to avoid the situation of being dependent on Russian natural gas.
Mm-hmm.
That's most of the countries in the world now are trying to diversify their energy sources because of the war in Ukraine, but also the Middle East. We all talk about Israel as the center of the world. Well,
you know.
Kind of.
Depending on what issue.
No. We are, United States is 5% of the world population, 4.5.
Okay.
United States consumes 25% of the energy world.
Wow.
So United States worries about all this energy needs. As a matter of fact, Goldman Sachs just raised their projection of world energy needs for the next decade and move on. So as long as we don't change our behaviors and we see everybody here, I was coming from my house, walking here. It was so hot because of global warming, but I decided to walk. Maybe next time I should come with a T-shirt. Because
if you come with the T-shirt, I come with the T-shirt.
I told that to Eli. I don't know where Eli is.
We'll have to speak to him about
I told him that I was going to come with T-shirt and flip-flops next time.
Yeah. So speaking of T-shirts and flip-flops, you know, a lot of people. You know, my next door neighbor who's here actually, he's got an electric car, right? And he was explaining to me how it's actually not only sustainable, or whatever, but it's actually more financially a better place. So, what role do fossil fuels actually play in this growing world of EVs?
That's funny that you mentioned that. Okay, so 20 years ago we thought that we were going to run out of fossil fuels. Since then we know that that won't happen. The Stone Age didn't end because of lack of stones.
Right.
The fossil fuels age won't end because of lack of fossil fuels. Nevertheless, 20 years ago we said, well, we're going to run out of oil. Let's make sure that we come with an idea. We came with the ethanol idea. You know what ethanol is made of?
Of course I do.
Of course you do. Corn, which means tortillas. So we drive tortillas, right?
Okay.
We had an idea. Let's drive tortillas.
Okay, so it's a Mexican technology.
Okay. So now we're saying, okay, electric cars. Now, just to give everybody the magnitude of this thing. In the world, there are 1.5 billion cars. 1.5 billion cars. Last year, there were 100 million cars that were sold.
Wow.
In 2023, how many of them electric cars?
20%?
You wish. 12 million. Out of the 12 million, how many Teslas? Less than 1 million.
Okay.
So people didn't change their behaviors. We won't take 1.5 billion cars and put them in the trash overnight. That won't happen.
Right. Israelis, though, think that Tesla is like a fancy car. They don't get that. For Americans, it's just...
Well, Tesla's car, I'm not here to talk about Tesla, but Tesla's sales this year are down like 20% around the world.
Right. So another issue is the... how do you foresee the balancing ESG commitments with the economic pressures of the energy market?
That's a wonderful question, and I'm going to tell you, as long as we, as a society, 8 billion people, are not committed to changing our behavior, these are just words.
So how can we change our behavior? You said walking.
Well, right now, we don't want to do that. Think about all the plugs that you have today that you didn't have 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Here in the United States, when a child is being born, we call this child and we tell him, hey, before you sign this birth certificate, we're going to give you two things. We're going to give you a note, $100,000 note, please sign it here. And then we tell him, take a car. Well, for every person in the United States, we have one car. Every person on average has one car.
Oh, wow.
And
It's
China is
it's cheaper
120 cars per 1,000 people, while United States is 900. The Chinese want to be United States. So thinking that we are going to change behavior without commitment of everybody here and everybody outside this hall, these are just words.
Okay, so we have another call to action, people. Stop using energy.
Stop using cars, TV, air condition, cell phones, your computers, everybody put your devices away.
But you have to keep
do all
on,
that.
keep on.
And then we won't have greenhouse
But you have to
emissions.
keep on reading the JerusalemPost.com,
Don't look at the screen,
jpost.com.
then we're going to make it dark.
jpost.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you
It was
so much.
Yamin.
Mark Penn has been a longtime friend and supporter of Israel. Throughout his time as a pollster, political advisor, and chairman and CEO of Stagwell, a global marketing and communications group, he has maintained that Israel has the right to defend itself. I'm pleased to invite Mark Penn to the stage. He will be interviewed by Eve Young, the Jerusalem Post economics correspondent.
So Mark, you have around 50 years experience in polling, and you've worked with leaders around the world, including you've advised Begin, Clinton, and Blair in the UK. Can you give us a sense of where American voters are regarding Israel and the war with Hamas, and also where they are regarding the Biden administration's reaction?
Sure. You know, I think when you look at the polling on Israel, it is much better than you think it is, not as good as it could be. Which is to say, you know, I have a simple question, and I have a poll that we do every month. And the question is, are you more supportive of Israel or Hamas in this conflict? And that question comes out 79 Israel, 21 Hamas. The percentage of change I've seen in the last 6 months, 1%, no change whatsoever. So even if you think things have been deteriorating, as they have with the demonstrations and the campuses, actually U.S. opinion has stayed pretty much the same. Now, among 18 to 24, it's 57-43. Among 65 and over, it's 93-7. So there is a huge generational difference, and you see that playing itself out on the campus. And I did some detailed information into that, and most of the young people, about half, are completely misinformed if you probe what they know or don't know about Israel or Hamas. About half is probably real. I'll just give you two other questions to squeeze in. One, we ask, should there be a ceasefire in place, or should there be a ceasefire only after Hamas is out and the hostages are freed? That is 34, ceasefire in place, 66, hostages free, Hamas out. But among Democrats, it's 47-53 on that particular question. So there is a huge difference by party. And third, I just think in terms of the politics and what's been happening with President Biden, the more he has tried to be more even-handed, let's call it, as opposed to his initial position, his ratings on Israel has actually continued to sink. He had a 45% approval, which was about on par with his overall job approval, which is 44, and that has consistently sunk month after month to 36%. So that's an overview.
So you touched a little bit about you touched on what we're seeing on campuses. How concerned are Americans about what we're seeing in terms of protests, BDS?
Well, Americans think there's something wrong on their campuses. When I ask people, is something wrong with the colleges, 67% say that there's something wrong. 69% say that there is significant anti-Semitism in the campuses. And then when I ask them what's wrong, they say the colleges are teaching children racially divisive ideas.
Wow.
And they're very clear. And by the way, all of this polling, you can find harvardharrispoll.com. You can look through all the data and the questions. We have the most extensive polls. Most of the established polls just don't even bother to probe these things.
So in your book, Microtrends, there's an interesting finding that says that 1%, when 1% of the US population, which is only 3 million people, believes an idea, then it can lead to significant political change or social change. Does that mean we should be really concerned about what we're seeing on campuses, even if it's a minority of students?
Well, you should be concerned about what you're seeing on campuses, although kids, as they grow up, typically become more conservative. Although 65-year-olds who support Israel now had a very different worldview when they were in college. But nevertheless, because of the influence of social media and what you're seeing, Microtrends, which is a book about how 1%, well-organized can be incredibly influential as a trend, that is in fact playing itself out. I wrote 2 books, Microtrends, one which was very optimistic, Microtrends Squared, that said that it's actually pulling society apart. And that's what you see on the campuses today, where 1% has an exaggerated role in the campuses and the outcomes.
Wow, well, unfortunately, to end on an ominous note, we're out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think you did good.
Aliyah has always been seen as a blessing by the State of Israel and many outside of it. Now in a post-October 7th world, all right, I know we're all hungry, guys. The food's coming soon. Come on, listen up. Now in a post-October 7th world, the entire paradigm has shifted and evolved. To discuss what Aliyah looks like today, I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Rabbi Yoshua Fass, Executive Director of Nefesh B'Nefesh, and Avichai Kahana, Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration. They will be interviewed by Diaspora Correspondent of the Jerusalem Post, Michael Starr.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to get in the way of some Jews in the buffet table.
It's the worst slot.
It's going to be worth it, I assure you. So we're talking about the post-October 7th environment. A lot has changed. I'm sure Aliyah is no different. How much have your organizations changed in this new environment? Rabbi Fass?
Organization changed, I think, in 2 ways. October 8th in the morning, we had a focus on all the Olim. Over the last 20 years, we've had really the privilege of helping 80,000 Olim move to Israel. And October 8th in the morning, we realized and we discovered that hundreds of our Olim's families had to leave their homes. We had 5,000 combat lone soldiers. Many were injured. Some were killed. Some of our Olim were taken hostage. And it was just a new reality. And we had to pivot and mobilize pretty quickly in pastoral care, in therapy, in financial grants, in even housing. And at the same time, since October 7th, we've been experiencing this incredible phenomenon of solidarity, of almost a 90% increase of interest in making Aliyah from North America. So we've been trying to maintain the proficiency and efficiency of our organization to make sure that we can help this volume, at the same time care for all the Olim that we brought who are now in a sense of trauma.
How about the Aliyah ministry? How have you been handling it? How have you been handling the changes in the post-October 7th environment?
So as Rabbi Fass said, in the minute that October 7th happened and we understand what is happening, we dealt with thousands of new Olim that came to Israel. In our case, most of them from Russia and Ukraine that ran out of a war themselves. And we have a lot of work with people that evacuated from their home. But I have to say, till October 7th, my job as CEO of the ministry was mostly with the integration part. I really believed, and I still believe, that if we'll do better in integration, then Aliyah will increase. But after a year that we have done enormous changes in integration, we have a new opportunity with Aliyah, and we have numbers that we haven't seen for decades, from France, from South Africa, from England, and from North America. We have increase in the numbers of Aliyah files that are opened that we couldn't believe it. And we see a lot of Olim that are coming to Israel even now. 90,000 Olim came to Israel since October 7th. That's a miracle. There is no other country in the world that so many people will come in the middle of the world. And I'm sure that after October 7th, we see more and more Olim that will build Israel.
So you mentioned a greater focus on integration, on absorption. Can you explain the new programs that you've invested in that area? And I also understand that you've invested in caseworkers to help the process along as well.
Yeah, so we're joking that Israel is mostly like Aliyah, but the Olim, we have a job with the integration part. So we have an enormous change that the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration with our partners is now not dealing with Olim when they arrive to Israel. You know, we said they will come and then they will discover. And now we have more and more programs that starts before you make Aliyah. We have a special new division in the ministry that's called Melavei Olim, that their role is to go to the Ole before he come to Israel and to build him a program that he will know how the first 2 years in Israel will look like, and he will start to learn Hebrew. They are starting to learning Hebrew after they are opening the Aliyah files, even when they didn't decide yet that they are doing Aliyah. So more and more programs with housing and with Hebrew and with employment that starts before you make Aliyah.
And we're honored as well that the whole model of Nefesh, this holistic model of before, during, and after Aliyah, has been adopted by the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption to take around the rest of the world.
Well, there's been a lot of cooperation between your two organizations, a lot of new programs. I was in Paris recently, and I saw your new, the medical Aliyah program that you guys have been working on with other organizations as well. I'm sure the crowd would love to hear about this innovative program.
So we'll talk about the program and also about the synergy. 8 years ago, we created this product called the MEDEX. MEDEX is really a phenomenon. It's a one-stop shop for any physician who's interested in making Aliyah. They can come to one location, get their medical licensing approved, get their specialty approved, and then meet with almost every hospital and clinic to interview for a job. They leave that day with a license in hand and a job secured, in many times from different locations, from different hospitals. There's no other country in the world that will license a physician before they become a citizen. So it's just an incredible synergy just between... Thank you. So there is an impending physician shortage that Israel is going to be experiencing if there is not real fundamental change happening. So Israel's recalibrating a bit of how it's going to have more physicians and graduate more physicians, but for the next 5 years there's going to be a shortage. So us and the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption are taking that model of that MEDEX and really bringing it around the world. And our job and our goal is 2,000 physicians over the next 5 years. 400 physician Olim to come to Israel. It's an ambitious program, but it will create such incredible ripple effects in Israel's healthcare system. And we are privileged to be a partner. And you're talking about synergetic relationships. We've never, you're talking, Avichai and I are dear friends, but our institutions and our foundation, the public-private synergetic relationship has never been experienced like this. And it's like any relationship. There's a sense of humility and compromise and kindness and care that each organization has to dance with the other to make sure that at the end of the day, the Ole is the focus and the Ole is serviced.
Well, the fruits of that synergy have been apparent, as you've alluded to, in that startling, impressive figure. Are there any other interesting figures or trends that you've identified in the way that people are making Aliyah?
So first of all, we understand that people come because they want to be a part of a story. we see that more and more people come and they want their children to have different future. So we see mostly in Western countries that people are not running away. So we understand it, and now we are dealing with the Israelis, with the Tzabarim, that we want them to learn from the new Olim. We are now thinking about a new campaign that is not calling for integrate them, but to learn from them. They are the new heroes, and we think that this trend will maybe make Israel better and more united.
Well, there's no doubt. It looks like the future of Aliyah is bright, and I look forward to seeing what's next from your two organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Antisemitism has plagued college campuses for a long time, in particular since October 7th, of course. And New York in particular has been host to some of the loudest protests and encampments, and one voice vocal on the issue has been Republican Congressman Mike Lauder, representative for New York's 17th Congressional District. I'd like to invite Representative Lauder to the stage to be interviewed by prominent journalists covering U.S. affairs for Israel's Channel 12 News, Yuna Leibson.
Congressman Lauder, thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you all who are here. You're considered one of the most bipartisan congressmen. Can Israel remain a bipartisan issue as it was for so many years?
Well, I think what you're seeing, unfortunately, right now in the United States, and in particularly within the Democratic Party, is electoral politics have consumed the issue right now. And when you see the fact that there are pro-Hamas members of Congress, pro-Hamas agitators on college campuses, pro-Hamas agitators within the Democratic base, that obviously has factored into some of the decisions that are being made in Washington. And I mean, we just have to be honest about that, because otherwise I don't know why you would take the tact, recognizing that Iran is a threat, recognizing that Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are funded by Iran and are a threat, and that their stated objective is to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. I don't know why you would make decisions to withhold aid to Israel for any other reason than electoral politics.
But you have managed to pass the anti-Semitism bill, to do things, even with other representatives that you highly disagree. This was something that once was very important to both parties. Do you think that there's a chance to do that again?
I do, because the vast majority of members of Congress and the vast majority of both parties support the state of Israel. As I have said repeatedly to folks, I want the Palestinian people to be free, too, from their oppressor. Their oppressor is Hamas. Israel is not an apartheid state. It is not the oppressor. Israel is the only multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic democracy in the Middle East. It is a beacon of hope, of freedom, and opportunity. And the United States and Israel share a very special relationship, and we want to continue to strengthen that relationship. It's why I fought to get the Special Envoy for the Abraham Accords Act passed. It's why I fought to get the SHIP Act passed, the Iran-China Energy Sanctions Act passed, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act passed, and the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. And in all 5 of those bills, I have worked with Congressman Richie Torres, with Congressman Josh Gottheimer, and with Congressman Jared Moskowitz All three of them are strong advocates for a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. They have pushed back against the lunacy within their own party and have been willing to work across the aisle to get this done. So I'm very proud of the record that I've been able to put forth in a very short time in Congress, working across the aisle. The key is to get especially the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act passed. Right now, that is sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk. The highest ranking Jewish official in American history. And so what I would ask all of you in this room to do, in all seriousness, is to call Chuck Schumer and demand that that bill, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, be brought for a vote immediately on the U.S. Senate floor.
President Biden and in general the U.S. administration support the deal that Israel has suggested, hostages release and a ceasefire. They are pressuring Hamas to accept it and are also trying to persuade parts of the Israeli public, also parts of the Israeli government, to accept and support the deal. Do you think this is the way to end the war?
The fastest way for a ceasefire to occur is for Hamas to surrender and release all the hostages. And, you know, I am born and raised in New York. I've lived in New York my whole life. I was in my 5th day of freshman year on September 11th in high school. 23 years later, I don't forget that day. And no Israeli will ever forget October 7th, nor should they. And I think it is incumbent upon the United States not to force, not to cajole, not to put pressure for political purposes, but to ensure that Hamas is eliminated and the hostages are returned. And so from my vantage point, you know, we want peace. And the fastest way for peace to occur is for Hamas to surrender, for Arab-majority nations to normalize relations with Israel and recognize the very right of the State of Israel to exist, and for long-term Saudi Arabia and other countries to come to the table to help establish a functional government in Gaza and the West Bank. Because a government with Hamas at the helm is a non-starter.
I think that is something that a lot would agree. I see we're just in time for the last question. I have to say that you said before that the Republican Party has to move forward from Trump, but then you voted for him in the primary and said after his verdict that it's a sad day for America, that undermines our electoral process and our judicial system. Our elections should be decided by the ballot box, by voters, not by partisan prosecutors with a political X. Can you, and I'm sure a lot of people are asking you that, can you clarify your stance on Trump and where do you stand? And do you think this war would have looked different if he was president?
Well, look, the American people will speak in November. They will determine, much like the Israeli people will determine who the leadership is within their government, the American people will determine who the next president of the United States is. Republican primary voters have spoken. They have supported Donald Trump. Donald Trump will be the nominee of the Republican Party. I think what happened with this court case in New York was a disgrace. Alvin Bragg is the worst prosecutor in America who has refused to do his job when it comes to prosecuting violent criminals. He has targeted victims of crime and tried to arrest and prosecute victims of crime who were defending themselves. He has refused to go after people who assault law enforcement officers, and yet for political purposes brought among the most flimsiest of cases that anyone has ever seen, going and stretching the law to take what would have been a federal elections crime violation, which the FEC refused to prosecute, which the Federal Department of Justice refused to prosecute, and turning it into a state offense simply because Donald Trump is running for president of the United States. And so,
but I'm asking about Trump. And
no,
not
but this is the fundamental issue. It is not for the courts to decide who the next president of the United States is. It's for the American people to decide. And I fundamentally believe, regardless of one's view of Donald Trump, you like him, don't like him, at the end of the day, that is not what the election is about. The election will be decided by the American people, and I think it undermines our electoral system. I think it undermines our judicial system, and I think it further divides an already divided nation to try and criminally remove a candidate from the ballot. And I think it's wrong.
How do you think the conviction is going to affect his chances in November?
Look, ultimately, he won the 2016 election by 80,000 votes in 3 states. He lost the 2020 election by 40,000 votes in 3 states. We are a deeply divided country. It is going to be very tightly decided by a handful of states. Control of Congress will be very tightly decided by states like New York, a blue state, and districts like mine that Joe Biden won by 10 points. But ultimately, again, the issues are what matter. And I think most Americans, seeing what is happening in the world, the tinderbox that has been created under Joe Biden and his policies, from the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the terrorist attack on Israel, the threats in the Indo-Pacific, a crisis at our southern border, a disastrous economy, I think most people feel that they'd take a few mean tweets over really bad policy. And ultimately, I think that is what will determine the outcome of the election, not some trumped-up charges by a Manhattan DA who refuses to actually prosecute violent felons.
Congressman Mike Lauder, it's going to be very interesting here in the coming months in November. Thank you so much for this talk.
Thank you, everyone.
Immediately after Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th, Israel Bond's president and CEO, Dani Naveh, initiated an urgent campaign to raise critical funds for the state of Israel. Only 1 month later, Israel Bonds generated $1 billion in worldwide sales for the Jewish homeland, its average annual total. Since the war began, Israel Bonds has raised more than $3 billion globally in support of Israel, more than tripling average annual sales. Yes. Please join me in welcoming back Eve Young, economics correspondent for the Jerusalem Post, and Dani Naveh to the stage.
So to start, for those of us who are not familiar with Israel bonds, can you explain what they are exactly?
Yes, but first of all, allow me to say that during these dark days for the people of Israel, it's really heartwarming to be here today.
I agree.
Yes, Israel Bonds is a broker-dealer, global broker-dealer company. We sell bonds issued by the State of Israel. But more importantly, it's right to say that when you buy a bond, you build a bond with the State of Israel. Since our inception in 1951 by our first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, we raised more than $52 billion for the State of Israel, which means that we provided the State of Israel essential needs, from its infrastructure to becoming a startup nation. And every Israel bonds investor is a partner in Israel's great success story.
Wow. So like Tamar said, since October 7th, you've raised $3 billion for Israel. Can you explain this surge in investments after the war?
Yeah, it's really amazing. You know, on October 7th, hours after Hamas' vicious attack started, I already initiated a special campaign of support for Israel. In 30 days, we raised $1 billion. Today, we raise more than $3 billion globally, which is about 3 times our average annual sales, record-breaking numbers. And if you ask me how we made it, I will tell you, first of all, it takes a village to run a successful business. And I'm very proud of my team. We have here members of my of my team. We have a great board of directors and lay leaders. Dr. Andrew Hutter over there is our chairman of the board. And if you ask me what is really behind that surge of investment since October 7th, I would tell you. For so many people, investment in Israel bonds is a great way to say, at this time of need, the state of Israel is not alone.
1.7 of the 3 billion are from states and municipalities, U.S. states and municipalities. Is this your usual investor profile?
Look, local governments and different states and municipalities, they have been investing in Israel bonds for many years, around $350 million a year. But what we have seen since October 7th is a dramatic surge in the local government's investments. As you said, $1.6 billion of investments of local governments here in the United States of America in Israel bonds, in the state of Israel. And it's bipartisan, by the way. You can see Democrats, treasurers, you can see Republicans, treasurers that make investment in bonds. And if you ask them, what is your motivation to make an investment in the state of Israel through that investment in Israel bonds? Most of them will tell you, first, we have our own fiduciaries, and we get strong and steady return. But in addition to that, to those local governments and states, to the treasurers that make the investment, it's a great way to say, we provide funds to the United States of America, best ally in the Middle East.
So BDS proponents have targeted a lot of the local governments who are investing in Israel bonds, with some saying they plan to continue seeking this information so they can oppose these investments. What's your reaction to this?
First, I would say this is really a small and noisy bunch of anti-Semite and BDS people. And on the other hand, the vast majority of the Jewish communities and individuals here in the United States of America support Israel. I have no doubt about it whatsoever. And if people ask me how we should address those anti-Semites or BDS groups, it's very simple. Support Israel. And if you already support Israel, increase your support for Israel. So I can just say, they demand divestment. We are going to double down our investments. This is my answer to them.
That's all we have time for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't leave yet, Danny. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eve. And by the way, Eve has a podcast on business and innovation. You should definitely listen to it. So Danny, I would like to invite someone else to join with you on stage, the international chairman of the board of the Israel Bonds, Dr. Andrew M. Hutter, to join us on the stage. I actually had the privilege of spending Friday night Shabbat with the young generation of the bonds leaders from all across the U.S., and it was inspiring and a very special event. I've been to many events, and it was very different and very special. Let's see if it works. Okay. I would like to honor you with the Award for Leadership and Global Economic Support. It is presented to the Israel Bonds in honor of the most powerful financial way to directly impact the state of Israel. Just a stat, with more than $3 billion in global investments raised just since October 7th.
to fight for Israel's right to better life. That this is Hamas, an enemy that is worse than ISIS.
אנחנו פשוט צריכים את כולם איתנו. רק תבואו. מילואימניקים שיתאחדו יחד.
הכור היתוך הכי גדול שיש במדינה. People need help.
Proud to be where I am.
We need to win this war.
So if you're wondering how to pronounce the name of the organization, it's Israel Is. Was that correct? I got it. I used to think it was Israelis. I am honored to present the Jerusalem Post and Israel Is Award for strengthening Israel's global standing. This award will be given to Dr. Marcy Gringlass and Joel Greenberg, founders of the Seed the Dream Foundation. Joel is a founder of, you'll have to help me pronounce that, an international group called Susquehanna. Before joining SIG, he was a trial attorney in the honors program of the Criminal Division of the United States Department of Justice. Marcy is the president of the Seed the Dream Foundation, the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors. She holds a PhD developmental psychologically and has led numerous initiatives, including the recent I Believe Israeli Woman movement, which is definitely something that is needed. And now, Mike Starr, Diaspora Affairs correspondent, will take it from here.
Joining us is Mickey Aronson, director of the Merit Spread Foundation. Said that one of the first casualties of war was the truth. And unfortunately, like many of its other victims, Hamas has massacred the truth. But we know what we saw on October 7th. And Nimrod, you saw more than most. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your experiences on October 7th?
Thank you, and thank you for being here. October 7, I defied my commander's orders. I traveled south. I encountered many terrorists outside of Kibbutz Alumim and Kibbutz Be'eri. I personally was shot in the chest. Luckily, I wore a body armor I took from a wounded soldier. I grabbed weapons from, unfortunately, either dead soldiers or terrorists as I go. And the atrocities I've seen on that day was unbelievable. Of course, I'm not renewing anything. We all know what happened. But one interesting anecdote I want to share is during the fight in Kibbutz Be'eri, I'm there for hours, since noon, and around midnight, while I'm running with the family outside towards the kibbutz gate, their kid is approximately 22, 23 years old, and he was in a bit of trauma and shock, and I couldn't lift him from the ground. He kept sitting on the ground, and I dragged him and we were under fire. Eventually, when we went outside the gates, right outside the kibbutz, I looked into his eyes and I asked if I can do anything more for you before I'm running back in. And he told me, I can't believe she's in Gaza. And this one is for our hostages. And I asked him, who is in Gaza? And then he showed me his phone. And on a WhatsApp group of the community, picture of a Hamas terrorist selfie with a young kid from the kibbutz inside Gaza. And this is around midnight. And I'm there all day fighting. And I had no idea that they took our own people into Gaza. This is the first time I realized that, and that's to understand the amount of chaos that was there.
Mickey, can you tell us a little bit about your experiences on October 7th and a little bit about the Merit Foundation and what you've been doing in the wake of the massacre?
Merit Spread Foundation was established with two purposes. First and foremost, to serve the interests of the State of Israel. The second, to serve large donors. And unfortunately, on October 7th, we had an opportunity to demonstrate our capacities. I can proudly say that we serve the headquarters of the families of the hostages that were asked by a senior Israeli, why didn't you prepare before so you're ready for October 7th? I'm not joking. And since then, we've been operating for many causes, all have to do for the State of Israel. We joined Israelis, Israel is. And I'm happy to say in this project that is, Nimrod will say a few words about, demonstrates the true spirit of Israel.
Yeah, I would love to hear about the Speak Up program. When a lot of soldiers have returned from the battlefields, they find themselves on the front lines of another war, on the war for truth. And you're preparing them for that war. And can you tell us how you're doing that?
Yeah, so what happened is we have hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers fighting for Israel's right to exist. We all realized in Israel, and you guys, the Jewish diaspora, we realized immediately the sword that Hamas had raised against Israel. It was not just against Israel. Of course, it was against Jews. And the smarter ones really understand the very same sword was not raised just against Jews. It was raised against humankind. And when Israeli soldiers going to defend Israel against Hamas, they're actually defending the world. And when they left reservist duty into their own jobs as lawyers, medical, teachers, whatever they do, businessmen, they finally realized they're under attack around the world. And in this fight, they have no tools to defend themselves. Try to imagine that. They used to be with body armor, with a weapon, fighting against evilness in Gaza in a right war. And then when they leave, they find themselves without any tools to defend themselves. And even to do more than that, actively to try and to change perception. And that's why we establish Speak Up, to give these young reservists the tools they need to keep defending Israel.
So, Mickey, what are these soldiers, what are students facing on these front lines? What is the anti-Israel narrative that they're facing right now? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I would like to tell you why this project is important. First of all, it's personal. The heroes of this war were not only victims, we messed up on October 7th, but there were also amazing stories of heroism. And why am I saying this is personal? Because our heroes are not supermen from Hollywood or superwomen. These are our heroes. Our heroes are Nimrod, and our heroes are my 21-year-old daughter, who has been either in Gaza or up front near Lebanon since October 7th. And they don't complain. Sivan, this is for you. They don't complain, and they do whatever they can, and they are true heroes. And when they come out, they should not be apologetic. And when they travel abroad, they should not be apologetic, because they have nothing to apologize for.
One more thing about the narrative, which is really interesting. I came across with a sign, like on the road in London. And the sign said, "Normal people boycott Israel." Now, it was all over the London subway, and you're a student in Oxford, and you're wandering the street, and you see this sign, and you want to be normal. And normal people boycott Israel, and add this, this is a very sophisticated trend, and add this to just trends. These kids are looking for meaning, and this is a very dangerous recipe against Israel. And we understand that recipe, and that's what we want to do. We believe that there are many ways to tackle anti-Semitism. The way that we approached is by sharing authentic people-to-people stories in order to get into people's hearts, and we see it works. Of course, you have to understand which audience you approach, but this is what we approach.
What would you say, Nimrod, are the main challenges in tackling the anti-Israel narrative?
So I think number one is the understanding the audience you're approaching with. And in our opinion, we believe there are around, let's say, ballpark 10% of people around there that are pro-Israel for so many reasons. It can be religion, it can be ideology. And let's say 20%, they are a really loud minority. We see them all over Colombia and campuses and chanting on the streets. I remember October 7, while I'm fighting with one hand, I'm holding a machine gun, I kid you not, and the other hand, my phone. And I'm taking pictures. Evidence of the rape, evidence of the bodies I've seen on the streets and in the communities, realizing that tomorrow there is a new fight, not just in Gaza, the fight for narrative. And seriously, on October 8, we all know, or probably some of us, in Sydney, on the Opera House stairs, you had hundreds of students chanting, "Gas the Jews," on October 8. And I don't know if you know, but October 8, we only collected our bodies. That's what we did. And overwhelmed the hospitals in Israel by wounded people.
Do you have any recommendations for students who are dealing with these narratives and their proliferation?
I don't believe in educating anti-Semites. They should be deterred. They crawled out of their holes after October 7th, and I don't believe in convincing them. We should scare them. I worked for many years in the Prime Minister's office, and we spoke a lot about deterrence. This program is extremely important when you want to talk about deterring those people. And the people that were in the field, boots on the ground, are best to describe it. Again, not with an apologetic tone, but telling them the truth, avoiding all the fake, and explaining why these people should be scared. We know where you live.
Thank you both for your powerful testimony for the truth.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
תודה רבה.
Thank you both very much. Mike, don't go anywhere. Nice try. You're going to be up next with a few people who understand how problematic campus anti-Semitism really is. I'd like to invite to the stage the Executive Director of the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, Dr. Charles Asher Small, as well as its Vice Chair, David Harris, and Columbia University student, Katie Aryeh.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to start with the micro aspects of anti-Semitism on campus and then blow out to the analyses and the statistics. Hey, calm down over there. I know it's exciting, but calm down. Katie, you are I've heard of this university, Columbia. I understand there's been a little bit of a ruckus there. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience as a Jewish student at Columbia?
Absolutely. As a Jewish student at Columbia, it has been a horrific experience since October 7th. On October 12th, only 5 days after the horrific massacre, there were protests of hundreds of students and faculty explicitly in support of Hamas's attack on Israel, telling Jewish students that they should go back to the gas chambers. We don't want no Zionists here. Death to Israel, death to America. And those sentiments have only grown over the last 8 months. And it's been just horrendous to watch and heartbreaking to see a community that I once so valued being a part of. I worked my whole life to get into Columbia, and I was a very proud student there. And now I'm embarrassed to say that I attended the university. When I went to graduation, 80% of the students were wearing some form of terrorist garb. And my fellow students are lining the halls chanting that they are the student antifada, taking over lawns, taking over buildings with hammers, and just saying horrific things like we should all be grateful that they're not out there murdering all of the Zionists, saying that the hostages are all colonial terrorists who deserve to die. I mean, these are our family and friends. It's just been both mind-blowing and horrific to see.
Mr. Harris, maybe you can explain to us some of the ideological underpinnings. How have we gotten to this point that students and faculty are supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization?
I want to defer to Charles Small, who's been spending decades studying that issue. But what I want to say to this conference is, number one, to the Jewish organizational world, throw out the October 6th playbook. It is irrelevant today. We need a new playbook for the entire community. When it comes to universities, it has to be very clear. Unfortunately, too many American universities today do not understand what is our preferred weapon, which is reason. What they do understand is reputational damage, financial implications, lawfare, and congressional legislation. That's what they understand. And people like Bill Ackman and Mark Rowan, who was just on the stage earlier today, are showing us the way. And ISCAP, which after 49 years in the organized Jewish world, I chose to join because I believe that it's doing something essential to the question of universities and the future of this country, has identified the two main issues which Charles Small, the founder of ISCAP, needs to address. Number one, where is the money coming from? And why is it that Qatar, a nation of fewer than 350,000 citizens, is the largest foreign funder of American higher education? Why? To what end?
So let's dig deep into that. Mr. Small, can you tell us a little bit about Qatari funding? How much has this been influencing our schools?
Okay, thank you. So also to echo David, which I'm honored that Katie and David are here on the panel with ISGAP, and that David is with our team. For 40 years, the Muslim Brotherhood has been funding higher education in the United States and in Western Europe and in Canada. They know that by influencing the universities, it's the best way to transform a society. Higher education is the most important institution in our democratic country. Change it, where young Americans go to learn to be citizens, and you've captured the minds and the hearts of the society. Under our noses, for 40 years, the Muslim Brotherhood with Qatar, and before that Saudi Arabia and other nefarious actors, anti-democratic, anti-American, sexist, homophobic, anti-Semites, have been giving money to higher education. They've been funding the Edward Saids and the intellectual champions of the sort of red-green alliance. The radical left, radical Islam, and also the radical right have been attacking the democratic center. The Muslim Brotherhood intentionally, this is 40 years ago, created a strategic plan to distance Israel from the United States and the West, and to use anti-Semitism to fragment and to weaken the United States of America. 40 years later, look where we are. And my other message, echoing David, which is really important, we need, as David was saying, a post-October 7th Jewish community strategy. We need the best minds, the best intellectuals at the table. For over 25 years, my academic colleagues knew this was unfolding, but nobody wanted to listen. There's a Chinese proverb that says, you can't wake up a dog that's pretending to sleep. We all wanted short-term benefits. We need the best minds. We need the best strategy experts, the policy experts, the philanthropists and business people that know how to scale and develop projects. Intellectuals, we map and decode, but we can't really tie our shoes all the time. We need everybody around the table who speaks different languages and has different area of expertise, and learn from each other and listen to each other. This can't just be the intellectuals, or just the philanthropists, or just the community leaders. This is a time, as in the words of Elie Wiesel, of great urgency. This is an emergency, and all of the brilliance that our community has. Our Jewish community and the State of Israel has never been so successful, so educated, so strong, and healthy, and learned as ever before, perhaps in our history. We have to take all of these talents in this time of emergency and think outside the box and listen to all the experts at the table and move forward as a community, as a united people.
These funding networks, they're beyond just Qatar. And I understand that ISGAP's done quite a bit of research into the networks behind SJP and the private foundations that are funding the process that we see on campuses like Katie's.
So SJP is associated with the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood, we have to know the minds of our enemies. The Muslim Brotherhood wants to destroy Israel and murder Jewish people around the world. That's their stated, clear objective. They take a perversion of Islam and they fuse it with European anti-Semitism. The protocols of the elders of Zion, the words and ideas that led to the extermination of Jewish people in the Holocaust are the same words and ideas that the Muslim Brotherhood uses as their raison d'etre, as their constitution. Yosef Kawadawi, the head of the Muslim Brotherhood, always preached throughout his life that the true believer, the true Muslim, is obligated to finish the work of Hitler. This is the Muslim Brotherhood. SJP and the American Muslims for Palestine come out of the Muslim Brotherhood. This is their ideology. It's no accident that on October the 8th, SJP in the United States of America said they're not just supporting the Palestinians, they're not just supporting the people of Gaza. They said, we are Hamas. The struggle is ours. Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, funded and supported by Qatar. And as David was saying, Qatar is pumping at least tens of billions, with a B, of dollars into our higher education, funding the shock troops, the little thugs on campus, SJP covered like KKK members on our campus, and they fund our intellectuals. Think about this. The Jewish people were exterminated because we were defined as not white. Today, the intellectual clowns in the classrooms at Columbia, in Oxford and Cambridge and the Sorbonne, all the top universities, are now teaching that Jewish people are white, and not you're white and welcome to the club and we're terribly sorry for the catastrophe that happened to the Jewish people. No. In less than 2 generations, we've gone from non-white to white, and we are the epitome of colonialism, of occupation, of apartheid, and now genocide. This is coming from the intellectuals down onto the campus, and from the campus into our wider society.
Thank you very much for this dissection of the network of anti-Semitism that we're facing on campus. Thank you.
I'll just add, today we're releasing a report on Columbia University with the help of amazing student activists and faculty members, and you can get the report on our website today about Columbia and SJP.
And folks, you're being treated to a lot of information from morning till night today. Remember one thing, if nothing else, that this young woman has told us that 80% of students graduating from one of the world's finest universities, her words, were wearing some form of terrorist garb. If that is not a wake-up call to each and every one of us, as Jews, as Americans, as citizens of a democratic society, as parents, I don't know what is. And the other thing, why is our government not investigating Qatar? Why? Why? Why is our government elevating Qatar to major non-NATO status when it should be questioning why its money is interfering with American values and seeking to divide this country and destroy the relationship between the United States and Israel? Why?
And why are... And the other last thing I'll add, sorry, is why are our institutions aiding and abetting in global terrorism by taking blood money from Islamic fundamentalist countries to hire evil professors to spew their godless, hateful gospel to students, say things like Hamas's attack was amazing, and those professors teach the classes on Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That is abhorrent, and the leaders of these universities either need to find moral clarity and a backbone, or they need to find a new job.
I'm pleased to introduce this wonderful panel of people who have worked hard after October 7th to bring to light what has happened and react in due time to help Israel's citizens. I'm pleased to introduce Sderot Mayor Alon Davidi, photojournalist Chen Shimel, whose work you may have noticed strewn about this hall in a collection titled October 7th, a photographic exhibition, and Rashi Foundation General Director Michal Cohen. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Alon, I'd like, yes, very rightly so. Alon, I'd like to start off with you. How did you first find out on the ground exactly what was happening on October 7th?
Like all the people that live in Sderot, 6:30 in the morning, we hear the sirens of red color. I've been in my house with 30 people. We run for our bed, run to the shelter. After a few minutes, we go outside and start to hear the shouting. And from that moment, it changed our life. It changed the life of the states of Israel, and it changed my life more than 8 months. I'm a mayor of city without citizen, a mayor of citizen without a town. Very, very tough day, but I'm optimist that in the end we will win in this war.
Yes, not an easy mindset to keep at these kinds of times. Michal, the Rashi Foundation has been working in the geographical and social periphery of Israel for over 40 years in cooperation with the communities there. So how did this affect your response in the first days after October 7th?
So, as you said, Rashi Foundation promotes social mobility in the periphery. So for us to be there October 7, it's our area to act.
It's right up your alley.
Yes, and for us is the people that live there, the mayors and the others. It's our team. For us is to adjust the needs according the war. So we be in touch with them and adjust the needs. The all needs that come up from them, and we immediately establish emergency fund and give them the whole response that they ask us.
Yeah, Chen, you have quite a unique perspective, you know, as coming down as an artist to try and portray the reality and present it to the world. How was your first time going down to Kibbutz Be'eri? Do you have a microphone?
When I went to Kibbutz Be'eri, it was actually with Zaka. I joined them as a photojournalist. And it was 70 days after October 7th. And we got a call from Zaka, and we didn't understand why we're going down to clean. Surely everything has been done already. And it turned out that the first rain of the season had actually washed away an entire floor of ash of this one home,
wow,
where 15 were murdered, to reveal a floor just filled and flooded in blood. And so we went down south, we went to Be'eri, and we spent hours and hours on our hands and knees on the floor, scrubbing, washing, and cleaning this blood of this home.
Cleansing of an atrocity. That sounds truly mortifying. Alon, now we're kind of seeing, you know, things are a bit fired up again in Sderot. You know, Sderot is under fire again after quite a long time in which there weren't too many rocket sirens down south, and now the residents who, you know, have just started trickling back in are under fire again. So how have you been helping these residents who, you know, are you know, thinking of leaving again?
First, I think that we need to change the future. The people of Sderot decide to come back. In the beginning of March, I opened the school in the city, because in the end you cannot take people and family and throw them out from their life, from their house, and everything is start to breaking, especially when being outside. So the municipality work with many organizations and the government, like Michael and the foundation of Rashi, and we tried to give them all the support that they can get, resilience, education, to the business, to many, many things. But I think that the important help that we can give to the people of the South, to the people of the North, to the people that live in Sderot and come back to Sderot, and to the people that live the village around Gaza and now stay outside, we need to change the future. And to change the future, it's to make and do what the Prime Minister and the government promise us. One, is to return the hostages. Second, is to beat and destroy Hamas. And the third is to change the reality that we will be stopped to be the front line and the border of the terror against Israel. Because from 2001, me and my family and the residents that live surround Gaza, and I can give you my personal example, I have 7 kids, from 12 to 26. Me and my wonderful wife, we growing a family that most of the children going to terror, that most of the children need to hide and need to find a place to save their life time after time, more than 12,000 times. And we see what's happened on 7th of October. And my message to myself, my message to the Prime Minister of Israel, my message for everyone, we need to change the way that we think about an organization of terror, to think about our enemy. People need to live like normal people. People need to be and live in safe and peace.
And
the army need to be the army need to be in the front, and we need to understand that the border now it cannot defend not the village and not the city of Sderot and not the village and the city of Kiryat Shmona in the north. We must change the way. We need to put inside Gaza, the army. The army need to control Gaza. The army need to be in 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. I cannot believe, I'm sorry, but I think it's very, very important. I cannot believe that anyone will come back to live in surround Gaza when you will see 1 million Azatim, that thousands of them are terrorists, live in Bet Hanun, live in Bet Lahia, live in Rafah, live in Jabalia and Sajaiya, and he will return home. We must destroy Hamas. We must bring back the hostages, and we must build the future.
Yes, I do want to move on from that because we do need to look, nevertheless, at the immediate future. And the immediate reality is that a bunch of evacuees, thousands, hundreds of thousands from the south, from the north, are currently evacuated in hotels across Israel. And I'm curious how Rashi, Michal, has kind of helped these people and their families. You know, there's children in these hotels. Schools need to be reorganized. It's not an easy system to adapt to.
So, as I described, we immediately did a transfer for our ability, and we went to the hotels and speak with the residents, with the mayor and with the team, and ask them. We are never come and say you need this. We ask them what you need from us, and we accompany them during the whole period, even now, and create schools that give them some of relief to deal with the emotional issues, to deal with the education, trying to give them some hours on the day to do something else. And we know that our mission as an organization, social organization, is to be with them, to ask them what they need, and then to adjust our response to their needs.
That's a type of attentiveness that needs to come with it. That's not easy at all, especially in a time of war. So thank you for that work. Chen, last question of this panel. I have to ask you, you know, we're hearing about all these atrocities. I mean, Sderot is just one, you know, sector where it's been so intense. In one short word, what would you say is a kind of key to keeping your composure when going down there, when going to photograph these atrocities?
Keeping composed is not easy after seeing such difficult things. You've reminded me of in December during Hanukkah, I interviewed and photographed the mother of Eden Zacharia, who was 20. I interviewed and photographed the mother of Eden Zacharia, who was taken by Hamas from the Nova Festival. She was 28. And after I had interviewed her and we had done the photos, I was about to leave, and she turns to me and she asks me to stay for a cup of tea. And so I put my camera down, I say, of course, and we sit on the couch and she makes me a fresh mint tea. And we sit and we're talking, and she starts to play with my hair. And she asks me what products I use, and I think she just really missed that time that she had with her daughter.
When life still felt like regular and human. Yeah. That's truly so empowering. Thank you all so much, Alon, Chen, Michal. Thank you very much.
So not every day do I get to introduce a panel where one of the people on the panel is my cousin, but there's no kind of protectia here. He actually has a really big and important job. So the next panel is about the diaspora jury and the war fallout. The speakers are Dan Elbaum, head of the Jewish Agency in North America, and Ron Brummer, Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Antisemitism. The moderator will be the one and only Jewish World correspondent for the Jerusalem Post, Mike Starr. And you could guess which one's my cousin. This one. We're a small family. And he's from Chicago, so if there's anyone from the Midwest in the audience, a little bit, you could clap.
So I thought I'd try to spice things up a little bit, see if I can get you guys to fight on stage for us. Thought that would be a little bit entertaining. Since October 7th, a question has arisen about the role of the diaspora, the future of the diaspora. We're seeing a rise of anti-Semitism. And some voices have been saying, well, is there still room for a diaspora? Should we just ingather all of the diaspora, make Aliyah, mass Aliyah into Israel? Ron, what are your thoughts on this?
So, personally, I would love to see all Jews from all over the world coming to Israel and living with us in Israel. But eventually it's an individual decision, obviously. And as long as there are Jews living abroad in the diaspora, our role, our mission as a Ministry of Diaspora, as an Israeli government, is to ensure a rich, prosperous, secure Jewish life abroad in any aspect, spiritually, from a security point of view, with the ability to combat anti-Semitism, to raise a family and children as if they were living in Israel with all possibilities that there are of having a rich, valuable Jewish life abroad.
I hate to disappoint you about the conflict, but I have two words, gam v'gam. We at the Jewish Agency are committed that every single Jew, no matter where he or she lives, no matter how he or she worships, has the right to live as a Jew wherever they please. We've been thrilled to see a wave of Aliyah since October 7th. I think we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I've been just as thrilled and just as inspired to see college students like we just saw, other American Jews, Jews around the world standing up for Israel in such a strong way. We need both communities, and we need them now more than ever.
So let's hear about this trend that you teased us with. Can you tell us a little bit more about the numbers, the figures that you're seeing here?
I want everyone to really internalize two different Aliyah miracles that have occurred in the last few years. And I'm not using the term miracle in a showy way or anything else like that. The first is the Aliyah from Russia and Ukraine after the war, where we saw as a community that our response, if we ever asked the question, what would we do for Jews in a time of war when they were fleeing, we answered that question decisively. 85,000, as was referenced before, Jews have come, the largest migration since the fall of the Soviet Union, all taken in by Israel, all through the Jewish Agency, all through your support. The second miracle is since October 7th, over 17,500 Jews from across the world have decided to make Israel their home. At 17,500 different stories, 17,500 different people looking at what is occurring in Israel, seeing the war, seeing the devastation that hostages face, and making the decision to link their destiny with the Jewish state. That is something amazing. That is something that should inspire us. And let me just to throw a few numbers. We have seen Aliyah files from France over 200% open. From Canada, nearly over 100%. From the US, we've opened over 75% of files. People are saying Hineni. They're looking to the state of Israel. They're looking to make a new life in the state of Israel.
And that linked destiny, it isn't just one way. Ron, you're telling me earlier about how the ministry helps secure communities in the diaspora.
So securing a Jewish life in the diaspora is not only from a security point of view. It's not only about building fences and having security around synagogues and Jewish institutions. This is a major part of what we are doing. But there is a huge part of education, connection to Israel, giving Jewish identity. These are things that are part of the security of Jews abroad. When we combat anti-Semitism, we enhance the tools and the capabilities of Jews abroad to combat anti-Semitism by education and obviously by securing Jewish life. But an extremely important thing is not focusing only on Jewish communities abroad. When we combat anti-Semitism, what we actually say is that anti-Semitism is not a problem of the Jewish community. It's a problem of this country, the entire non-Jewish community, because it always starts with anti-Semitism and then it goes many different ways. So combating anti-Semitism is about resilience, and strength of Jewish communities and education in all aspects of society.
And this fight against anti-Semitism, it's in the online realm as well. Can you tell us a little bit about your Hasbara work online since October 7th?
So first of all, let's erase the word Hasbara. This is a word that we try not to use anymore. We are in the middle of a cognitive warfare. And in this cognitive warfare, breaking news, we are losing. In order to win or not lose as much as we do, we need much more coordination and cooperation between all entities and organizations that deal with this sacred mission of combating anti-Semitism. And we need one more thing, the Jewish brains. We need to be more smarter than the other side. We need to use the capabilities that we have as Jews, as pro-Israel advocates, in order to win this cognitive warfare, which is as important as the real warfare that is happening right now in Gaza and in Lebanon and elsewhere.
Thank you. Can you finish off our panel with a message to anyone who might be considering Aliyah?
So if you are considering Aliyah, work through Nefesh B'Nefesh, work through the Jewish Agency. We are here for you 100%. Our shlichim across the country, working in day schools, working at college campuses. They're there for more than Aliyah, but certainly they're a resource for Aliyah. And if it's okay, if I could just say a word quickly about our shlichim, because we've heard from a lot of heroes at this conference today. We've heard from soldiers, we've heard from the widows of soldiers, victims of terror, hostages. I want to just say a word about the Jewish Agency shlichim, who are my heroes. These are Israelis, some of them 18 years old, who are spending a year away from home at the hardest time in their country's history. 1,400 will be heading to summer camps this summer to teach our children all that is beautiful about Israel and Judaism. Over 100 on our college campuses helping students arm against BDS, working in our day schools, working in our public schools. These shlichim are really doing such incredible work, and it's an honor to have them as part of our community, and it's an honor to have them in the Jewish community. And if you know any shlichim, if they're at your synagogue, if they're at your kid's school, anything else, please thank them. It's not easy work that they're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for highlighting the bond between Israel and the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's all the ruckus? We're still going. Thank you. I heard one laugh, and it was intentional. Shortly after October 7th, hundreds of thousands of Israelis from near and far were called in and indeed volunteered for Miluim Reserve Service. They collectively put their lives on hold and dropped everything to serve and protect their country. Many, in fact, were no longer living in Israel and flew in especially to do their civic duty. And when that happened, few airlines could claim they helped as much as Israel's very own El Al. I welcome to the stage now Simon Newton-Smith, Senior Vice President of the Americas for El Al Israel Airlines, who leads the teams responsible for delivering safe, reliable, customer-centric, and commercially profitable El Al operations from Boston, New York JFK, Newark, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles. He'll be interviewed by Jerusalem Post Diaspora correspondent Michael Starr.
Yeah, I think I should put on like a fake mustache or something like that, so you think like different guys coming up here. You know, a lot of Israelis were trying to get back for reserve duty on October 7th, and I know personally a lot of people that El Al was that lifeline to get them back to Israel. Can you tell us a little bit about how El Al was involved in bringing people back home?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. October 7th obviously has been a key theme for a lot of the conversation today. And the decision was made on October 7th that we had one purpose as an airline, which was to keep flying. And it's supporting this community, connecting this community, has been the sole purpose of every one of our 5,000 employees. So going right back to the start of the events, we added flights any which way we could. Every seat, getting people back to Israel. I should say right up front to everybody here, thank you so much for your patience. We know traveling between the US and Israel has been a challenge over the last few months. Seats are in very short supply. We've added extra flights since October 7th. We've been flying up to 6 flights a day into New York. And we could add more and more planes and every one of them would be full. But as an example, one of the things you'll know is we don't fly on Shabbat. But we got special permission in the days after October 7th to fly during Shabbat. And again, making it easy for the troops to get back and defend the country and carry vital supplies, critical supplies back to Israel at that time.
Guys, I know the food's very exciting, but please try to calm down a little bit while Mr. Newton-Smith is speaking. Can you tell us a little bit more about these new lines? I understand there's a new partnership in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. We announced, well, first of all, we launched quietly service from Fort Lauderdale to Tel Aviv back in April. There's the South Florida community. Thank you very much. We'd planned to launch that service. It was launched, I want to say, 3 days after the Iranian attacks. People were saying, surely we can't be doing this. That service was launched on time, as planned, many, many months ago. So yes, we've launched a new service while all of this has been going on. We've also announced a partnership with Delta Airlines. So we've entered into a code share with Delta, which means that for those of you with MATMID members, you can get to more places, earn more miles. And in fact, this morning we announced a partnership with Virgin Atlantic, in addition to Air France and Scandinavian Airlines a few months ago. So really building out a broader network for all of our customers.
Since the pandemic, now you guys are sharing a lot of traffic over Israel with surprise flights from Tehran to Tel Aviv. So things are a little bit turbulent right now, pun intended. How is El Al doing with this situation? What can we expect?
Yeah, I mean, counterintuitively, it's doing well, but it's challenged. It's challenged at the moment because, again, we don't have enough seats. Ironically, later on this week, I don't normally make a point of highlighting what our competitors are doing, but Delta resumed service from New York. United also resumed service, and that is great news for Israel, and it's great news for us to have that additional capacity in the market. Looking backwards, I won't talk about looking forwards, but as an example, our load factors, the number of seats that we sell on board the aircraft, have averaged around 95 to 96%, which is, frankly, it's unheard of for El Al, and it's unheard of for many airlines.
Do you have a final message to finish off our panel for anyone who might be on the fence about flying to Israel?
Supporting Israel is traveling to Israel, and one of the things I've learned is that, particularly with the Jewish community, direct contact, personal contact is important, good times and bad. El Al has equipped itself to be the securest option of travel between here and Israel. Keeping you safe is our number one priority. We have equipment on our aircraft that other airlines do not have. We have security on board the aircraft, and we have security before departure that, again, is unparalleled in our industry. So if you want to feel secure, travel to Israel, travel El Al. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. הכי בבית בעולם. Okay. You know, when we're eating, then our mouth, like, you know, is chewing, then we should just chew. Our next item is actually, I was looking forward to for a long time. We're going to be acknowledging two individuals who have stood up for Israel since October 7th and stood up against anti-Semitism. It's a special award we are giving the Jerusalem Post together with the World Zionist Organization, the WZO. So I would like to call to the stage Dr. Racheli Baratz, head of the Department for Combating Anti-Semitism and Enhancing Resilience of the World Zionist Organization.
Wow. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here today in such a good company for such an important cause. I've been thinking a lot about the idea of home. Much like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, we had endured a hurricane, a tornado, to remember there is no place like home, and we must do whatever it takes to protect it. As we sit here in this beautiful room, I also cannot help but ache for our hostages sitting in the dark tunnel dreaming of home. I wish I could be like Dorothy, that I could step 3 times in my red shoes and to bring them back home. Let us all unite in prayer that our hostage will be free and home. At last, nothing is more important than that. Today, I'd like to talk about anti-Semitism in the wake of October 7. What I find most terrible is not the number, thought that we are alarming enough. Over 10,000 anti-Semitic incidents recorded around the world over the past 8 months.
Everybody, we have a really big surprise for you guys. So just try and chill and be quiet. And the surprise is about to be here.
Still, the trend that worries me most is not the hate of our foes, but the indifference of our friends. The worst attack of the Jewish life since the Holocaust was not followed by a resounding cry for allies, but a collective loss of moral clarity, denial, and dehumanization. They never again become all over again, so uninterruptedly. Once more hate was lurking on the left, the right, on every corner, staring at us, from the ripped poster of kidnapped children and swastika defacing synagogue and school across America, echoing in violent protest in higher education institutions, and condemnation of those who should have been our partners, but instead choose to attack us as we wage in war against terror on the world's behalf. But just as the night skies turned darker, the light piercing through it turned brighter. And from the ashes again grow Israel love, who come together in unprotested outpouring of support. They demonstrate Jewish resilience, pride. These are the voices we chose to illuminate, to amplify today with this award. Those whose words and action make our world a little bit hateful today, and maybe a little more hopeful tomorrow. As we recognize these important advocates in the fight against anti-Semitism, I urge you all to join them. Not in the name of Judaism or Zionism, in the name of humanity. I also would like to invite to the stage Mr. Yaakov Chaguel. Mr. Yaakov Chaguel is the chairman of the World Zionist Organization. For decades, he has been the champion of the Jewish people, leading efforts of uplift Jewish communication, combating antisemitism, and support Aliyah, making lasting impact of the Jewish people. Zvika Klein and Yaakov Chaguel will give the prize. For the first prize is for really a special woman. She is the first advocate chosen by the World Zionist Organization and the Jerusalem Post Joint Committee, Miss Emily Austin. She creates content, who has 1 million followers thanks to her innovative coverage of the NBA and its player and successful podcast. Emily has been one of the most outspoken and passionate young advocates for Israel on social media. She creating informative video, dispelling lies and misinformation and raising awareness, especially among the younger generation. She also worked with the Israeli delegation to the UN, leading both traditional and public diplomacy efforts to bolster Israel's image. Emily sent an important example for fellow young Zionist leaders to use their platform unapologetically stand up for our people.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your food, but bear with me for a moment while I express my gratitude. First and foremost, I'm so honored and humbled to receive this award from World Zionist Organization and Jerusalem Post. You know, long before October 7th, the both of them have been doing amazing work, and they will continue to do so. But I do want to say that I humbly accept this award on behalf of not only myself, but every influencer and every human being who's out there using maybe not necessarily their platforms, but using their voice where it's needed the most. Because I can tell you that during these times, thank you, that during these times, it's very, very challenging more than ever to speak up, especially when it seems as if the whole world is against us online more than face-to-face because they're cowards, but that's another story. But it's been very challenging, you know. Personally, I have a little bit over 2 million followers. I work in sports broadcasting, and the pushback since October 7th has been really horrible. I've lost job opportunities, I've lost brand deals, I've lost friends, as we all have. But I think even more so, it reinforces why I'm doing what I'm doing and why it's so important that we all continue to do so. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for doing your part. And thank you for acknowledging my work. And I will continue to fight for Israel because we are here to stay. We're not going anywhere, whether you like it or not. So, Am Yisrael Chai.
He promised you a surprise. Fools, said I, you don't know, silence like a cancer grow. Few lyrics have been truer in reflecting the goal difference to antisemitism since October 7 than those of folk rock classic, The Sound of Silence. Yes, silence, with itself is a crime. Allowing hate to fester, a few voices to have been louder than that of our following honoree whose words of support gave many of power to carry on. David Draiman. David Draiman is not only the frontman of successful metal band Disturbed, whose cover of Simon and Garfunkel's iconic Sound of Silence has reached over 1 billion views worldwide, but alongside the support of Israel. With friends and family across the country, David has been invested in his heritage far before October 7. In the wake of the tragedy, David has been greatly involved in public advocacy for Israel, using his social media platform to inform his followers, speaking about the situation on the stage. of our hostages and continually drawing attention to their situation. He has also helped fundraise to the fellow Zionist artists caught in the trauma due to their support of Israel. In an industry whose biggest star remains silent on antisemitism, David is the unique exemption of powerful voice of reason, courage, and moral clarity that defied the sound of silence.
Hello, all my Jewish friends. I've come to talk with you again. Crazy times we are living in, Chevra. Crazy, crazy times. If you had told me 10 years ago that I would have lost so many of my colleagues and friends over my position to simply defend my people, our people, the Jewish people, I'd call you crazy. If you would tell me that the entire world would flip this script on us, if you would tell me that this bizarro existence that we're currently living in, where good has become evil and evil has become good, and where modern day Nazis are praised in progressive circles all over the world, where university students champion their cause, the world can seem like a very, very dark place these days. But I can tell you from my own personal experience that it takes incredibly powerful light in order to dispel darkness. And it is up to each and every one of us to be that light in this darkness we are currently living in. I have so many friends of mine in my industry, as it was alluded to, that could really be much more outspoken, that could really be raising their voices to defend their own people, our people, the Jewish people. And I have to say to each and every one of you, where the hell are you? Where are you? What are you waiting for? We just experienced the worst Jewish catastrophe, the worst Jewish loss of life since the Holocaust. Does something more impressive need to happen for you to finally open your mouths? I, for one, have stood defiant despite daily death threats by the thousands, daily threats to my family, to my livelihood, to our very existence. This is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. You brush that off. You keep going on, you keep soldiering on. You do not let the terrorists win. You do not let them intimidate you. You do not let yourself, we do not let ourselves succumb to the fear that they are trying to instill in each and every one of us. You remain strong, you remain steadfast, and you stay rebellious and defiant in the face of these animals who seek to end our very existence, ladies and gentlemen. Stay strong, stay resilient. Am Yisrael Chai.
I am excited to announce two superstars. The first superstar is Member of Congress, Richie Torres. I'm sure you guys all heard the interview we did with him on the Jerusalem Post podcast just a few weeks ago. I'm sure you all did, right? And the second superstar is Yuna Leibson from Channel 12 News in Israel. I don't hear enough of a round of applause for Yuna.
Thank you, Congressman Torres, for being with us today.
You know, when we first met, when I first interviewed you, you were still Congressman-elect. It was here in New York, in the Bronx. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, exactly on that issue, Congressman Torres. Congressman Torres, you know, you said back then that you are not going to change your support for Israel even when you get to Capitol Hill. And we have definitely seen that. Can you address how has it been like for you as a great supporter of Israel? And I'm sure this is not the first time that you've heard things like that coming from the audience.
You know, I bring out the best in people. Is this working?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Let us please go on with a conversation. We really want to hear what Congressman Torres has to say.
Well,
and you know,
I just want to tell the next disruptor, I am a Zionist. I always have been and always will be. And so no amount of harassment or intimidation or bullying is ever going to dissuade me from thinking what is right, and I'm going to support the U.S.-Israel relationship. So all of your interruptions,
Congressman Torres, I don't think there was something like this here yet, but this has been part of your day-to-day since October 7th and even before, right? Tell me, how has that been? Because you have been such a vocal supporter for Israel, and I know this has been such a big part of it.
I also want to tell the future protesters that it's a waste of your time and a waste of mine, but that's... Look, Israel is one of the hardest issues in American politics. There's no issue on which I've had to face more hate, harassment, even death threats. You know, my mother's been the target of harassment.
Oh.
There were anti-Israel activists who said to my mother, "You're a genocide mother." I had my office vandalized on Christmas with red paint, and there were anti-Israel activists who wrote a note that said, Jesus Christ was a refugee in the West Bank in an egregious act of historical revisionism. So, you know, I never thought in my wildest nightmares that I would be accused not only of genocide, but also deicide. So, but we live in a crazed and morally confused world. But I feel like we have to stand firm. The greatest, no need to applaud. It's not the State of the Union, but I appreciate it. Although I'm 36, so I'm going to run for president 44 years from now. So I hope to have your...
You know, you are progressive, pro-Israel, and this is something rare in these days, saying those two things together. Can Israel count on the support from Democrats and, you know, to see that long alliance also in the future?
So nothing should be taken for granted, right? We should never underestimate the rate at which the political world can change. But just like support for Israel is bipartisan, opposition to Israel can also be bipartisan, right? We see challenges to the U.S.-Israel relationship not only from the anti-Zionism of the far left, but increasingly from the isolationism of the far right. Both of those are challenges. But when it comes to the far left, I've long said that, I'm concerned that the far left could be to American politics what Jeremy Corbyn became to the Labour Party in British politics. And so the burden falls on pro-Israel Democrats like myself to resist the Jeremy Corbynization of progressive politics in America.
Do you think we'll see a change in this administration's policy? We've heard repeatedly from high-ranking officials that this is not off the table. There's a lot of political pressure. Many people, for political reasons, are trying to make the president to draw a red line. Do you think we're at that point? Do you think we're getting closer? Do you think that this is something that is going to happen soon?
For me, there's no change. There should be no change. It's a struggle between good and evil, between civilization and barbarism. For me, October 7th was a crime against humanity so barbaric that it must never be forgotten, it must never be repeated. The perpetrators of October 7, like Sinwar, must be brought to justice. And Israel has a right to defend itself, and Hamas must be removed from power. And the hostages must be brought home. Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas in the wake of October 7th, just like the United States had a right to defend itself against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban in the wake of 9/11. And so for me, supporting Israel's right to defend itself against an existential threat should be a non-negotiable of American foreign policy.
You've met also here with families of the hostages. What do you hear from them? What more can be done here in the U.S.? We're seeing and hearing the president that is pressuring also Hamas to take the deal. What can you do? What can other leaders do to help?
Look, the international community is fundamentally failing the hostages and their families. We see the international community aggressively pressuring Israel to keep Hamas in power, but almost no one in the international community is pressuring Hamas to release the hostages. And so the international pressure has been so overwhelmingly one-sided against Israel that Hamas has felt emboldened to delay the release of the hostages and delay the end of the war. And so the time has come for the international community to put the pressure squarely where it belongs toward Hamas.
Congressman Richie Torres, thank you so much for this conversation and
Absolutely.
for your time.
Fantastic. In this day and age, there are many ways young singles look to find love. Long gone are the meet cutes of the past, replaced by Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble. But for some, shidduch, Jewish matchmaking, is still the way to go, and no one knows that system better than the star of Netflix's Jewish matchmaking, Shadchanit, Aliza Ben Shalom. Aliza runs her own matchmaking business, and her new book, Matchmaker, is coming out this fall. She'll be interviewed by both Eve Young and Michael Starr.
Lisa, we've discussed a lot of heavy topics this evening, but I'm afraid that we're going to have to move on to an even more serious, depressing subject. That is my dating life. I've been on all of the apps. I've been on Bumble, Hinge, Unhinged, Wolt. None's working for me. Are you for apps? Are you against apps? What do you think?
I'm definitely pro apps.
Okay.
Okay, so apps turn you into your own matchmaker.
I'm not doing a good job.
Okay, that's to be debated. But basically, you don't have to worry because since the beginning of time, God has been trying to make matches, right? God created the world, 6 days, the heaven and the earth, and since then, what is God doing? Making matches. So if you're not doing well at it, you should know God's been at it for thousands of years, and we got your back. Apps work, but the question is, do you know how to utilize them? So one of the best things to do is to make sure, first of all, your punam's got to look good, you know?
Just how many pictures in his IDF uniform should Mike have on his app?
2. We need like a close-up. Yeah. And then we want like a full body, like action shot of you doing something. But we got a lot of people here. You guys, can I turn you into my matchmaker assistants? Do you agree? They said maybe.
So you've been so deeply involved in the stories of so many couples. What's your funniest matchmaking story to date?
So I had this couple, well, they weren't a couple yet. She invited him to Shabbat dinner, like a typical, you know, not a religious thing necessarily, just come for Shabbat dinner. He says, okay. She said, it's potluck. You bring the challah. He said, no problem. He comes to dinner. He brings the challah. You know, he puts it down. He goes and mingles and schmoozes. He sits down. He relaxes. He realizes he sat on his challah. And he stands up and he hands it to her and he's like, at least it's warm. The shidduch didn't go anywhere. It ended at the challah.
Oh no, I'm so sad. That's a really good meet cute.
I've heard of smash burger, but never smash challah. That's a new one. But to bring things back more grounded, how has October 7th changed the dating scene, in particular the Jewish dating scene?
So the Jewish dating scene, let's talk about Israel and America and the rest of the world. In Israel, we had one of 2 things happen in a very serious way. Everybody either broke up because, hey, there's war and there's something more that we have to handle right now and I can't handle anything else. Or, I don't know if you saw, probably you guys reported, on the 10 chuppah wedding, there was a ceremony with 10 chuppahs happening simultaneously, and soldiers in masses were getting engaged and married. There's also somebody who has been giving, a jeweler who's been giving out diamond rings to soldiers if they are looking to take things to the next step. So it took one or the other extreme. I would say in the Jewish community in the United States, there was an awakening on October 8th where people said, you know, marriage, like they used to think it could wait. And now they said, no, marriage needs to happen now. We need to find our partners now. And we need to find a Jewish partner. And they committed themselves to searching for a Jewish partner.
So what you're talking about, I think I've seen that among my friends. Like I have a lot of friends that either broke up because of the war or got married because they felt like it was urgent. How can couples avoid making this decision really impulsively? How can couples know they're making the decision for the right reasons and not because of the trauma of the war?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think that sometimes this rush to do something actually can be good. How many relationships go on for months or years and people don't actually do anything? They don't make a commitment, and sometimes it takes COVID or war or a world crisis for somebody to go, that's my moment. I'm going to take the moment to actually do it and get up the courage. The challenge is when you do it out of fear, right? The world is ending, my world is ending, everything is a mess, and they make a decision out of fear, and they choose to jump into a relationship because everything else is chaos, so who cares if this is chaos too? So the best way to avoid that is to make sure that you're making a decision from a place of clarity and not from a place of anxiety or fear.
So people who go to war, they have a completely different experience of those who are staying home and suffering, the helplessness, the loneliness, the rocket fire. So I'm told relationships, from people who have successful ones tell me this, they're built often on shared experiences. But how can couples get over this gap in experience in such a pivotal moment in their lives?
Right now, couples who are separated due to the war are suffering tremendously. They themselves as a couple are suffering. The family, if there's children or parents or grandchildren in any direction, they're suffering. And one of the greatest ways that we can support them is to help them reunite and bring them back together. I know of a campaign called Sword to Shekel, and they go to Israeli businesses and they say, listen, we know you're suffering. We know soldiers are suffering. We want to buy a night in your hotel. We want to buy a getaway from your services, and we want to give that to the soldiers and their wives and their families so that they can come and have those shared experiences, because they've been missing out on that for the last few weeks or months, and they need to rebuild and reconnect. So I think that you're exactly right, that we must help them to have those shared experiences, help them to build and have family time together, and through that time, they will actually be able to reconnect and rehabilitate their relationship.
So we've gotten dating app advice, but for a guy like me, what's your number one recommendation to get a date?
To get a date or a wife?
Wife.
He wants a wife. Did you hear that? Okay.
Ladies?
The number one thing to do is the same way that you are passionate and excellent at your job and everything that you do and how you promote and how you, right? You, in a good way, you make a lot of noise for the Jewish people. We have to have you making a lot of noise for yourself. So the number one thing to do is constantly be talking to people and letting them know, hey, how are you doing? What's doing? Good. How can I help you? And they're like, oh, yeah, good. How can I help you? And you're like, I'm looking for my wife. She's missing. And they're like, oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. And he's like, have you seen her? And they're like, no, where did you last leave her? He's like, I don't know, Gan Eden, in Shemayim, in heaven. Okay? So I would encourage you to talk with people, open your heart, share a little bit about who you are, which you're a public person, so they're going to know you, but to encourage each and every one of you, I'm tasking each and every one of you, that at the next conference, we are celebrating because he's already engaged and married. You got it?
Amen.
Aliza, I understand you want to give a blessing to the conference, to the crowd here. Would you like to lead us?
Yes. My name is Aliza Bracha. Aliza means joy and Bracha means blessings, and it is especially my mission to share that with everybody. And I'm going to leave us with this. May each and every one of our hostages be brought back. May each and every one of our soldiers be guarded and protected. And may each and every one of us make an effort to build the Jewish community by making matches, because we are the future of the Jewish people. Each and every one of you, all of us are matchmakers helping to build the Jewish community. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Before we move on to our next item tonight, I wanted to take a moment to share some terrible news that was unfortunately shared by the IDF, and I ask that you all just quiet down a little bit to respect the people that we have discovered now that we have unfortunately lost. The IDF announced that 4 additional dead hostages from the remaining group, which Hamas seized on October 7th, are unfortunately dead. I want to take a moment to recognize the lost lives of Chaim Peri, Yoram Metzger, Amiram Cooper, all from Niroz, and Nadav Popplewell from Nirim. May their memory be a blessing. With that unfortunate news, I lead us into our next interview. The United Nations has not been kind to Israel in the past few months. I think that's difficult to deny. To speak about the challenges in supporting Israel on the international stage, I would like to invite Israeli Ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan.
Hello, Ambassador.
Hi, Tzvika. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here with you and participating at this important Jerusalem Post conference.
You needed a break from the UN, right? You needed some quiet.
Definitely.
You needed some support in the audience.
I hope. Thank you, thank you.
It's not like that at the UNGA.
No.
No. Okay.
I'm very lonely there.
Okay, that's why we're here, man.
But I don't care.
Okay. So
I know who I represent. I mean, the most moral country in the world and the most military in the world. So
definitely, 100%. So, Ambassador Ardan, connecting to what Tamar, said about the announcement of the hostages who were recognized as killed. Where were you on October 7th? Were you in Israel or were you here in New York?
I was here. I think that everyone here remembers where they were on October 7th.
Yes, we do.
We just returned from Simchat Torah dinner, and I was brushing my teeth, and suddenly I saw all the red alert notifications that appeared on my cell phone, and I thought to myself, why? I was surprised because I did not remember that I read any intelligence that could lead to such an attack. And I texted my parents who live in Ashkelon to see whether it's for real, because I thought maybe someone hacked Israel's red alert system. Once I understood...
And we'll just explain for those in the audience, since you live in Israel in a certain area, in Ashkelon.
Yeah.
So your phone is automatically programmed to have a siren when there's...
Yeah, I believe everyone here knows it.
Okay.
No. And once I realized it was a real, it was a real attack, so I started to follow the reports. And the first report about a ground infiltration, I thought to myself, oh my God, it might be a diversion, or the missile attack. So I stayed awake all night and I followed the developments. And unfortunately, until the morning, I was exposed, like everyone else, to the extent of the...
So you were many ministers, but you were also Minister of National Security, which now there's someone else in that job. We won't mention his name, but so you understand police, you understand national security.
Yeah.
What are you thinking to yourself? Oh, this was a scenario that was discussed. I don't know.
No, I tried to talk with some people that are, serve in the police units. And once I saw that no one can even speak with me, again, I was exposed to the extent of the attack. So, I was a minister in the past, but right now an ambassador. So I thought, what should I do first thing in the morning, October 8th? So what I did is to demand a Security Council meeting, but that wasn't enough because I understood that this time it's going to be different. It's not going to be another operation like Guardian of the Walls or Protective Edge, etc. It's going to be a full-scale war. So how do I convey this message to the international community? So I convened a press conference, and I decided to compare October 7th to 9/11 because exactly as the international community united to go after ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and until they are fully eliminated, that's exactly what I did.
Which was a smart idea because suddenly you hear people saying 10/7. Right? Which it took me a second to understand.
Yeah, I think that today, sadly, again, people are aware of the meaning of October 7th, almost like they're aware of 9/11. And I think it worked, and many people use this. I'm not taking the only credit for
there were a few others,
this comparison. But I came to this press conference also with footage. I realized that I need to shock them. So I had no other choice but to use the footage of the abduction of the Bibas family on October 7th, the kidnapping of Naama Levi, and I told them, remember, look at their faces, remember it, because I know that your memory when it comes to the suffering of the Israeli people is much shorter. So remember that exactly as you fought against ISIS and Al-Qaeda and you swore to eliminate them, we will, this time things are not going to be as they were, and we are going to continue fighting until full obliteration of Hamas capabilities.
Okay, so you are now a diplomat, but you are a member of the Likud party. You served as a minister from this party. And how do you see, the political sphere in Israel moving forward in this very sensitive time?
It's
off the record.
You're trying me now.
We're off the record. It's just the two of us here sitting, hanging out.
Well, I assume next year you'll be able to come here and speak and say whatever I think. Right now,
unless you're the ambassador in
I'm still a diplomat.
Washington.
Still a diplomat. I can't analyze the political situation in Israel, but what I can tell you is that the most important thing for me is to maintain the sense of unity that we feel worldwide among Jewish communities since October 7th, because this is maybe the most important thing to be victorious in this war.
Okay, so
you see, I diverted.
I know. Yeah, politicians are politicians. Now, diplomats are diplomats. Yeah. So before we end, actually.
Already?
Oh, soon. Don't worry. You came from very far away, I know. Kidding. So you use a lot of props in your speeches. The last famous one was a paper shredder that, what was it that you shredded?
The UN Charter.
The UN Charter, right.
Yeah. By the way, not that I recommend to buy this mini shredder.
So I have a picture right over here.
But you look at your Amazon app. They're using my video from the UN as the commercial now. Seriously.
He is now promoting paper shredders.
Yeah.
I checked it for myself. It's definitely
but in
true.
Israel, I'm being criticized for using props. So yeah, your question.
No, I was just mentioning that, and like short of time, but like. Do you feel that's actually a way to get the medium across?
No, but seriously and honestly, I know that not everyone likes this tactic, okay, of using props, but I don't mean to convince the Israeli public. When I speak at the UN, I speak to a very hostile and biased organization comprised of almost one third of Muslim countries that automatically support Hamas, sadly. Vast majority of member states are non-democratic at all. So I speak to the world. I speak to the international press. I speak to people that many times are not aware of the fact they don't know much about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So I have to draw their attention, and I have to, in a way, force them to think about my messages. So when I donned, for example, the yellow star, I made...
And a lot of people were...
Yeah, not a lot of people.
Some people.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, but I think I convinced the Security Council, or I made them think about the fact...
You created a discussion.
That their silence, and they did not condemn Hamas after October 7th, is like the silence during the Holocaust. So it made them think about it. When I presented and held up the phone number of Sinwar, so it went viral, and immediately many people realized that the address to get a ceasefire is not Israel, it's to pressure Hamas. And yeah.
100%. So our time is up, and they're about to pull us off the stage. So should we publish your phone number for everybody on the screen?
No.
No, okay. But his aides are here if you need him. So thank you very much for what you do, Ambassador Ardan. And hopefully you'll have easier battles to tackle in the future.
Well, I'm not sure that Israeli politics is easier than the UN, but I definitely intend to have a future and influence and have a positive impact on Israel's future when I return to Israel soon.
We hope. We need you. Come back.
Thank you very much.
Well, Ambassador Erdan, congratulations, you've made it. You've become a meme. Until now it wasn't obvious, but now you're there. That's the goal, right? And now to discuss the latest challenges in the new frontier of anti-Semitism, please welcome to the stage former United States Special Envoy for Combating Anti-Semitism and CEO of the Israeli-American Council, Ilan Carr, and Israel's Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism Minister, Amichai Shikli.
Sit over here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for having us.
We get to talk about the topic we all love to talk about is anti-Semitism, right? Maybe not. Okay, Minister Shikli, I think you wanted to, before we dive into anti-Semitism, to touch an issue regarding yesterday's panel.
כן, אני אתייחס בעברית בחלק הזה או שלא בסדר? באנגלית?
I think in English, yeah.
So, שום בעיה. So, last night we were here and after we left, the hostages went on stage and we had no idea about the itinerary and the fact, and some of them thought that it was deliberate. So it wasn't, and I apologize. And it is important to understand that it is completely wrong to think that politicians from right-wing parties such as Likud or other parties care less about this issue. It's wrong. I think it's our moral obligation, top moral obligation. We must bring them home. There is no debate. The debate is how and the conditions, and this is a legitimate debate that we need to refer to it in a very, very serious way. We all learned what can be the consequences of irresponsible deals, and that's it.
Okay.
Achuz.
Thank you for that. So we know each other for a while, since you were in the Trump administration, and the whole issue of envoys combating anti-Semitism became a real thing. Now, you probably remember, I don't know if everyone else remembers, when Trump was just elected to be president, if there was a swastika in a Jewish cemetery in Chicago or in Cleveland or whatever, it would be breaking news. You know, Trump, whatever caused this, and now it's happening every day, all across the U.S. You probably know the numbers of how many of these are actually happening. And I don't know how much people really care about it unless there are, people who are killed. Other than that, it's kind of underreported, under-focused.
Well, people have become desensitized. I mean, some people, by the way, it's in their interest to underreport, to understate, because they're in effect either co-conspirators in the ideology that breeds anti-Semitism, or they are actually anti-Semites. But for a lot of people, it's an uncomfortable subject, and so they underplay it, they underreport it. There are political considerations as well. But what I learned when I was in government, and what I know as CEO of IAC in my current capacity, is you cannot ignore these things. You have to focus on them, you have to condemn them, you have to, each and every case you have to handle. I'll tell you that at IAC, since the 7th of October, we have handled 600 individual cases of anti-Semitism affecting students. 600 intensive case working for 600 families. You can't ignore any of the incidences. You have to focus on them. And that's only half the battle. Then you've got to be proactive. You've got to be on the offense, not just on the defense. And that I learned also in government. You'll never win a strategic victory in any war, including in this one, if all you do is play defense. You've got to go on the offense, and we are going on the offense every day.
So speaking of the offense, Minister Shikli, I'm sure you agree with Ilan. How are we on the offense? What are we doing as a state, the state of Israel, to combat anti-Semitism?
So first of all, we are...
Let's please have it. Let's please have a civilized conversation. We want. Okay. We're not. As we asked, we're trying to have a civilized conversation. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I want to say something else I learned when I led America's fight against Jew hatred. Another thing I learned is a critical component of winning this fight is Jewish unity. We better have Jewish unity and preserve Jewish unity.
Amen.
And not tear each other apart. Because Jewish unity is a strategic asset in the fight against Jew hatred. And so shame on anyone who's going to disrupt the unity of the Jewish people in the face of our enemies, external enemies. We have to be united.
Okay, so let's discuss.
Okay.
A year ago, by the way, we had the same voices from radicals who were thinking that it is illegitimate to hold a different perspective. Okay, סיימנו. רגע, מה אמרו? Free Palestine?
Let's try and have a civilized.
אוקיי, אז שמענו פה את החבר'ה צועקים ג'נוסייד ופרי פלסטיין ועוד כל מיני קריאות אחרות. We heard the voices. Unfortunately, these radicals. Okay, we listen to you. I represent millions of people in Israel. I'm not shy. I have nothing to be shy. I'm proud at the ministry. I'm proud in what we're doing. I'm proud. Go home. לך הביתה.
So, Minister Shikli, with the rise, of encampments on college campuses, where situations where.
בוא נענה לשאלה.
מה?
בוא נענה לשאלה שלך.
You didn't answer?
No.
Okay. I was distracted.
Okay. So now I have the opportunity to say, what have we done since October 7? The first thing we've done is to send 12 delegations of family of the hostages all across the globe, including Australia, Japan, Mexico, to heads of state, and to put pressure and to raise the awareness to the issue of the hostages and what happened on October 7. That was mission number 1. Mission number 2, we were the office who took responsibility for all the civil initiatives that went across. They had no support from anyone. And we allocated tens of millions of shekels to support more than 100 civil initiatives. One of them is the Nova Festival Survivors, which is now in New York and is supported by our ministry. So yes, it is easy to shout, we're doing nothing. But this is wrong. זה פשוט לא נכון. This is just wrong. So this is second. Now third, when it comes to combating anti-Semitism, first we need to define anti-Semitism today. We're not speaking about the classical anti-Semitism. We're speaking about mainly anti-Zionist activity. Anti-Zionist activity, I think the most important definition is IRA definition based on Sharansky's famous 3D, demonizing the state of Israel and its representatives, demonize double standards like what we see in the ICC and the ICJ. No other country who is operating against terror in Fallujah, Raqqa, Afghanistan was treated the way we are treated, the way our leaders are treated. No other countries. So this is double standard. And third, I mentioned demonize, delegitimize, which is also very, very important. Jews doesn't have the right to have their own sovereign state. That is, I think, the main motto of AMP, SJP, and CARE and all these radical organizations, and we are facing two main movements who are cooperating together. One of them is the radical left, coming with the idea of relative morality, of against nation states, against the idea of truth. This is one, and second is global jihad. Supporters of Hamas and supporters of all these organizations.
Right, so
we are investigating these groups. We are after CARE. We are after the SJP on open sources to learn these organizations and who's behind them, and to make everything we can to expose the ties between them and between terrorists. Just like, for one example, when we saw the delegations of South Africa at the ICJ, we saw Shawan Jabarin, a former PFLP terrorist, as part of their delegation. This is part of what we are doing, and also to support the organization on US campuses. Many organizations, the big ones are Hillel, Olami, Chabad,
Right, so we're going to get
fund.
I want to get back to
combat anti-Semitism.
I want to get back to you, my friend. So I think you don't sound it, but you represent the organization, the umbrella organization of Israelis that live in North America. So you don't have an Israeli accent like some of us do, you know? What?
Not you either.
Yeah, you know. But that kind of shows a change and shift in generation. So what are Israeli Americans? Like, what's their role in this very complicated situation?
Right, so it's very important to say that IAC, the Israeli American Council, is not an Israeli organization. It's an American Jewish organization that is meant to unify, strengthen, and operate, engage the Israeli American community, but really as part of the Jewish community. And also something else, and this is critical to all the battles we're facing. IAC exists to bring that Israeli voice and that Israeli ethos into the Jewish world. Because you know what? Israel is different. There is something about the magic of Jewish sovereignty in the Jewish homeland that makes Jews respond differently to the challenges we face globally as one people, and we are, Am Echad. But Israelis face these challenges differently, and I would argue that for the American Jewish community to be successful, we, all of us, have to absorb some sense of Israeliness, that sense of forward-leaning, of being proactive, of being unvarnished in our pride, in our heritage. Israeliness also comes with optimism. You know, the poll that they just did, this is incredible. Every so often they do these polls about, you know, the optimism quotient of various populations around the world. They just did a poll, and Israel yet again emerged as among the most optimistic countries in the world.
And in a very difficult year. Yeah.
In a very difficult year. This is after the 7th of October, and as we're losing soldiers, may we lose no more. And may the hostages, yes, may they come home immediately. But in the midst of all of this darkness, Israelis are optimistic. How is that possible? It's because of that Israeli magic that even the darkest hour, Israelis approach it with strength and with unity and with celebration. Even celebration, yes, because you see Yom Ha'atzmaut, right? There was celebration. That ingredient is what the IAC brings to the American Jewish community. And I would argue that today there has never been a more urgent time to create a new fused identity of diaspora Jewry on one hand and Israeli ethos on the other. And IAC exists to do that. And by the way, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs exists to do that. And so we're both on stage together really with a similar mission of bringing that Israeli ethos into a new and strong global Jewish community, certainly here in the United States. And that will spell real victory, a real strategic victory, not only against anti-Semites, but for our future, for our identity, for our children, for education, all of the things that we struggle with every day. That's the key.
So we have one sentence, though, because we're really over time.
I totally agree, and I want to say one thing about identity. The attack of the BDS movement, of all these organizations, is an attack against the Zionist identity, against Jewish identity. And so for the short term, we can do all sorts of things for immediate response. But the answer for new anti-Semitism is a strong Jewish identity from kindergarten to elementary school, high school, and university.
So
that is the answer.
With that, we're going to combat anti-Semitism and assimilation, Jewish identity, and pride. Thank you very much, Minister Amichai Shikli and Ilan Kar. Thank you so much.
אנחנו נכין 4 צוותים, יש פה 4 כירורגים בכירים, הם צוות שלהם אחות.
בית החולים נערך בשבת בבוקר בצורה מאוד נרחבת, עם הכרזה של הר"ן והגעה של צוותים, טיפל במאות פצועים במספר חסר תקדים. האתגרים שיש הם קדימה, ואנחנו נערכים גם להם.
Thank you very much. I actually have the privilege, I think we all have the privilege, to be standing next to someone who saved so many lives in the past year. Our next award, the Jerusalem Post Award for Resilience and Courage, is presented to Soroka Medical Center, the primary healthcare provider in the Negev, serving over 1 million people and handling the highest emergency department activity in the country. Since October 7th, Soroka has been on the front line, independently activating its war protocol and continuing to care for the region's residents and war casualties. Soroka has become Israel's Iron Dome of health, standing strong and providing unwavering care in adversity. Thank you for all the contributions to the Israeli society. So, Dr. Shlomi Kodish, the Jerusalem Post Award for Resilience and Courage is presented to the Soroka Medical Center in recognition of its pivotal role as Israel's Iron Dome of health. I am honored to call back Eve Young, economics correspondent of the Jerusalem Post and host of the Business and Innovation podcast, which you probably all have downloaded by now, right? Eve, take it away.
Okay, on October 7th, Soroka treated 670 casualties, 130 of whom were in critical condition. All of this while under fire, with almost 70 rocket alarms in the first 6 hours of the day alone. This is an unprecedented mass casualty incident. Can you tell us about what steps you took in the first few hours, how you handled the situation and got through the day?
Certainly. So one of the key elements is early, self, and rapid deployment. So at 6:41, when air raids sirens went off in the Negev and we realized something unusual was going on, we immediately announced a mass casualty incident. And let's see if I can get, no.
The clicker is not working? We get some clicker support?
I'll continue answering without the images meanwhile. By 6:41, it became aware that something strange was going on. And what we ended up, there we go. There we go. And what we ended up doing very early on, 7 a.m., we left the night shift at the hospital. That means we started the day with 2 shifts. There was no real reason to do this at 7 except for overcaution, which turned out to save lives. We then announced a mass casualty incident, and as you can see in this image, we were never short for caregivers. 1,007 people came in, leaving their kids and families behind, and saved lives throughout the day. We then decided to open Protocol B1 of the Israeli government for war situation. The government only ended up announcing that at 10:06, but we started that at 8. It means we ordered 200 blood units from Tel Aviv, and we weren't short for blood throughout the rest of the day. As the day developed, we understood the magnitude of the event, with horrible events, hundreds of people coming in, more than double what we've ever trained for, what any Israeli medical center ever trained for. And you can see the stretchers strewn around the emergency department in all locations, military gear, weapons, hand grenades, nothing we've ever seen before in the lack of original care in the field. People just came in as they were when they were hit. And that's basically what happened for the rest of the day. We had tremendous trauma to the team as well, but I'll relate to that shortly.
So this question takes on a really terrible significance given the awful news that we heard recently. Soroka also treated the most critical condition hostages who were released. Elma Avraham came to you. What did you learn from treating her?
So before we just got that horrible news, I had a slightly different answer. Soroka has always had, and has during this war, the unusual, hard, critical, but also honoring role of caring for the most difficult and most severely wounded casualties of war. And Elma was one such person who arrived within an inch of her life during the previous hostage release in November. We learned about her. One of the first things we asked her when she woke up, about 3 weeks into her stay at Soroka, was, what are you made of? And she said, iron. So we learned kibbutznikim are a different type of people. But we also learned that people don't have time. She wouldn't have survived another day in the hands of Hamas, who neglected her horribly, despite her not having any medical condition that's atypical of her age. So let's see the short video, and then I'll say one more thing. No sound. So this is her being transmitted from the vehicles of Hamas, the green-windowed one, into the International Red Cross. And as we sit in the emergency room in Soroka and see this, we realize she's coming to us, and we open a medical chart and prepare the needed medication. She arrives within minutes by helicopter, and you could see the team waiting for her at the end of our landing pad.
Soroka's just 10 minutes from Gaza by helicopter, correct?
7 minutes from where she was discharged. And this is her, and there's no sound here, but as she was in intensive care for weeks, she continuously heard Leonard Cohen in her headphones because her kid said that's what she likes listening to. And this is towards the end of her rehabilitation when she can walk already, 4 months later, dancing to the end of love.
Wow, that's really beautiful.
It took 5 months to get her to be able to walk again. And again, for me, hearing the horrible news before just reinforces the very obvious message here. These people do not have time. I'm not a politician, I'm speaking as a doctor. These people do not have time. The elderly cannot handle the abuse. And this is her leaving in an Israeli ambulance to where she will live now in a protected home location. They need to be brought home medically, not politically.
So Soroka is based in a community that suffered devastating losses on October 7th and in the ensuing war. And also the hospital itself suffered some very devastating losses. Can you share with us the story of these two doctors and also a little bit about how the staff handled these?
So this has been a very, very difficult time for our staff. We have 5,500 people. As I said, 1,700 came in as first responders on the first day. 200 of them are now receiving mental health care. And these are just the 200 we identified. I will share the story of Dr. Eitan Neyman, who was, of blessed memory, who was a specialist in pediatric intensive care. This is him treating Muhammad, an 8-year-old Bedouin child who had gunshot wounds to his abdomen after seeing his father killed in front of his eyes by Hamas terrorists that day. Eitan treated him. Muhammad will be fine. Eitan was called up to reserve service that day and was killed in action outside of Sderot the next day, and was actually announced dead by one of our doctors who was in Sheshesh Teisha at the time. He leaves a wife, Yael, and 7 children, and is dearly missed. Daniel Levy immigrated from Peru, left his family there, joined the IDF, and then started a residency in ear, nose, and throat at Soroka. Was scheduled to be on call that day, but instead of going on call at Soroka, he went to treat patients in a clinic in Be'eri, together with a paramedic and a nurse. At 2 p.m., the person protecting them ran out of bullets. The clinic was overrun. Him and the paramedic were killed. The nurse survived. And forgive me if I lose my patience when people talk about targeting healthcare. You can see in the photos around this, it's clearly a clinic where people are saving lives. And to finish, because this was very short, I would like to invite you to look us up on the web, find out more about our life-saving work and ways you can get involved and help. And if you want to hear more about that horrible day at Soroka, the largest mass casualty incident in human history in a medical center under fire itself, scan the QR codes. There's a video there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kodesh.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Jerusalem Post Award for Jewish Philanthropic Endeavors is presented to the UJA Federation of New York. You guys are from New York, you should be clapping. Their extraordinary generosity in supporting Israel, especially in the aftermath of October 7th, exemplifies the spirit of philanthropy and solidarity. I'd like to call Eric Goldstein, CEO of UJA Federation of New York. And we'll just read this. The Jerusalem Post Award for Jewish Philanthropic Endeavors is presented to the UJA Federation of New York in recognition of its extraordinary generosity in the support of Israel in the aftermath of October 7th. I was just asking Eric, and he said the sum since October 7th, UJA has raised more than $200 million for Israel. 96 million have been already invested or donated to 275 organizations, municipalities, and hospitals. So thank you. And I'm calling back Mike Starr, Jerusalem Post Jewish World Correspondent, an eligible bachelor. Eliza is working overtime.
Mr. Goldstein, considering the award that you just accepted, I can think of no better place to start than the incredible generosity of the people of New York and the Jewish community of the United States. And Zvika touched on the numbers a little bit, but I was hoping you could expand just a little bit more on the UJA's work, philanthropic work in gathering these funds.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. October 7 changed the Jewish world. We know that, certainly in Israel, but very much here in America too, very much in New York, the largest Jewish community in the world outside of Israel. And the reverberations of October 7, the anti-Semitism here, it was 4 hours after we learned of the attack on October 7 that you had the first October 7 related anti-Semitic incident in New York. So I think people in New York certainly those who were long engaged with the Jewish community, but even many who were on the edges of the Jewish community, not terribly engaged, were very deeply unsettled by what happened on October 7 and what's happened since in New York. And the result is that in ways that are, I guess a bright light in an otherwise very dark time, the communal outpouring of support for Israel has been extraordinary. As Svika mentioned, as you're asking, emergency funds alone to Israel since October 7, we've raised a shade over $200 million. And that's on top of the regular fundraising. So in a typical year, we would raise $250 or $260 million a year. This year will be well north of $425 million. And it's also more what the money does than the numbers, but it's reflective of the community. And in that group, a third, 30% more donors. We had 30% who had never, ever given to us, who gave this year, which shows you the level of concern that the Jewish community has in this moment.
Clap. Clap for clap. You guys deserve, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. And that charitable spirit, the charitable spirit of the people that are here today, it doesn't extend just to money. They really act on it. Yesterday we had the Israel parade, and we saw an amazing outpour of support. I was lucky to see it myself. How successful was that?
First of all, I see people from the mayor's office here, Menashe Shapiro, talking, but that's okay. But the reason I call out Menashe is the mayor's office was extraordinary. NYPD was extraordinary. There was a question. And to be very clear, the mayor himself was spectacular ever since October 7. But there was a question about whether or not we would have the same parade along Fifth Avenue. There were questions about security. And from the very beginning, the mayor, NYPD, worked with us and spent a lot of additional money that they put up for additional security. But the numbers, I think people were concerned that because of the current situation, the numbers of marchers, the number of spectators would be less. It couldn't have been more different. This year, and these are mayor's office numbers from NYPD, and they round. This year, there were roughly 100,000 marchers, and roughly 25,000 spectators. Last year, it was half, roughly 50,000 marchers and 12,000 spectators. So it tells you something about the community, that in the wake of all the concerns about security, how robustly the community came out in this moment. And we're seeing this more broadly. There's a national survey that just came out from the National Federation System, but it very much is allied with what we're seeing locally. Since October 7, 43% of Jews in America have engaged more Jewishly or with Israel. 43%. We're calling it the surge, and beyond the need to combat anti-Semitism, and of course we must do that, we also need to take this group who are looking to engage more broadly in Jewish life and meet the moment. So we can't define ourselves by the fight against anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, the combat of anti-Semitism, is a means to an end. What is the end? The end is proud, joyful, vibrant Jewish life in America and in New York. And so our board 2 weeks ago took $25 million additional from our endowment for the next year that will be focused above all we do to the moment on meeting this surge so that we can sustain this current connection to Jewish life, and that should define what it means to be a Jew in this moment and not have our adversaries, our enemies, define who and what we are.
The concern that American Jewry and New York Jewry in specific has expressed to Israel has just been amazing, but I'm sure that Israelis are also concerned about how you guys are doing here. Can you tell us how New York Jews feel with the post-October 7th, with the rise of anti-Semitism?
Look, I think we know that there's a bit of a distorted screen with respect to social media. We see the worst, the extremes, and we think that represents the reality. We obviously have anti-Semitism in New York, unimaginable to me from not that long ago, but let's understand just how vibrant this Jewish community remains. I was in Israel. It's sort of a distorted screen, both sides. I was in Israel during the Iranian missile crisis, in the missile attack, and that was Saturday night. The following Tuesday morning, I was getting chizuk messages from New York saying, "Are you okay?" I was at the beach. I think it's a similar issue. We have serious issues we need to address in America. But let's understand that hundreds of thousands of people in New York alone go to shul proudly every Shabbos with their yarmulkes, with their talesim, and they do it without, maybe they're a greater concern than now, but they do it, and they do it overwhelmingly without incident. So we need to be careful. We need to be mindful of the challenge, but let's not be overly focused on Jewish life is over. Jewish life remains very strong, and we need to do all we can to maintain it.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, New York.
Moving right along, next up on the stage, I'm very pleased to welcome former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman.
Second chair?
He'll be interviewed by Editor-in-Chief Tzvika Klein.
Hello, Ambassador. How are you?
Great. Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you so much. So you actually have a book coming out very soon.
I do.
What's it called?
It is called One Jewish State. And it's the response, if you will, to the post-October 7th argument that the two-state solution is still viable. I argue that it's not, and I explain why it's not, and that I offer an alternative.
So kind of what motivated you to develop this plan, which obviously, I mean, we spoke previously. You're like I didn't invent like the wheel.
Sure.
Right? But you kind of dwelled on it and collected all the relevant information and obviously you have a background in being an ambassador, creating the Abraham Accords, which is a big deal. So what led you to this realization?
Well, look, I had 4 years of really intense training, when I was serving the government. And I really remember sort of some unfinished business that stayed with me when I left. We were in the Oval Office in June of 2020, and we had put out a proposal, a Palestinian peace proposal that contemplated that Israel would recognize sovereignty over about a third of Judea and Samaria. And it garnered a massive amount of opposition. We had this final meeting in the Oval Office, and Mike Pompeo and I were pushing for it. And it was smack in the middle of COVID, and the president, this wasn't, top of his list of things that were important. But what he really said, he asked a question which I thought was a very good question. He said, what's going to happen to Area A? What's going to happen to Area B? Is that going to turn into another Gaza? Because if all you do is take Area C, what have you really done? Like, have you really solved the problem? And I said, okay, when I address this again, I'm going to focus on this. It has to be a win-win. Okay, we can't just kind of grab territory and say, okay, this is ours and whatever else. So my feeling is really that the only way, and I think you can support this plan whether you're on the left or the right, whether you're religious or secular, whether you believe that Judea and Samaria is just, just dirt and rocks, or whether you believe it's the biblical land of the Jewish people. Whatever you think, if you want a good outcome for Israel's security, if you want a good outcome for the Palestinian people, for their human dignity and their health and welfare, if you want to fulfill God's will, I mean, however you see it, this solves all those issues. It's Israeli sovereignty over the entirety of Judea and Samaria. It's a big expansion of the Abraham Accords, because this is a big lift for Israel. It's a big expansion of the Abraham Accords to get funding to help create the kind of infrastructure. And it's the creation within the communities of Judea and Samaria that are not Jewish of a paradigm very similar to Puerto Rico, where the people will have local autonomy, will not vote in national elections, but will have certainly a much better quality of life than they have now.
So let's play a game for a second and have an elevator pitch.
Sure.
You have to pitch this type of implementation of a program of a I don't know if it's a peace deal or whatever. It's a geographical, geopolitical movement. You have to convince the audience or convince the people in a very short time. This is what it includes. This is how it's different than everything else, and that's why we need to do it.
So look, there's three alternatives on whether it's Gaza, Yudav Shomron, any place else. There's three alternatives. You can negotiate peace, you can take it, or you can leave it. Those are the three choices. Okay, negotiating peace has been around for 50 years. It's gone nowhere. Leaving it.
99 Knesset members voted against the two states.
And that's true.
And one just couldn't come. So let's say 100.
Right. You can't leave it, right? Whenever Israel leaves territory, okay, it leaves a vacuum behind that's filled by terrorists. The kind of template for a Palestinian state was Gaza, right? I mean, not a single Jew living there, not a single soldier there, billions of dollars invested in there, western-facing Mediterranean beachfront property, you can't beat it, became a terror state, right? We all know what happened. So, you're sort of left with one alternative. It happens to be that it's the convergence of geopolitics, economics, security, and faith. Normally the faith is all the way up over there on the side. Like the faith is the crazy people who just want to do God's will. They don't care what happens. Right now, if you just think about God's will, it's exactly the right outcome from any other. You can be an atheist right now and still see that God's view of Judea and Samaria is the right view.
Okay, so we have 50 seconds left. You supported Donald Trump and this president round of elections?
Yeah, most definitely, yeah.
Okay, so American Jews are on the fence, a lot of them, who are
Right.
debating what they should do. So what's your pitch to
Look, if you're
how they should vote?
if you're an American Jew concerned about anti-Semitism in this country, I think you want two things. I think you want America to defund the universities that are poisoning our children. Okay.
So essentially, you want to bring Elon Carr back.
I want to bring. I always want to bring Elon Carr back.
Okay,
that
just
goes without
making
saying. The second thing you want. The second thing you want is you want people who attack Jews to go to jail. Okay. Right. We want law enforcement. I'll leave it to everybody here who they think is a more likely candidate to bring the defunding of universities and the refunding of the police, whether it's Trump or Biden. I'll leave it to you to decide that. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so your job isn't done yet.
Right.
You have the opportunity to introduce a friend of yours.
I'm going to say a couple of words about a friend of mine.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Wait, just wait.
Next we can hear. So I don't know how many of you had the chance to either be at the Knesset in January of 2018 or listen to the speech given at the Knesset that day. But in the middle of January of 2018, there was a speech given by a foreign leader that today continues to be considered the greatest single speech given by a foreign leader to the Israeli Knesset. And it was given by my dear friend and our next guest, Vice President Mike Pence. What you don't know is that the Vice President got off his plane, and we spent a couple of hours together before the speech. And his speech was all done except for one thing. There was a blank. There was a blank in the speech, and he was committing that the United States Embassy in Jerusalem, which just a month earlier, in December of 2017, President Trump had agreed that he would direct the embassy move. This is a month later. He was committing to the Israeli people the embassy would move in blank years, and the blank was we didn't know how to fill in the blank. So we tried to fill in the blank, and of course, different people had different views. And the Secretary of State, as far as he was concerned, it could be in like 10 years. And as far as the President was concerned, it could happen quickly. And so we had to fill in that blank, and ultimately they kind of compromised then at 2 years. But I said to the Vice President, I said, you know what? When you go back to Washington, will you speak to the President for me? If you put me in charge of this, I really think I can do it a lot faster and a lot better than the people in the State Department. The State Department's they don't want to do this. So maybe you can help me. And he didn't respond. After that incredible speech was given, I rode with the Vice President to the airport so he could go home to Washington. It was a rainy day in the winter of Tel Aviv. We got onto the tarmac. We were saying a few words, and then he pulls me aside. And he pulls me aside, and the umbrellas are there. We're getting rained on. And he pulls me aside, and he says, I just spoke to the President. You're in charge. Give him a call, get this done, and he goes up the stairs, and that was it. The rest, as they say, is history. We opened the embassy 3.5 months later. I say this to give credit to someone who, with enormous modesty and enormous humility, has been one of the greatest friends that Israel has ever had. And I say Israel, following up on my comments before, all of Israel. Mike Pence and I are the only two people who have ever been given honorary doctoral degrees from Ariel University. So it's my honor, it's my pleasure to introduce my dear friend, the former Vice President of the United States, great friend of Israel, Vice President Mike Pence.
We stand with Israel today for the same reasons the American people have always stood with Israel. We stand with Israel because her cause is our cause. Her values are our values. Her fight is our fight. We stand with Israel because we believe in right over wrong, in good over evil.
Vice President Mike Pence was in Jerusalem today.
The Vice President said that the embassy was going to be moving to Jerusalem.
Jerusalem is Israel's capital. In the weeks ahead, our administration will open the United States Embassy in Jerusalem.
Vice President Mike Pence praised the relationship between the two countries and today made visits to show that respect.
This is our 4th trip to the Holy Land. Karen and I will take a moment to pay our respects at Yad Vashem. We will marvel at the faith and resilience of your people.
Vice President Mike Pence has been celebrated by Israelis.
Mr. Vice President, my good friend Mike, no American vice president has had a greater commitment to Israel and its people. Vice President, you have stood shoulder to shoulder with President Trump to make the alliance between America and Israel stronger than ever. It is truly an honor to have you address the Knesset today.
The bond between our two peoples is woven together in the fabric of our hearts, and so it shall always be. If the world knows nothing else, the world knows this: America stands with Israel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 48th Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Pence. Thank you for being. Change. Oh, there we go. How are you today?
Very inspired.
So are we. That was an inspiring video. First of all,
no,
thank you for...
I'm inspired by what I'm seeing here today.
I'm inspired.
And what we saw on the streets of New York City yesterday.
We've been here all day and they turn on the lights. Now we can actually see everybody here. So we have a crowd of a few hundred people here from the US, from Israel, supporters of Israel. The Jerusalem Post is a 92-year-old publication, a Zionist publication, and they came here to hear you. So maybe we'll start with a little personal connection. Obviously, there's lots of personal connections, but where were you on October 7th?
On October 7th, I was in Iowa on other business.
Okay.
In the middle of a campaign for the Republican nomination for president, when I first heard word of what was taking place. And I couldn't believe the accounts that I was hearing. It was heart-wrenching to me then. But I must tell you that in the days that have followed, the months that have followed, I have never been more inspired by the people of Israel than I have been in these days. The resilience, the faith, the strength. When I was in Israel in January,
And you were twice, I think.
I visited communities in the south that were struck. I also went north to an artillery battery. And I met with soldiers who were just a few kilometers from the Lebanon border. But to hear the stories, the countless stories of heroism, to understand what could have happened that day. I mean, you know, my faith teaches me to mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. And to everyone present and anyone looking on who lost a loved one on that tragic day and since, I want you to know that you have been in the prayers and the hearts of millions of Americans, and so you will remain until we bring them home.
So,
but I must tell you, in the midst of the tragedy, to hear the stories of selfless heroism, to go to the north and to hear that 90% of the men and women in uniform at that artillery battery and in that division are reservists.
Yep.
And almost all of them deployed before they had orders. I sat at what we call, where I grew up, a cardboard table,
okay,
having lunch with our feet in the mud underneath a tent on the northern border. And I had a soldier look me across the table and said, October 7th, I grabbed my gear, I headed to my car, and I left my wife and our 4 small children at home, and I haven't seen them since. But my wife said as I walked out the door, don't come home until it's done.
Wow.
That's the character of the people of Israel. And I promise you, whatever it may sound like on campuses in America from time to time, whatever it may sound like in the public debate, let me just say from this son of the heartland of this country, make no mistake about it, the support for the people of Israel has never been stronger. The American people are with you.
So, Vice President Pence, can you give me an example? I mean, you gave an example of that soldier and his wife, who's actually probably more brave than he is, and had to take care of a family. And many of my friends, their families are split for many years, let alone the hostage families. Can you tell us was there any specific person that you may have met down south, or a specific place that you visited that left a everlasting mark?
We went to the kibbutz Kfar Aza, and we walked through one home after another, literally riddled with bullets. The floors and furniture still stained. We heard one story after another. These were not stories of war. I've been a vice president. I've been a governor. I've been a congressman. My son's a United States Marine. My son-in-law is a lieutenant in the Navy. Only reason I say that is to say that my life did not carry me into the uniform of the United States. So I've never seen war, but in my official roles, I've seen the aftermath of war. As I said when we walked through that kibbutz, what we witnessed was not the aftermath of war, it was the aftermath of evil. I mean, to understand what happened on that dark Sabbath, sometimes I've seen some of these campus protests of this past spring, and I wished I could put my arm around some of these young people and literally walk them where I walked. Because I can't believe for all my heart that the vast majority of the kids that end up waving Palestinian flags on our campus have any idea what they're defending. I mean, this was raw brutality. But it was my conversation with a mother at Kfar Aza. There was what they call the young generation neighborhood of the kibbutz.
Where the big attack really was. Yeah.
Emily Damari was taken hostage. And there was a woman standing outside one of the homes, and wearing a shirt with her picture on it. So I stepped up and I began to speak to Mandy, and I learned that she was Emily's mom. And she talked about the last message that she got from Emily that morning, roughly 10 a.m., telling her the terrorists were in the neighborhood, and it was the last she'd heard. Now, you introduced me with, by the way, can I just break for a second from this story to tell you?
Yep.
The United States has never had a more accomplished or more devoted ambassador to the state of Israel than Ambassador David Friedman. But David knows me well. David and I became very close friends, not just out of our shared passion for our most cherished ally, but because to know David Friedman is to know a man of faith and family. And I must tell you, David, as I was standing there in that kibbutz talking to Mandy, I was not standing there as a former vice president. I'm a dad of kids, 2 girls, Emily's age. I'm a grandfather. And it just broke my heart.
100%.
And it's one of the reasons why that journey, and others officials in both political parties have made it, left such an indelible impression on me. And I'll never forget Mandy. I will join a chorus of Americans to continue to pray for a just and righteous conclusion to this war, and that every single one of those hostages, including Emily, are back to their families. So help us God.
So, Mr. Pence, you said you never wore a uniform, but even though you're wearing a suit, I think your uniform is actually an Israeli IDF uniform, because you have been doing and are doing so much for us. So definitely see yourself one of us.
Well, thank you.
So,
for me, I want you to know I'm very typical. You know, when I was first elected to Congress, anytime the subject of Israel came up, it was in 2001, it was literally the months before 9/11 would even happen. Anytime Israel came up on the floor, I and my friend and colleague, Congressman Eric Cantor, who would go on to great distinction in the Congress. It's a true story. Eric and I would make a sprint to the floor to get in on the debate. And Eric was, and I think remains, maybe one of the most prominent Jewish Americans ever to serve in the Congress of the United States. But from early in my career, I remember some of my Democrat colleagues would come up to me on the floor, and they'd say, pretty good speech about Israel. And I'd say, well, thank you. I feel strongly about it. And they'd say, well, that's obvious. And they'd say, pretty big Jewish community out there in rural Indiana. I said, no, we have wonderful Jewish constituents, but not particularly large. And then they'd invariably say, what's your mother's maiden name? And I would look at those friends, who are still friends to this day.
What is it?
And I would say...
What's your mother's maiden name?
She's Irish.
Irish, okay.
But I would say
it's
to them,
Cohen, right?
You need to understand, anthems about Israel were the songs of my youth. The aspiration for seeing the Jewish people return to their historic homeland is embedded deep in the hearts of the American people from before the American founding. It's one of the reasons why in 1948 America became the first nation on earth to recognize the Jewish state of Israel. And I would say to them, what you need to understand is that love for Israel echoes out of every little buckboard church by every cornfield all across America. I am very typical. America stands with Israel.
So let's hope you're typical, and we'll multiply these typical types of people. The current administration has, after October 7th, President Biden came to Israel, made, I would say, one of the most amazing speeches that I get the shivers every time I hear. That said, in the past few months, we've seen a change in this relationship, halting military aid to Israel, which some will see as a political, decision. He's in a campaign, he has elections, his party is not really going towards the direction you were talking about. What's your answer to that?
The United States historically speaks with one voice, and that's the voice of the President of the United States. And all President Joe Biden should be saying in this dark hour is that America stands with Israel today, tomorrow, and every day until the hostages are home and Hamas is destroyed once and for all. It
so how do you...
totally unacceptable. The Bible says if the trumpet does not sound a clear call, who will know to get ready for battle? If there was ever a time, and I know the ambassador feels more passionate about this than I do, if there was ever a time when America should be sounding a clear call of support for Israel, it is now. That also includes we should be imposing severe sanctions on the ICC for their criminal charges against Israeli leadership.
I think you answered the question. But since you were in Congress for a number of years, you know President Biden.
I do.
What do you think? What's your take? I'd give you a sec. We have time. No one's going to kick you off the stage.
Look, I would tell you, I agree with you. When President Biden arrived in Israel shortly after this tragedy, he said what should be said. But whether it's domestic politics or a lapse of judgment, I've been deeply disappointed, as have tens of millions of Americans, to see the President Biden's faltering rhetoric for Israel. But I just want to encourage all of you. The American people won't stand for it. The American people are going to demand that America stand firm and provide the resources and the support that Israel needs. I think there are forces afoot in America today, particularly in the other party, that would lead in another direction. But whether it is in the days ahead or whether it's in another half year, the American people will have their way, and America will stand with Israel.
So speaking of in half a year, you did not support President Biden in this round of the elections. And American Jews, or even American supporters of Israel, who are Zionists, have a very tough situation now, because the majority of American Jews, 70%, historically have always been voting for the Democratic Party, give or take. How do you, and then Trump has done amazing things for the state of Israel. And he has.
Sure.
That said, that many feel there's a sense of instability, and lately there also have been some statements which have been problematic towards Jews and towards Israel. So what's your recommendation for those who are able to vote, or what should be the consideration of choosing for voting?
Well, let me say I took a run at the Republican nomination, and I'm staying out of it from here. But I will tell you this: look at the record. Maybe you voted Democrat your whole life, but I want you to look at the inconsistency of this administration compared to the bedrock support of our administration. I mean, not only that historic moment when President Trump made the decision against, with the exception of Ambassador David Friedman and a few others, against all of his advisors, to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, the eternal capital of Israel. We recognize the Golan Heights. We took strong action against organizations that support terrorist organizations like Hamas. I mean, one issue after another, there was never a hesitation. And the world told us, I remember it well, the world leaders, I got to sit in the Oval Office through a lot of calls with world leaders. So did the ambassador. And one world leader after another, I can tell you, told that president with whom I served that
not to move the embassy?
You can't move the embassy. Remember, 4 American presidents had promised to do it, Republicans and Democrats, and 4 of them had broken their 100%. Promise. And listening to those world leaders and listening to the so-called diplomatic experts, I started to understand why. I didn't agree, but I understood the pressures that presidents faced. The threat that it would set the whole region on fire, that it was a pathway toward war. But I must tell you that both the former president and myself and a few others, notably the ambassador, thought differently. We thought that it might be a pathway to peace. We thought that by making it clear all across the region that America stands with Israel, but then we stand with an extended hand for peace to any other partners in the region, that we may be able to make history. And the Abraham Accords were signed in the fall of 2020, proving that to be true. standing with Israel without ambiguity, made peace possible. And it's still the surest pathway to peace today in the region and in the wider world.
Our time is almost up. But before we went on the stage, I asked you a question. You are a religious Christian. I'm a religious Jew. And my take is that this is also, or maybe even mainly, a war of religion between radical Islam and Jews, Christians, the Western world. Would you be willing to recite a prayer in order, in honor and for the release of the hostages and for a positive, as much as possible, outlook and future for Israel?
It'd be my great honor. Let's pray. Almighty God, we come before you today with hearts that are heavy. The families that have suffered loss and those that still wait word and those held hostage. We pray that you'd be close to them. As your word promises that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted, we pray that you'd be close in new and in renewed ways. God, we pray for those that are fighting this just war against those who did unspeakable evil and wish it more. And we pray for your people. We're called by your name. We pray that you would bless them and be with them, that you would ever strengthen Israel, and that you grant her peace. And I pray in your matchless name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Vice President Pence. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for supporting Israel. So from ambassador to vice president to ambassador, I would like to call the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Mr. Mike Herzog, Dr. Mike Herzog, to the stage. Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, how are you in these very difficult times? Thank you for making time to be with us today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. And it's great to be here with all of you.
So, kind of a repetition with the question is, where were you on October 7th? Were you here in Washington or were you in Israel?
So on October 7th, I was in the US, but not in DC. I was visiting another state. It was Friday, late night. I was with my family. It was the eve of Simchat Torah. Very early morning, Saturday in Israel. Suddenly I get a phone call. A senior general from the IDF shouts into the phone, "This is war, Hamas wage war. and he hung up. So I looked at the media reports. I saw that there was rocket fire coming from Gaza to Israel, but my instinct told me this is not yet another round of armed conflict. This is different.
Because you have a background in military, a background in research of the Middle East.
So
what were you thinking?
I think my background served me because I was for many years in uniform. I was a combat soldier, by the way, in the 73 war on the Egyptian front, but I was also a senior military aide and advisor to the Minister of Defense during the Intifada. So, you know, my instinct told me this is different. It's not another round of armed conflict. This is something else. I immediately did three things. The first thing was to put all the senior members of our embassy on a conference call. I told them this is war. It's going to be a long war. We are switching to a war mode. We'll work 24/7. All of the people who are out of town have to go back, and we have to start operating in a war mode. The second thing I did, I canceled all my plans and said I'm going back. And the third thing, I communicated someone senior at the White House. It was past midnight. I said, this is war. It's not another, you know, usual situation. And the guy wrote me back, we are with you. Now, since then, we've been working 24/7. I think what helped us a lot is that soon after I got to DC, we started the process in our embassy, myself and our defense attaché, to prepare for a war situation, really upgraded our preparedness, and we have like a war room and shifts, and started working like along the war clock in Israel and 24/7, and this really helped us. I think about this war very strategically. Obviously, this is the most serious challenge to the state of Israel since its inception. And we have to draw conclusions and make long-term plans. So we are facing today not only Hamas, but the whole Iranian-led axis, and ultimately we will have to revise our national security doctrine. But we also have to understand that while we fight the military war on the ground in Gaza, we fight another war, which is critical as well. The war to defend our right to exist, our right to defend ourselves. It's a war of perceptions and narratives. It's a war against those who want to delegitimize the state of Israel. And so it is a critical war, and we need to think about it strategically, long term.
100%. So the U.S. has sent, you know, obviously at the beginning, ammunition, has sent fighter jets to bomb Iranian drones and missiles being sent to Israel, and supporting Israel publicly. Yet, as we spoke before, there has been a sense, at least, of a shift within the administration. As a diplomat who, you know, is not political, but, you know, is also very careful, what do you think of the relationship up until now or recently?
So since the beginning of the war, we have enjoyed significant support from the administration, from Congress, on both sides of the aisle. I would say the majority of the American people, notwithstanding demonstrations and all of that. It was very significant. We had the first ever presidential visit during war. I was with President Biden in Israel. It was significant. It was meaningful. At the same time, as the war went on and on, some differences came to the fore. Some of them were legitimate policy concerns, like U.S. concerns about the intensity of the war, collateral damage, averting a humanitarian catastrophe, and questions about what's called the day after, or where exactly this war is headed, and how do you create alternatives to Hamas as you go about defeating and destroying Hamas. All of these are legitimate concerns. I will say that I still believe that the U.S. government shares our goal of defeating Hamas and removing Hamas from power in Gaza, but they have a lot of questions and concerns. I think some of the difference also are a result of the fact that for us, this war is existential or touches on existential nerves. It's next door to us. We cannot live with such a threat next door. And for the US, it's far away. And we're also mindful of all the political pressures that exist here. But I don't want to forget that after all, since the beginning of the war, we have enjoyed a supply of weapon systems and munitions to the tunes of billions of dollars. We just saw the passing of the supplemental, which is the biggest ever. The US vetoed 4 anti-Israel resolutions in the UN. They stood with us at the ICC and ICJ. And when we were massively attacked by Iran with hundreds of munitions on the night between April 13th and 14th, they stood with us. So I don't want to forget all of that.
100%, we're not forgetting, but where can the relationship be better? Or what are you doing in order for it to be better?
It is our job to create space, time, and legitimacy for Israel to continue the war and to achieve its goals, namely to defeat Hamas, to make sure that they can never threaten us again, and to release our hostages and bring them back home. We never forget that.
And you feel like that, last question, do you feel that the US administration is with us?
I think that at the basic level, the level of securing Israel's security, the US administration is with us, and we saw that when they stood with us against the Iranian attack. But that being said, there are also some policy differences that we have to deal with, and that is our daily job. I think a lot of what you see, there's a lot going on below the surface that people don't see, and we do a lot of things
So you're going to tell us that behind the scenes, right?
Excuse me?
You're going to tell us about that when we get off the stage.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. So Ambassador Herzog, you have a very important role now. Thank you so much for doing what you are doing, and hopefully you'll be able to be the one to help and get that pressure out on Hamas to release the hostages.
Thank you very much. I just want to tell all of you that, yes, these are difficult times, these are dark days, but we have to keep our faith and hope, and I'm hopeful that ultimately we'll see better days. And I am a great believer in the relations between Israel and the US. The American people are with us, and Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Herzog.
The Haredi, or ultra-Orthodox community, has faced some unique challenges since October 7th, namely their opposition to the call for mandatory conscription across the board in Israel. To discuss the unique difficulties faced by this community, please welcome to the stage Israel Goldschmidt, owner of Kikar Shabbat and founder and co-chairman of Tatya, and Yehuda Neuberger, an advisory board member of Tatya. They will be interviewed by Avital Chizik, journalist and editor at The Real Deal.
There's a lot of talk right now about the future of the Haredi community and the role that it plays in Israeli society, especially around the draft, especially post-October 7th. Historically, the community has chosen to segregate itself as a way to preserve itself. But now it has grown. Haredim are Israel's fastest growing population, and they will be expected to be 16% by 2030 of Israelis. And now it is clear that isolation arguably works against the community's interests, and what the community needs to learn is how to integrate. 60% of the Haredi population is under age 18, which means that a large number of them will be entering Israeli civic society in the near future. This is a problem given that they don't have the necessary tools, but it is also a huge opportunity. If you are able to impact this part of the community, this part of the society, you can change all of Israeli society. With me today, we have two leaders focused on that sort of internal and real impact. Israel Goldschmidt, who's actually related to me by marriage, owner of Kikar HaShabbat, but also the co-chair of Tatya, and Yehuda Neuberger, a private equity investor and philanthropist, and a board member of Tatya. Thank you so much for joining us today. Israel, as the owner of Kikar HaShabbat, you have been deeply embedded in the community with its problems. You know what people are reading, what keeps them up at night, the questions, the angry editors, letters to the editor. You oversee the next generation of Israeli journalists, Haredi journalists. And in 2020, you co-founded Tatya in order to respond to the very challenges that you were seeing on the ground. Can you tell me a little bit about what spurred this?
Okay, so hello everyone. So I was born in Jerusalem to wonderful parents who just made an Aliyah a couple of years before I was born. And by the way, that's the reason why English is not my first language, not my second language, even not my third language. So I apologize in advance for not being sort of my poor English. I've never studied English in my life. I grew up inside the Haredi system, inside deeply in the mainstream Haredi. My brothers, sisters are involved deeply in the Haredi society. And I live today in Jerusalem. Then professional side, I am currently the owner of the largest news media group called Kikar HaShabbat. Just to understand the size, that if you take all of the media, Haredi media, of course, offline and online, you put it on one side, and Kikar HaShabbat is bigger than that.
How many roughly are we talking about?
We're talking about 1.85 million unique users per month.
Wait, I thought Haredi Jews don't use the internet.
Yeah, I thought so too, but you know, it's a data and you can see that. And actually, before COVID, there were, by the way, you know the story about when the Zoom, about the people of Zoom came over to Bnei Brak. They wanted to understand how Zoom works without internet. So well. But anyway, before COVID, it was around 60%, and today we're talking about more than 80% who are connected to the internet. So well, that's the situation.
Wow, amazing. Yehuda, could you tell me a little bit about the story, the need of Tatya from your perspective?
So, thank you. It's good to be here. Let me start by taking a step back and talking about what is Tatya, where the name comes from. So Tatya is the Hebrew year of 2050. And forecasts have it that the Haredi society will be a third of Israel's Jewish population by that year. And so the premise of Tatya was that at that percentage size of the population, it is a privilege and comes with power, but it also comes with responsibility. And the organization is dedicated to work together with Haredi leadership to position them to be able to serve and lead in that capacity by that time. We sometimes joke, not even so funny, that in many respects, the year 2024 is the year 2050, in the sense that already we're grappling with a society with tremendous influence and numbers, and how that translates into leadership. I think the two things that I would say are unique or important about this organization, one is that we're working from the inside. And while I'm quick to admit that we want to create change in culture, that change in culture doesn't consist of us dictating what it should look like or how the society should lead, but rather it's equipping them with the tools, the motivation and the understanding to be able to lead. So we work with leadership from the inside, providing them things that will enable them to lead in the present and especially in the future. The second aspect that's unique from many of the Haredi-focused organizations is that within Haredi society, there's about, they say, maybe 17 or 18% is so-called modern Haredi. So if, for example, someone like myself were to move to Israel, I would be called modern Haredi because I was coming from an Anglo background with education, advanced education, etc., but still identifying within the Haredi community. That is the easier society to penetrate and to find opportunity in. Tatya made a decision at the beginning that we're not focused on that segment of society, we're focused on the mainstream. And the way to get to the mainstream is through a number of channels that I'll leave it to Yisrael, who started it, to discuss.
Yisrael, could you tell me a little bit about how does that actually work? How does that impact happen concretely on the ground? What are you doing?
So everything we do in Tatya, it's first of all based on data. We have a wonderful research department led by Professor Nahumi Yaffe. Professor Nahumi Yaffe, it's an interesting, she's a Haredi woman who grew up in Jerusalem, but she made her postdoc in Princeton under Professor Kahneman, a Nobel Prize winner who recently passed away. By the way, she was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately, since she's opening a course tomorrow at Tel Aviv University, she's also a senior professor at Tel Aviv University, so she couldn't make it. By the way, if we mention about one man is missing, I'm missing also my partner, my co-chair, people that some of you might know, the businessman and philanthropist Jackie Schimmel, that he's devoting his time very much here as well. So basically, this research department has a Haredi PhD students who wants to make research on the Haredi society, and basically in a cooperation with Tel Aviv University and Hebrew University, they get under the supervision, of course, of Professor Yaffe, they get the data. So everything basically we do first based on the data. We have the most updated data about what's going on. We're making a couple of researchers per every week, and that's how it starts. Now, how do we operate then on the so-called programmatic level? So we have a rabbinical, again, we have to understand again the role of the rabbis in the Haredi communities. A rabbi is everything in the Haredi community. He is, besides being a spiritual rabbi, a spiritual authority, of course, he is a social worker, he is a psychologist, he is a finance advisor, he's taking care of a problem in marriage, etc., etc., etc. And so there are real leaders in the community. So we have a cohort of rabbis every year. We already completed the second cohort. We're on the way to the third cohort. Just to understand how popular this program became, we had over 250 application of rabbis from all over the country, again mainstream, to join our program. And to understand, a rabbi, in order to join this program, had to have a minimum of 600 families under his leadership. And we're talking about the mainstream from all over the country who are going there. And basically, they are studying over there things that they are not supposed to study at the yeshiva. It's starting from medical issues to mental health, and afterwards welfare, family, etc., etc., and then comes to economy and technology, everything that can help them to get the data in a better way. So we have completed the two cohorts, and we're opening, as I mentioned, the third cohort very soon. And we have an advanced program as well of selected rabbis from the first two cohorts. We're taking them, and actually we're digging in to a more issues of a national story, since, as we all know in Israel now, the Haredim are on the top of the news because of everything what's going on, and basically those rabbis are facing it. Now, to understand, the rabbis themselves understands very well that there are big changes. They're aware of it. But like every person, everyone who's sitting here, doesn't matter if he's more conservative or more liberal, we are afraid of any changes. And as more conservative you are, you're afraid more because you don't know where it's going to lead you. And those rabbis are definitely very, very much care for their own communities, and they very, very much understand about what's going on. However, they want to make sure that the things they're doing, that not only reacting to the situation, they actually initiate it in order to control it and make it in a better way, both for the Haredi community and for the future of the State of Israel. If I may, Yuda, I can add something interesting, stories that we just had last week, actually, on this advanced program. They were discussing, one of the Hasidic rabbis was telling over there, the stories that he was, of course, with the permission of his Rebbe as Admor, he is sending, always when he has young people who wants to go to universities, so he's sending them in a cohort of 10 people. The reason why he's doing like this, because that's the way to keep the identity. And he mentioned that he had one student who wanted to go and learn agriculture. However, he couldn't send it to him because he couldn't find a cohort to join him. So one of the other rabbis said, maybe it's the time for us as the Haredi people, in order to protect their identity, but we still want them to integrate, to get a parnasah, to be able to make the living, maybe to bring, maybe to create a Haredi university. Just one example. Now, as I mentioned, we work both on the leadership of rabbinical leadership, we're working on the political leadership in a cooperation with the three Haredi parties, Degel HaTorah, Agudat Israel, and Shas. And basically, the next generation and the people who are actually already serving in a senior position, kind of a chief of staff, senior advisors to the minister, the head of the parties, and the deputy Haredi mayors, they are coming for 1 year court as well, 6 hours per week. By the way, it's a very serious. Both programs are very, very serious program. That we're talking about 6 hours per week, and basically they're learning how to run a country, because it's true that we are still treating ourselves as a Haredi as a small minority. And as a small minority, you don't have to take care about the entire country. You don't have to take care about the relationship between Israel and other countries. You don't have to take care about Israel and Jewish diaspora, etc. Over there as well, we finished with the first cohort. We're in the middle of the second cohort, and the first year is diving into the more to the national issues on year 2. As well, we have women program, but we don't have that much time. I have the clock in front of me is telling me that they want to kick me out soon here, so I won't say too much about other things that we have as well.
So just to sum up, we're talking about a rigorous approach to studying the data, working with the rabbinic leadership and the political leadership within the community and educating them about these sort of bigger national issues. Yehuda, you are not only an advisory board member of Tatya, you are also the chairman of the Orthodox Union, which puts you in a very unique position in that you have a viewpoint on both the Israeli Haredi community as well as the American Orthodox community. And I'm curious, based on your perspectives on both, what have you learned?
So it's interesting. I sometimes wonder why they want someone on the board who's in America, not engaged in Israel. I'm there often, but one of the reasons is I think there's actually what to be learned from American Haredi society. And one of the things has to do with how rabbis perceive their role within the community. So in America, it is very common, kind of like Yisrael mentioned, that rabbis serve so many functions. They're marriage counselors, they're social workers, they help people, with their employment, etc. And there's a certain sense of responsibility that hasn't necessarily translated to the job description within Israel. So when we started our rabbinic course, we started with introducing things like bringing scientists who could talk about electricity, because rabbis have to give rulings on electricity, bringing in doctors who could talk about fertility, because again, they were giving rulings. That they understood, because that's halacha, that's law. But then when we started to bring in people to talk about sexual abuse and its impact, or about teens at risk, they were like, very nice, we know these problems, but what does it have to do with us? And what we've seen in the evolution of time is that there's a different model developing within Haredi community. We'd like to think some of it impacted by the work that Tatya does, is this sense of responsibility for the entire community. And it's not that the people were not interested in this, it just wasn't really in the standard job description. And so we've seen that as a major evolution, and I think there's a lot that can be learned from watching what goes on within the American rabbin. And we have a plan for pairing the rabbis with those from outside of Israel, but again, as Yisrael said, we are short on time. But there is a lot to be carried over across the ocean.
Yisrael, you are focused on leadership. How does that trickle down into the public within the community?
So it's a great question. So first of all, also on the leadership side, first of all, rabbis has an idea, but someone has to do the work over here. So of course, we're putting the groups together in order to help to implement the things. Now, as I mentioned before, I have also I'm also the owner of Kikar Shabbat. So we're able to use that tool in order to speak about our researchers and about data. Again, as I said, when people understand what is based on, so it's much easier to take a decision. We saw during COVID, by the way, some communities that didn't treat the communities in the right way. It's not because they didn't care for the community, just the data and the science were not in front of them and they couldn't take the right decision. So here we're trying to make sure both through the content department and through the leadership people that we're working with, along with other things, make sure that when people come to take a decision, we are there to help them to get the professor, to get the data, the experts and the professionals to help them to get the right data in order to get the right decision.
Yehuda, if you have one message that you want everyone in this room to walk away with today, understanding this community, which is so often misperceived, what would it be?
So the issue of Haredi leadership is not something that's going to solve itself, and it's going to require work. And that work, as I said before, needs to be done. It's not going to be forced. It needs to be done by working within the community to produce the change. And that change comes from information, tools, interaction, integration, all of these things. And so ultimately, someone needs to do that work, and someone needs to do it within the mainstream. And so I invite all of those who are here, who are engaged, everyone's here because I think they all care about Israel. This is a challenge for Israel. I'll give you an example with our rabbinic cohort. Just last week, we had a presentation from the head of the budget of the State of Israel, and the goal was not to talk about Haredi society or the subsidies or anything else. It was to give them a complete picture of the budget of the State of Israel, so they understand the realities, they understand the role that they play in it, and they understand the leadership that they can exercise. So it's giving them the tools to be able to lead. And ultimately, I'm very involved in many other organizations. There are a number of organizations here, Code, who works with high-tech, people who work with low-tech in Haredi society. There's lots and lots of initiatives, but all of those initiatives require a base, and that base is that the society, both at its leadership level and its grassroots level, is prepared to engage in these topics, to engage in employment, in leadership, etc. And Tatya is the organization that I know of that is doing that work. It's the reason I'm involved. I invite all of you here to become involved in our work in any which way. There is so much to be done.
Thank you both so much for sharing with us.
Thank you very much.
The Hebrew word dafka means doing the exact opposite of what others want you to do.
So when so many people are chanting
from the river to the sea
and want to see Israel
without Jews, we're all calling on you to relocate to Israel.
I relocated to Israel from France, from Spain,
Ethiopia,
Belgium,
Argentina,
Canada, the US,
Kyrgyzstan.
Join me, Dafka, now.
Now.
We all made Aliyah to Israel. Join us, Dafka, now.
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 When so many people want us to be extinct,
we will strengthen our
roots.
Dafka, now.
They want to weaken us,
we will grow stronger.
Dafka, now. Now.
We all moved to Israel, and we are calling on you
to do the same. Same.
Dafka.
Now. We know how
hard it is to leave the country in which you were born.
To live the life
you've built, the habits,
the friends,
the family,
the culture. We've been there.
And it's worth it.
If you really want to belong
to your people.
People. Because Israelis will never stop dancing.
Never stop dancing.
Because Israel needs you.
Because
you belong in Israel. Because if not now,
when? Belong. Relocate to Israel.
Dafka.
Now.
Well, now that we've got everyone's interests about Belong, Mr. Gilad, thank you very much for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit more about Belong?
So thank you for having me. Belong was established to reinforce the connection between the diaspora and Israel. We are promoting immigration to Israel, promoting Aliyah. We are making sure that the Israeli society and the Israeli businesses are ready to get those olim in Israel. And we're supporting those olim once they get to Israel in order to lower the entry criteria to Israel. You know, the pressure and the burden of making this decision to relocate to Israel. Belong was established way before October 7th. It's not because of October 7th that we started. We started a year before to prepare our environment because we saw the antisemitism rising around the world. And we saw that a wave of immigration to Israel will come. After October 7th, we've seen how vital is the connection between the diaspora to Israel and how eager the people, the Jews around the world is for connection and to impact and to be involved in the daily lives in Israel.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the same way that post-October 7th, civil society, private sector has really stood up and embraced Israelis, you're trying to do the same thing for future Israelis.
That's right. We've seen we've seen after October 7th that the private sector can really benefit government organizations when they're involved, and they do better job when private organizations are also involved in the deal. And what we're doing, we're preparing, or we're creating a network of support for new immigrants to Israel from the private sector to help those new immigrants when they arrive, to know that they are part of a mission to fortify Israel and to make sure that they are embraced. They are embraced by the society. And we are a complementary service to the traditional organizations that are already working to support those Olim that arrive to Israel.
Things are a bit difficult right now in Israel. There is a war going on, multiple fronts. Is this really a good time for Aliyah to double down on that?
So, Israel has so many opportunities. And when you see the vast opportunities that are in Israel from one side and the rise of antisemitism from the other side, the best place for a Jew to be is in Israel. And what we're trying to connect those gaps between the pressure to move, the fear from how hard it will be, and the opportunities that any Jew can find in Israel with a society that embraces him, a society that he will feel there a part of his tribe, he will feel secure, and he will be able to harness his talent in order to help us, as I say, fortify Israel and make a stronger Israel society. And of course, it will end with a mutual interest of diaspora to strengthen Israel, and of course, Israel to be strong.
So I don't know if everyone knows about this whole anti-Semitism thing. It's all the rage right now. Everybody's doing it. There's protests going on, campus encampments. What's your take on the environment in the diaspora right now?
Our enemies have understood a while ago that they will not beat us on the battlefield. They have shifted to the psychological front. They're doing a psychological warfare for the last few decades. And we can see the impact of this campaign that has been going on. We can see it now in the campuses. We can see the rise of anti-Semitism. What we're saying is that if they want to make us understand that Israel is not the place for us, if they want us out of Israel, we will do exactly the opposite and come to Israel. Just imagine, thank you. Just imagine what will be the frustration of those organizations and countries that have been working so hard to create this sense of fear in Israelis and in the diaspora of what's going on in Israel, when they'll see that their actions have created a wave of immigration to Israel, that people are coming to Israel, making Israel strong, and all the efforts have gone nowhere.
Well, they've tried to ostracize us, but people like you are making sure that these Jews belong. So thank you very much.
Exactly.
Dr. Tal Patalon is an active clinician specializing in family and emergency medicine, a researcher and the head of KESEM, the Research and Innovation Center of Maccabi Healthcare Services, a leading Israeli HMO with over 2.7 million members. Dr. Patalon is also the founder of Medana, a global health AI company and a Forbes contributor. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for the organizing team for inviting me. And since these are very unique and different times, it requires some different responses. So yesterday evening, I just met some of the hostages' families outside of this hall. sitting, actually crying. We were crying together. And we were thinking about I asked them, since I'm a physician, and trust me when I say, you don't want to see what I saw, you don't want to hear what I heard from October 7th. And I asked them what would help you. The families of the hostages, what would really help you? What can we do that you will feel supported? And what I heard from them was, don't look away. Just look us straight in the eye, be with us, don't look away. We lost 4 hostages today. Today, a couple of hours ago, it was published. And we are continuing the convention. I ask everyone to stand up and join me in 30 seconds prayer for the hostages we lost today. Thank you for that. Among the other things I do, I'm a palliative care physician. And I can tell you there are 3 fears that any person deals with at the end of life. One is the fear of pain. Second is the fear of losing someone you love, your friends, your loved ones, your family. And the third fear, which is the biggest fear, is the fear of the unknown. In medicine, we treat post-traumatic stress disorder. Post means that it already finished. There was a trauma event, we see the patient, and we give the best treatment we can to prevent the next event or to help him deal with whatever happened in the past. Right now in Israel, we are experiencing a continuous traumatic stress disorder. Continuous meaning that every single day, on every single hour, everyone is experiencing some kind of trauma in his personal life, in a life in a wider circle of his family and friends. If it's a hostage, if it's someone of the hostages' families, if it's the soldiers that got hurt or lost their lives, if it's the people who were evacuated from their house in the south and in the north, which means that we are, as physicians, as the health system, are dealing with a tremendous increase in the services of mental health. The demand and the amount of services we can give, they don't match because the demand increases. Huge increase. How do we bridge the gap? What are we going to do? In the future, how are we going to treat all the people who suffer from continuous trauma when we have to give them some kind of relief? So one of the strategies that Israel is taking today, and the health organizations, is trying to integrate more and more technology into the system to try somehow to mitigate the gap between the increasing demand in mental health and the lack of services we can provide. Now, Maccabi has the largest biobank, which is made for Maccabi's members who contributed blood samples for research. In my wildest dreams, I would never imagine, as the head of the biobank, the largest biobank in Israel, that I will have to use these samples to identify people who got burned and we will not be able to identify them after October 7th. So that biobank, who was supposed to serve as a reservoir for research, actually served for a whole different purpose we didn't imagine we will ever need. Now, if we think about the future in medicine and where we're heading, using DNA and DNA sequencing and electronic medical record and all the data that we have and integrating it, will hopefully be able in the future to create such algorithms with artificial intelligence that would allow us to fit a much better treatment for each patient and actually intervene much earlier than what we do today in a very specific way that will create a better outcome for patients. At the same time, with artificial intelligence, No algorithm is really agnostic. Behind every algorithm that we implement, there is a moral value. No algorithm is morally agnostic. Which value is behind the algorithm? Is it financial? Is it some guideline? Is it publication? What do we want behind the algorithm? What motivated the ones who created it? We have to check. That's why we have to implement in the healthcare system the artificial intelligence in a very careful, responsible, reliable, and transparent way. Doing all that will allow us, hopefully in the near future, to mitigate the gap between the increasing demand in the area of mental health and giving them the right treatment that they deserve. Same goes for rehabilitation and everything else around that area. For me personally, what I experienced treating these patients, it's so difficult that no technology in the world over time, nothing will ever replace the human, personal connection between a physician and a patient and a healthcare worker and his team. So technology in the future will only make us like hybrid physicians, but it will never ever replace the personal connection. I offer my prayers for the return of the hostages and our soldiers, and I thank you very much for your attention.
ב-7 באוקטובר, 6:30, אשתי מעירה אותי, אזעקות, מטחים מטורפים, אנחנו קופצים מהמיטה, רצים לחדר של הבנות שלנו. אני אומר לרעות, תקשיבי, יש משהו חריג בקיבוץ, אני הולך להתארגן ותנעלי אחריי את הדלת אחרי שאני יוצא. אני חוטף רסיס שניתז עליי מאחת האבנים שמה כנראה, נכנס לי בלחי מפה, ומתיישב לי ממש מתחת לאוזן, ואני יורה חזרה למחבל ומצליח להוריד אותו ולהרוג אותו. ושניות אחר כך, אני אפילו לא מספיק לסרוק או להסתכל, אני מרגיש כאב חד מאוד בגב, מחבל נוסף שהיה שם ליד פוגע בי.
אנחנו עובדים על כוח, אנחנו עובדים על הסיבולת, יש לך מוטיבציה מדהימה, אייל עושה הכל בטיפולים.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys missed our Eve Young, economics correspondent for the Jerusalem Post. She will be in conversation with Ido Sharir, CEO of Re'ut. Re'ut.
Okay, Re'ut Tel Aviv's Rehabilitation Hospital has 125 inpatient beds, and that's 15% of the total rehab beds in Israel. You also treat 1/3 of Israel's outpatient rehabilitation patients. I think that when people hear rehabilitative medicine, they tend to think about recovery from a stroke or elder care, and I think that this war has turned that on its head. We've seen so many young people injured during their service during October 7th, and many of them have required extensive rehab care, including some have lost limbs and had to kind of learn to deal with that. Can you tell me about the impact of October 7th on your work?
Yes, unfortunately a few of the previous speakers gave the relevant examples. Just saw Eyal who recovered at Re'ut. This is one example of us treating and giving rehabilitation to the ones who are suffering directly from the war, rather than soldiers who we give treatment to. We also have an increase, an immense increase of demand from women who suffer from eating disorders. This is something that is also increasing, unfortunately, in the last 7 months in Israel.
Is that just due to the increased pressure of the war?
Exactly. Unfortunately, again, we have many patients who recovered. You never really recover, but came back to the community and came back now to the hospital to receive treatment. Another example is pain. We have one of the leading pain clinics at the Reut Rehabilitation Hospital in Tel Aviv, and unfortunately, many cases of pain syndromes are, again, recovering within the patients. One example is a patient who her son is actually now captive in Gaza, and we are trying to give some relief to her pain on a day-to-day treatments.
Wow. Your staff members are going through the same triggers. They're also experiencing this war. How are they handling the emotional complexity, and how are you supporting them in doing this?
The toll on our staff is very high. We have dozens of staffers that were drafted to reserve duties. Me, myself, are still balancing between work and reserve duty as an officer in the IDF. So it's been difficult. We have many spouses of reservists who try to manage between the work life and home. We gave a lot of support. We delivered a lot of efforts from our part to try and give them help. But the main issue is the fact that rehabilitation in Israel is suffering from a severe lack of and shortage of beds, of rehabilitation beds. And we have started in the last few years a negotiation with the Tel Aviv municipality to try and allocate a new lot of land that would help us build a new facility, a new campus for our hospital that will allow us to increase those beds. When we speak about a shortage, we need to understand that you have a simulation, a demonstration of the new campus that is going to be built in the northern part of Tel Aviv, the former Sde Dov, for those of you who remember when you flew out to Eilat. So the municipality kindly allocated this lot of land as a partner, understanding that this is the future of rehabilitation and the future hospital of Tel Aviv. So you can see here a demonstration that will allow us to increase the beds from 350 today to 450 in the first phase and up to 600 in the second phase, to increase the services, both inpatient and outpatient services that we provide to our patients, bringing in other services as well, and to allow our staff also the adequate workspace for these efforts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting us.
We're taking the stage. Mr. Russell Robinson is the CEO of the Jewish National Fund USA. Mr. Robinson, I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. You are an optimistic person, and obviously there's been some very heavy subjects. Do you believe in 2024 that the Zionist movement is succeeding?
I know it is. In 2024, and for the next hundreds of years, the Zionist movement is stronger than ever before. And it is not just, and I am optimistic, because I see it, and I learn it, and I talk about it, and I would tell people I understand circles of pain, and no one's going to take away any of our circle of pain with cheerleading. But the reality is that our team is winning. Our obituary has been written for years. They have been wrong. We have today in Israel, at the Jewish National Fund at our Must High School, over 200 high school kids that are there now during the war. We have had them coming consistently and constantly. I travel throughout the United States. Our fastest growing part of our donor demographic is our 22 to 40-year-olds. They want to know that we're winning to join our team, and we have to talk about how strong we are and how winning we are as a Jewish community.
So let's talk about some of those wins. Let's talk about some of the goals that JNF has been scoring. JNF has been involved in rehabilitation of the damage that has been done on October 7th. Tell us a little bit about your philanthropic projects there.
So for Jewish National Fund USA is the people in the OTEF were not somebody who we had to come and work with starting October 7th. It is people that we have been working with for over 2 decades. Our volunteers and our professionals knew these people. They're our family. They're people who we knew by first name, and they were part of our existence. We were on the ground October 6th. We were on the ground October 7th. We've been on the ground every day. And part of what we did is started building a plan 1 week after the war began called Build Together. It was for the day after. And there was a lot of criticism. How can you start thinking about the day after? If you don't believe in the day after, why are we dealing today? And if we're dealing with the day after, you could see what is happening. You had the mayor say, right here in Shar HaNegev and in Eshkol region, over 60% of the people who moved back. We were building with them a place that they called 95% heaven and 5% hell. And together, we will build it to 100% heaven.
And when we're talking about rehabilitation, we're not just talking about buildings or cities. We're also talking about people. JNF has been involved in the rehabilitation of victims of October 7th. Is that correct?
So it's always about people, and there is a crisis, and there's no taking away that circle of pain, as I said. This is a generation that is going to live with October 7th. We, the Jewish community, the people of Israel, the hostage families, the people who lost families, the people who, soldiers who have lost their lives and soldiers who have been injured. This is a generation of suffering that we are going to have in memories. But we have to build the resilience, and that's the spirit of the people of Israel and the Jewish people, that we care about those people and we work with them from projects that we're doing in rehabilitation and working with everybody, because it's not something that we could do alone. We're bringing in all the great organizations that are there, because together we can rebuild those lives, and together we will rebuild those lives.
Well, is there anything else that you think is important for Israelis to know about diaspora Jews?
I think the greatest thing that we have to know is that, and we're building a village in Beersheba that we were planning before called the Zionist Village, a place where Jews can come, Zionists, Jews and non-Jews, from Barcelona to Birmingham, Alabama, from Beersheba to Kiryat Shimona to Tel Aviv, to understand that we are together. It's not about right or left. It's not about being religious or non-religious. It's about all of us caring about shared values and common destiny. And what Israelis should know, it's not about Israel diaspora. We are one people. And if there's somebody in Topeka, Kansas who's standing up, we have over 5,000 volunteers who have gone to Israel working in rebuilding those communities, and they keep coming. And we have them going through December, groups of people paying their own way and working. Is that we are one family, and we're not divided by anything and by anyone.
Mr. Robinson, do you have a final message to young American Jews?
To young American Jews is that, and I played sports as a kid, and what I want to tell young American Jews is that we're a winning team. And the games will go on, and there'll be some games we're going to win and some games that we're going to lose, but the season is thousands of years long. And if you want to join the greatest winning team in the history of the world, join the Jewish community.
Thank you for having us on your team.
Next up, to discuss the project leading Israeli youth to connect with their Jewish heritage, please welcome to the stage entrepreneur and project leader of Israel's next generation, Bracha Shilat.
Shalom, everyone. Good afternoon. I feel very grateful and privileged to be standing here on this stage in front of you on this honored conference, and I really appreciate your attention. In this room, it seems everything's okay. To be surrounded by so many lovers of Israel, it feels really good in these challenging times. My name is Bracha Shilat. I'm from Israel. I live in Kfar Chabad, not far from Tel Aviv. I'm a mother to 6 daughters and 2 sons, and I'm also a grandmother, thank God. Yes, I'm a grandmother, but I'm very active on social media. Of course, you are invited to follow. I'm a broadcaster on Tel Aviv radio. I head women leadership projects and work with Israeli influencers. But my main work on day-to-day basis, together with my dear husband, Rabbi Moshe Shilat, is to strengthen Jewish identity and Jewish pride amongst hundreds of thousands of young people in Israel, from the general population in Israel, youth, soldiers, and students. We are inspired by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, a great leader of the last generations that cared so much about the land and the people of Israel. On that dark morning on Simchat Torah, I wasn't home. We celebrated the holiday with the community, and we stayed in the hotel. The holiday was very nice, wonderful. We danced, we rejoiced with the Torah. And there were many people from all kinds of backgrounds. We felt unity and connection. We went to bed after midnight, happy. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to frantic knocking on the door in the hotel. It's a war, it's a war. I opened my eyes and thought to myself, only in Israel. Only in Israel, people go to bed happy and peaceful and wake up to a war. At that time, we had no idea what was happening around us. We didn't understand at all that the world had changed. We didn't dream how many tears would fall, how much blood would be spilled, how many lives will change forever. We were really naive. I keep Shabbat and holidays, so I didn't touch my phone. I got updates from people on the street, and they were saying things that seemed not logical at all. On the evening after the holiday was finished, I opened my phone, and all the horrific information, the terrible videos, we never seen like them before, flooded violently into my mind. Of course, I didn't sleep that night, but on the next morning, and many days after, I understood what my husband and I have been doing for the last 10 years. It hit me in the face, but in a good way. On October 8th, I understood that all the days, weeks, months, and years we invested in the youth of Israel, in the soldiers, in the students, in the next generation of Israel, everything was for this day, for the new delusional world we found ourselves in. The man in the tank will win. This is what they say in the army. It means that the soldier in the tank is well trained, and it's very important, of course, but not less important is that the person in the tank will be well motivated. He needs to know why is he fighting. You can tell my husband was in the Armory Corps, right? It's called in Hebrew Shiryoner. In the past difficult month, the question why has become more relevant than ever. On all fronts, not just in the tank. It burst from the front battle lines into our homes, to our safe rooms, crossing left wings and right wings, religious and secular, spreading out to the whole world, Jews and non-Jews. Why are we here? Why are we fighting? And we all need the answer. We try to give the answer. We try to answer the why. Since October 7th, Israel has realized that its fate is in the hands of the young people, and not only because they are masters on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. These young people physically protect us, with God's help, of course, on the borders, in the cities, in the sea, and in the skies. The spirit of these young people, their education, their values, their Jewish pride guarantees our existence. Thousands of soldiers who fought on the front lines in these past months have been part of our 60 youth clubs all over Israel, empowered by the global Sitin organization. When they grow up and go to the army, they take place in our activities in the IDF. And then they stay part of 40 branches, national network on campuses that are connected to the global international Chabad on campus that you probably know. Hundreds of students were out there fighting too. May God bless and save all of them. They come to activities, Friday night dinners, educational courses, workshops, meetings, trips, weekends, Shabbaton, learning about our value, our holy land, about Jewish identity, family values. All our programs are friendly, cool, 2024 style. We also run a huge volunteer network where youth meet elderly and Holocaust survivors. All of these simply make them grow to be better people. This coming summer, I'll be here in New York in a trip with 400 Israeli students, men and women. We will come here to meet Jewish students on campuses and strengthen each other. A few months ago, a video went viral showing thousands of Jewish teenagers singing Am Yisrael Chai in the Times Square, Manhattan. They came from all over the world for the global Sitin Shabbaton, the global Jewish youth movement run by Chabad. Hundreds of them were from Sitin, Israel, recognized by the Israeli Ministry of Education. When we know that these young people are behind the weapons, it makes us feel safe because we know they know the why. We have so much faith in them, of course, from the military point of view, but more than that, we trust their values. On October 7th, it became clear that our traditional is not a luxury. Our heritage is not just a beautiful folklore, holidays, songs, gefilte fish. Our heritage, our Jewish values are essential to our existence, literally. Just as we need to invest in food and hot uniforms for our soldiers, in weapons and tanks, we must invest in the person in the tank, in the person wearing the uniforms. We must invest in the next generation.
Olesya Canto is a successful entrepreneur and businesswoman who has leveraged her knowledge and experience in diamonds and art to become a driving force for extensive social and philanthropic activities. Having faced personal struggles and crises, including domestic violence, Olesya decided to dedicate her life to helping others. She founded the Heart of Fire initiative, which aims to strengthen the mental resilience of victims of terror and violence, particularly those affected by the events of October 7th. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Olesya Canto.
Distinguished guests, I would like to open my speech with a short story about a chance encounter. It is a reason why I stand before you today. Karen is a beautiful, delicate, petite woman in her early 20s whom I picked up in Jerusalem on our way back to Tel Aviv. It was October 12th, just 5 days after the Black Saturday. Karen told me that she had visited her mother and had stayed with her for several days as she couldn't bring herself to return to her apartment in Tel Aviv. When I asked Karen why she couldn't come back to her apartment, she replied in 2 chilling sentences. We were 4 friends, roommates, and we all went together to the Nova party. 3 of my friends were murdered, and only I, somehow, the only one who survived. Karen's unimaginable story was my first face-to-face encounter with the appalling disaster we experienced in Israel and with the deeply rooted trauma it left us with. This story rattled me not only for the magnitude of tragedy and horror, but also because it brought me back to my own past, the feelings I experienced when my world shattered. Under obviously different circumstances, I was a successful young woman with a newborn daughter when I found myself bruised and shocked in the shelter for battered women in Jerusalem. I realized that what I had seen in Karen's eyes when she shared her horrible story with me was not just trauma. I saw in her eyes how her entire worldview and her perception had been broken to pieces. I witnessed a deep sense of disappointment and shattering of expectations, how everything she had assumed would be there forever disappeared in an instant. I remember that when I was the one whose world shattered, the strongest feeling I was consumed with was not the fear of the event recurring. It was not even the pain of what I had experienced. It was terrifying feeling of loss. I had the feeling my identity was no longer something I could take for granted. By relating so deeply and closely with Karen, both of us sitting in my car and crying, I started thinking about what next. How do we move forward from here? And as I was trying to remember what gave me the strength to start over and grow out of devastation I had gone through, the answer was clear to me. What helped me the most was support from the community. That was the source of my strength and the reason I was able to recover. But it was not only the friendship of other women at the shelter, but the advice offered to me by professionals that helped me regain my sense of self-worth. Karen's terrifying story represents a story experienced now by countless Israelis. I believe that anyone who lived in Israel on October 7th lived and lives through destruction one way or another. Hundreds of Israelis might need therapy, but the entire Israeli society is in need of healing and recovery. And when we speak in such magnitude of war casualties, it is clear beyond doubt, if we fail to rebuild the resilience within our society, the weakness will only spread and deepen. I have decided for myself to focus my efforts on helping to the best of my abilities address the unspeakable pain we all experienced, and mainly to try and to help to people to overcome it, to make a positive change and grow out of the trauma. In Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning, he wrote, the moment one cannot change a painful fate, not only must one accept it, but also find some meaning in it, seek some achievement in it. In the spirit of those painfully accurate words, written against the backdrop of the Jewish people's Holocaust, I too choose and still choose to see opportunity between the cracks of this huge downfall. Despite the significant in the depression and anxiety levels, along with the post-traumatic symptoms after the slaughter, and despite the distrust in the leadership and the major hit to our sense of security, I truly believe that we have no other choice, but from here we must grow to change, and change is possible. And how will this change come to fruition? Only if we decide that rebuilding our national resilience is our ultimate purpose. The state must promote community centers where all trauma casualties will be treated. And no less important, where the communities will be educated on ways to support their casualties in the most efficient way. Alongside our standby forces, our first operational responders, we need local forces that can respond quickly to local needs in the fields of mental health and emotional trauma. These solutions must be led, navigated, and funded by governmental entities and not philanthropic ones. Speaking as a philanthropist myself, I can conclusively state our mission of rebuilding resilience in the communities is not the matter of philanthropy only. Philanthropy can be utilized for different purposes, and it has significant role, but not in the face of this national trauma. Dear guests, it was Yitzhak Rabin who said, "We do not have gold reserves, we have no oil, and we have no diamonds. Israel is poor in natural resources, but it has great human potential." The last war has proven to us all how much power lies within the Israeli human capital. Our society and country can and must recover from the national and human trauma. It is among our most important missions. And we do not forget for a minute that full recovery from the trauma includes bringing all our hostages home, those who are currently held in the Gaza Strip. This trauma can make us stronger together. Together we will prove to the extent of the extraordinary strength that lies in the Jewish people, in all of us. Thank you.
In a truly fascinating panel on the multifaceted work on Jewish education, please join me in welcoming the following. Rebecca Caspi, Director General of the Jewish Federation's Israel Office and SVP for Israel and Global Jewry. Terry Newman, CEO of MCC Group and Chairman of Binah Public Board of Directors. Chaya Yosevich, CEO of the Yael Foundation. And Meir Holtz, CEO of Mosaic United. They will be interviewed by Diaspora correspondent Michael Katz. Michael Katz? Oh my God. I'm tired, guys. It's Michael Starr.
Hello, I'm Michael Katz, apparently. And I just want to apologize about the size of the panel. I wanted to get 5 more people on, but they wouldn't let me. So when we talk about Jewish education, what we really think of often is instilling Jewish identity in our children. And that really is part of the mission of the Yael Foundation. Can you talk a little bit, Chaya, about the Yael Foundation's work strengthening Jewish identity in children?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So the Yael Foundation is pretty new. It's 4 years. And the mission is to get the Jewish schools on a higher academic level and make it accessible to the Jewish communities so Jewish kids can have great schools. They don't have to decide between a good school or a Jewish school. And we are supporting and helping out the schools and the places to be better and to work harder and to have better quality schools.
And how has that mission changed post-October 7th?
So I would say two things. First of all, the first thing we did probably was October 9th or 10th. We reached out to all the schools, to all the communities, and we asked them if the kids and the families are safe over there, if they need any help with security, because we felt while everyone is focusing on Israel, there are also a lot of things around there, and we helped most of the places get real security with the Israeli government and making sure that everyone is safe over there. On the other hand, we do have a lot of new kids coming to schools, especially with the situation in different communities in Europe, which they feel threatened or they feel not comfortable being in public schools, and they do want to change to Jewish school.
Rebecca, how do you think that teaching Jewish identity has changed in the post-October 7th environment?
Well, thanks, Mike, and good afternoon, everybody. Jewish life has fundamentally changed since October 7th. I think anybody in this room and anybody on this planet knows that. As the organizations which serve as the backbone for Jewish life here in North America, Jewish federations have an essential responsibility to support Jewish communal infrastructure in 146 communities. And we are seeing, and I hope it's good news towards the end of what I know has been a really long day, but we're seeing an absolute surge in the desire and the need to gather and be together Jewishly and communally. For example, 38% of Jewish parents of kids in private school are seriously considering moving their kids to Jewish school since October 7th. And we're working with the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs to hopefully pilot soon an effort to increase enrollment in Jewish day school and to boost affordability, which we know is a huge barrier. And this desire to belong and affiliate is actually happening across all age groups. So we're talking here about education, but we could be talking about seniors, people in their mid-career. Everyone wants to be together as Jews in the wake of the awful events of October 7th. And I guess I'll end just by saying, for us, that data, which is fresh and new from some polls that we've done, is a ray of light in a very, very dark time.
Mayor, when we talk about Jewish identity, often we think about North American Jewish identity, but really there's been changes in Jewish identity beyond North America and Israel itself. How do you envision the changes in Jewish identity develop worldwide and in Israel in particular?
So it's actually interesting, thank you, Michael, to come to a conference in North America with a lot of New Yorkers here and maybe some Israelis, but probably not too many people from Europe, Latin America, Australia, South Africa. And for us in Mosaic, the focus is not only North America. But I will say over here, we have an immense amount of gratitude to North American Jewry and to global Jewry as a whole for everything that has been done for Israel since October 7th and also before that. And obviously, since the majority of Jews are here, we do invest the large amount of money in Jews in North America. But we also see it as our responsibility as a partnership with the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs in Israel to look out for Jews all around the world. And one of the things we're focusing on now, and I'm very happy to have Becky Caspi and Chaya Yosevich over here with me as funding partners, is a program for summer camps for Ukrainian refugees that the need there is also still very, very great after October 7th. The changes, I think, everywhere, as Becky said, everyone's going to be feeling it. The way we educate for Jewish identity, with the way we educate for Israel, the connection to Israel, everything is changing worldwide. There will be differences between the changes needed in North America and other places around the world, but the changes will happen, are happening, and are very much needed. And we're just trying to be where we can, when we can, to try and help that out.
Terry, you're writing a book, I believe, on Jewish identity. Can you give us a little bit of a sneak peek about, I believe it's called the Jewish Century. Can you give us a sneak peek about what you're writing about?
Sure. So, first of all, thank you very much to the Jerusalem Post for hosting us. And in fact, an even bigger thank you to all of you in the audience. It's past 5 o'clock and you're still here. So, they say the Jewish people is Am HaNetzach, the eternal people. So to last out until 5 o'clock is quite impressive. Listen, in Israel, there is a quiet revolution going on. And that revolution there is going to affect global Jewry. The previous century, the Israeli century, was a century in which we saw the Israelification of Judaism. A movement that started as a very marginal movement in the late 19th century, took over the entire Jewish people. You could be in favor of it, you could be against it. But that was the focal point through which you defined your Jewishness. And in the Israeli century, there were incredible achievements. We resuscitated the language, we built a country, we built an army, we built an economy, we ingathered all of the exiles. But the point is that those achievements have been done. We can't resuscitate a language twice. When my kids speak Hebrew, it's like a French kid speaking French. It doesn't have any ideological meaning. When it comes to the ingathering of the exiles, yes, we might find a tribe up the Himalaya or something, but basically, 99% of Jews live in OECD countries, which means that, in effect, people who make Aliyah today are going to be coming because they're running away from wealthy countries rather than running to a wealthy country. And in fact, the biggest issues with demographers in Israel is how do we deal with overpopulation, with water issues, with electricity issues, right? We have the strongest army in the Middle East. We have the best economy in the Middle East. So, with the incredible success of the Israeli century, Israelis are now asking, what's next? What's going to be the defining feature of the 21st century? What's going to separate or differentiate the young Israeli from the young Nicaraguan or the young Australian or the young American? And more Israelis are turning to their Jewish identity. Now, in the Israeli century, because the mainstream, and by that I mean those who are educated in the Mamlachti system, the mainstream school system, they served in the army and they work in the in industry, they outsourced all of their Jewish needs, as in bar mitzvah, chatunot, etc., right, to the halachic monopoly in Israel. It goes back to a deal done in 1947, and now mainstream Israelis are standing up and saying, we want to take our Judaism back. If that is going to be what is going to define Israel going forward, we want to be a part of that story. We have built the building, but we let somebody else be the interior designer. We now want to be the interior designer as well. And at Bina, the home of Israeli Judaism, Yahadut Yisraeli, we are working, we're working with the school system, we're working with the army, we're working with Jews around the world. And I actually invite Jewish communities around the world to be a part of this revolution because you have so much to teach us, right? Israeli Jews, because Judaism was controlled by the state and became a monopoly run by the state, we know what happens when states run things and the price goes up and the quality goes down. So we are a big believer we have to break the monopoly, okay, and then we have to connect together with the Jewish world because Judaism is going to define the future of Israel. Okay, and it is going to be that way which Israeli Jews connect with Jews around the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. And you're also, besides being an author, you are the chairman of Bina. Can you tell us a little bit about Bina and the role that it has in instilling Jewish identity?
Sure. So, for the majority of the Israeli century, mainstream Israelis had to define their Judaism negatively. Ani lo. I'm not religious, I'm not to this, I'm not to that, right? Now we want to have positive terms for ourselves. We are Yehudim Israeli and we are Jewish Israelis. Bina is part of that process of defining what that is. So it's focuses on three areas. The first is life cycle issues. So that's birth, bar mitzvah, chatunot, and death. The second is Ma'agal HaShana, so Chagim, festivals, Shabbatot, how we celebrate those. We are actually learning from Chabad. We are setting up Batei Bina around the world. We have 2 in India, we have 1 in South America, with the idea that when Israelis want to connect with their Judaism in Israel, Chabad's great, but some Israeli Jews don't want to be Chabadnikim, but they still want to connect with their Judaism. We need to give them the infrastructure in which to do it. Okay, and the third area is through the Jewish bookshelf, the Jewish library. So I'll just give one example. We are taking Megillat Atzmot, the Declaration of Independence, which is the only Megillah which the Jewish people have written in the last 2,000 years, right? And we are taking that as the 6th Megillah, okay? And we are taking that and putting that into its historical perspective as the next floor on the Jewish story.
Thank you. Mary, you've been involved in instilling Jewish identity in some very interesting places, including Ukraine, which is also in the state of war, like Israel. Tell us a little bit about the summer camps that Mosaic has been working on there.
Yeah, so since when the war in Ukraine started, we felt like we have to do something. And I was in a conference with several major funders who were dealing with the matters there, mentioning, some of them talking about the buses that they were trying to save people with, and how they're bringing money in, people coming to Israel. Jewish Federations of North America were involved in the Jewish Agency, JDC, and many, many others. And I was trying to think about how we can be involved. And we had conversations with our partners in the ministry and many others about what we can do. And we had one idea of, okay, it's almost summer. What are we going to do for the Ukrainian refugees primarily during summer? And we had this idea, maybe we'd do something small for summer camps. And I was actually almost embarrassed to present that idea, because on the Maslow's chart, that was a need. I was like, in a real state of war, that is not something that would be very relevant. And I was speaking to a fellow funder who said, you know what, that's what we need, because no one's dealing with that. Everyone is really dealing with the existential needs. And we sent out an RFP to see what the need is. We were hoping to put in like $500,000 into it, and the amount of requests we got was overwhelming. So we said, oh, great, we'll do it for $1 million. The following year, we said, okay, let's double up, partner with other funders, and let's say we'll do $2 million. And we got requests for almost $5 million. And the need is just growing and growing. Now, since October 7th, no one's hearing about the war in Ukraine. But the war in Ukraine is very much imminent. Is very much there. There are people dying daily. The amount of hostages in Ukraine is insane, and we don't even hear about it. And that is not to take away from what we really, really care about over here, is the release of the hostages over here. And I just want to say, one more time, thank you for everyone, for everything you're doing for Israel. Thank you for all what you're investing in. But we have to also remember, the war is also present, the war in Israel is also present in every community around the world. We're feeling it everywhere, and we have to make sure that we also invest there.
Rebecca, I want to finish off the panel with you. I was wondering if you could tell us, education is not just, for a lot of Jewish parents, unfortunately, it's not just about instilling Jewish identity, it's also about security for their children at school. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the Federation's work to secure the schools, and then leave us off with a final message about, well, security to parents and the importance of Jewish education.
Okay, that's easy, and I have, 90 seconds, something like that? Something like that. So I'm going to say I'm going to say three things. First, we absolutely own the responsibility at Jewish Federations for the security of our communities in North America. As I said earlier, 146 Jewish communities. When we started our Live Secure campaign 4 years ago, only under 40 of them had communal security infrastructure. I am proud and pleased, and our team is a little bit tired, but I can tell you today we have 120 communities that host communal security infrastructure. That is a huge thing. We're going to get to 146, which means that in each of those communities, every Jewish preschool, every day school, it doesn't matter what part of the Jewish community they represent, are under our security umbrella. And we take that responsibility so seriously that we are now, as individual communities, owning the budgetary responsibility to keep that going for the future. Now I want to talk for a minute about safety, because it's not enough just to have secure facilities. People have to feel that their children are going to be safe. And unfortunately, I can tell you that 47% of Jewish parents who we surveyed have at least one significant concern about the safety of their children, whether that's from the evils of social media or what they might hear from teachers or in the hallway or on their walk home from school. So we need to work through our communities and with all of our partners to ensure that those children and youngsters know how to be safe, and that the people who are responsible for their care on the way to school and once they're there are doing everything they can and should to keep children safe. And the last thing I want to say is that I think we're having an Israeli moment. There were lots of people, probably no one in this room, but lots of people who wondered about this generation of young Israelis. And they were educated to the values that are literally saving our country today. And I want to just say that as parents, the most important thing we can do as in families and in schools is to make sure that our children know what matters the most, and hope and pray that they will never be called on to honor those values with the sacrifice and commitment of today's young Israelis. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you all. Mossab Hassan Youssef is a Palestinian ex-militant who defected to Israel in 1997, thereafter working as an undercover agent for the Shin Bet until 2007. You may know him by a more common moniker, though. Interviewed by President of the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, Dr. Dan Diker, please welcome to the stage the Green Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only correction I'd make, first of all, it's Tzvika Klein and the entire Jerusalem Post staff, thank you for inviting us, having us take part on behalf of Mossab and myself. The only correction I would make is it's not an interview, this is a discussion. And it's a discussion that involves every single person in this room. We tried to get a table at the Wolf and Lamb down the street for 500 people, but they said they had just given it away. So we have to do it here. But there's, at this particular moment, in the few minutes that we have to talk about a problem and a solution, as Mossab said very wisely downstairs, we really have to think out of the box. Because the post-October 7th reality puts us in a completely new world, breaking misconceptions, building new realities. And at the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, which is today renamed the Jerusalem Center for Foreign Affairs, for the first time in our over 50-year history, we see ourselves as the engine for Israel's foreign affairs, serving as a bridge between the West and the Arab-Muslim majority East. And in that context, after our October 7th, we were surprised by what is known in the literature of terrorism and war as a strategic surprise. 9/11, Pearl Harbor, October the 7th. And what shocked us at the Jerusalem Center for Foreign Affairs was the glee, the energy, the enthusiasm for Hamas in the free world. Because on the face of it, had there been an opportunity to understand what Israel had faced in terms of ongoing terror, 5 terror wars that had been prosecuted by the Hamas, 5, beginning in 2008, 2009, and decades of terror by the PLO before that, an empirical understanding that the Oslo experiment had arguably brought us to the moment that exploded on October the 7th. And what we did at the Jerusalem Center was to have a poll to understand another surprise. And that surprise is, why is it that there is such a tremendous expectation in the US-led Western Alliance for a Palestinian state on the heels of the worst massacre and mass murder in modern political history on a single day of any democratic country? And that taught us that we have to free ourselves from misconceptions, meaning that the free world, in large part, including from the highest levels of the American government to opinion shapers, media, Jewish community, by the way, and others, believe that this is an extension of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Our understanding and Israel's understanding as a national consensus issue is completely different. And as I turn to Mossab, I want to say the following, that in many cases in the Western discourse, Israel has been recast as the Hamas, and Hamas, from point of view of virtue, legitimacy, justice, has been recast as Israel. This inversion of legitimacy has been taking place over the last 31 years. And it is time that we stop defending ourselves intellectually, morally, and we must go from defense to offense, from intellectual defense to assertive diplomacy. And when I thought about who would be the best thinker, because Mossab Hassan Youssef is not only a fighter on Dr. Phil, he's a thinker, a deep thinker, who has profound ideas together with other JCFA scholars, our Vice President Abiram Belaish, Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour, Dalia Zaida here in the front row. Because what we understand is that Israel is an indigenous member of the Arab Muslim Middle East, and that is our new positioning, ladies and gentlemen. We are not part of an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That does not define us anymore. So I want to turn, thank you. I want to turn to my friend and a teacher, Mossab, to help us understand, as the Middle East comes to the West to talk about the Middle East, instead of the West telling the Middle East what the Middle East should be doing. Help us understand, from an ideological, religious, and strategic point of view, of the dangers of another Palestinian state post-October the 7th, in a sense that the West is missing something.
First of all, good evening to everyone. It's good to be here. Well, I guess we are awake. I was worried for a moment. Such a big question, and it's not an easy answer. Oh, I know that the Jewish slaughter on the hands of Muslims has been going for approximately 14 centuries. And for some reason, the Jewish people are in denial. I understand why. Because if the Jewish people admit that, then they will have to confront a majority of Muslims. And this is why we are at defense right now. From the early beginning of the war and prior to the war, I came to realize that the ideological dimension of this war cannot be ignored. And I got canceled many, many years ago, some 15 years ago, when I started criticizing and questioning the scripture in Islam that encourages Muslims to harm and kill Jewish people. And I think the Jewish people are a very peaceful nation that does not look to harm the Muslims. But at least I think that we have the right, you have the right, to question and say, what's going on here? Why the scripture is inciting against the Jewish people, and what the world is doing about it. What other major religions is doing about it. And this is why I changed my strategy, that this is not only about Palestine. Palestine is non-existential. It's just a device that the Muslims use as a weapon against Israel and as a weapon against the Jewish people. Fundamentally, Muslims think that Allah hates the Jewish people. And how can they love the Jewish people if their God that they bow 20 times a day hates the Jewish people? So I am not here to speak against the Muslims, but I want you to be aware of this fundamental problem, at least in your subconscious. You need to have this somewhere, that we have an existential threat. And now you see it in reality, how they were able to just turn the narrative against Israel in no time. And this is why from the beginning of the war, I said, Muslims, you have to back off. This is not acceptable to take the side of a terrorist group that just committed a genocide, a capital crime, unforgivable crime, by the name of resistance and by the name of occupation, colonialism, etc. Not acceptable. And now we have hundreds of millions of Muslims and Arabs spreading propaganda. And as you see, when people see it thousands of times per day, they start believing in it. It becomes real. So it is the time to move from defense to offense, to call things for what they are, to see them for what they are, and there is no need to be afraid. There is no need for us to be depressed. I have been fighting against Islam alone, by myself, for so many years. And I don't need the permission from nobody. If they want me to cease to exist, this means that I have to fight for my life. And you are in the same position right now. I'm not calling for a religious war. There has been a religious war. And it's about time to wake up. I'm not saying that we go on a war with the Muslim people, but at least we need to educate the rest of the world that we are in danger. Some people out there, hundreds of millions of them, want us dead. And we have to defend ourselves. Hamas is not only acting on their own. They belong to the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood belongs to a religion. And that religion has a scripture. And it's about time to open the books for the rest of the world. The majority of the world are with the Jewish people. Hinduism, they understand the Islamic danger. Buddhism, Buddhists, Christians, and it's about time. We need some help from the big majority religions to stand with us, because this is an existential fight. And if we don't win, it is going to be a disaster. The whole globe is going to go into chaos. I did not mean to talk about Islam this much. But in my opinion, Palestine, the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Muslim Brotherhood, all of them are inspired by the same death cult. Yasser Arafat was a Muslim Brotherhood. Abdullah Azzam was a Muslim Brotherhood. Osama bin Laden was a Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood. All of them are Muslim Brotherhood. So we have a big problem that we need to wake up. And if we don't keep ignoring and denying the existential threat, then we will have to face it eventually when it's too late. Palestine depends on the destruction of Israel. If there is any definition of Palestine, it means the absence of Israel. This is what Palestine is. And now, they got legitimacy somehow. But we ask them the question, what is Palestine? Is it an ethnic group? Is it a religion? Is it a distinct language? Do you have scripture? Are you a nation? Were you a country? None of that. So what is Palestine? And what is the purpose of Palestine? So for those who are representing the two-state solution, and I try to conclude, they want Israel to cease to exist, or they are not aware of this existential threat. Because in my opinion, Hamas is a small threat comparing to the Palestinian Authority. All this global chaos is managed by the Palestinian Authority, by the PLO. It's not Hamas propaganda. It's the one who sits in Ramallah, pay all the advocates worldwide through their embassies. Those are the ones who are fighting against Israel's legitimacy. So we need also to be aware of this big problem.
This is a really... First of all, Mossab just answered the following 6 questions that I had. So
My apology. I get carried away.
Get him a bottle of Evian here. You know, this is a real bombshell, because the numbers that I've been fiddling with, what we did at the JCFA, is a poll in the last few days that showed that in Israel, 69% on October 6th opposed a Palestinian state. On October 8th, 79% of Israelis oppose a Palestinian state, which they understand will be a third Palestinian state that would be, as Hamas's commanders have said, after October 7th, we will do October 7th again and again and again. I quote the top leadership of the Hamas. And everyone in this room may know that the polling numbers in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, on behalf of Hamas are overwhelming in their support. So it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hamas today is the recognized leader of the Palestinian street. Would that be correct?
They won the last election.
In 2005, in 2006.
And that was the last election.
And that was
Actually, they are the legitimate leadership of the Palestinians.
So Houston and New York, we've got a major problem, because well over 60% of the Jewish community, and even more of the general community, in addition to policy elites, government, media, in this country, are expecting tomorrow morning a Palestinian state. And we're talking about the day after. What is the day after in Israel? The day after is right now. Because there not be a day after unless, in the view of the vast majority of Israelis, if Hamas is not defeated completely as a military and political power. That message, that idea, seems to be lost in the American discourse. How do you understand that, Mossab?
This is not the only thing lost in this misunderstanding of the problem. There is no way for Israel. I just came back from Israel, and I know the Israeli street vibe. I met with thousands of people on the street. I talked to so many people, and nobody can afford a Palestinian state that is hostile to Israel. What happened on October 7th cannot be ignored. And I have been warning against this issue. You cannot give them Judea and Samaria. You cannot give them the mountains. You cannot sacrifice the Jordanian Valley. This is a defense line. And I speak from security point of view. You see, I speak now like a right-wing Jewish extremist. But this is my understanding. Look, I have 10 years of counterterrorism experience on a regular basis. We are dealing with explosions, suicide bombers. The situation was out of control. This is my background, and when I think with a security background. And we cannot afford the masses of Arabians just invading, breaking the fence, and all of a sudden, what is that? 10 miles? What's
9 miles? Israel's waist at 9 miles at Tukar.
Okay. And up to this point, the Palestinian Authority has sponsored terrorism. They encouraged terrorism. Yasser Arafat was a terrorist. I was in his meeting when he gave my father the authority to blow up buses, markets, beaches during the Second Palestinian Intifada. It was the piece of information that I gave to the Israeli Shin Bet that was provided to the United Nations to condemn Yasser Arafat as a terrorist. I was in that meeting. And we are talking about a con artist, Egyptian con artist, that is the father of the Palestinian cause. So now we are dealing with an ideology. Palestine is not a country. It should not get more legitimacy because it's only an ideology, and this ideology needs to be countered. As long as the false narrative is there, it will keep rolling like a snowball, and we will have to deal with the consequences. So now, I agree with them that our strategy should shift from defense to offense. We need to expose the false narrative. And when the world understands that there is no such thing as Palestine, that is just a false narrative. And the Palestinian entire narrative is the victim narrative that has nothing to do with reality, self-inflicted pain. This is what they've been doing. They brought themselves here, they brought the whole world here. It's not Israel's responsibility. Once we are able to mobilize Hollywood, journalism, everybody to bring the truth of this scam, political scam, then we may have a better chance to communicate with these people. But as long as they are living in this fantasy, we are not able to communicate with them. We are not able to please them or satisfy their ambition because it's a black hole. You give them East Jerusalem tomorrow, then they are going to say, we want West Jerusalem. If you give them the 1967, they are going to say, I want the whole thing. And they will continue to be a hostile. So now, we are in trouble. It's a big problem. It is a big problem. So, is there a solution? And then we've been discussing this. Yes, there is a solution. But first of all, we have to get anchored in the truth and face reality, face things as they are. As long as we try to escape it, we are not able to provide a good solution for this problem.
I just want to... We would be remiss if we moved on to the last few minutes about solutions, and there are solutions. As a matter of fact, I remember very well back in 2006, the Jerusalem Center, at that time for Public Affairs, at the permission of my former boss, Dori Gold, we brought Jordanians and Palestinians to Washington to talk about a confederal federal approach to Palestinian, Israeli, Jordanian diplomacy. That is not to say, if His Majesty is watching from Amman, it is not to say that Jordan is Palestine for policy purposes, not to frighten anyone, but it is to say that there are federal, confederal approaches to living together, to diplomacy, to prosperity, security, and stability. But we would be remiss, ladies and gentlemen, if we did not go on the record and say what happened on October 7th was financed, supplied, strategized, and armed by the IRGC and the Iranian regime in Tehran. And we cannot allow this to go, as what they say, לעבור את זה סדר היום. Iran is the epicenter of what has happened before October 6th, after October 6th, the first direct attack on Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran on October the 14th, and they're the taskmasters, the paymasters, the inspirers of Hamas, though they are Sunni, and also the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, though they are Sunni, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, etc. That is the address, and that is the epicenter of the strategic attack on Israel, which they remind us and have reminded us every day for the last 45 years as the little Satan that they will destroy us on the way to destroying who? The big Satan, the United States. So I wanted to go on record as having that in context just for a couple of minutes to talk about other possibilities, because many people in this room and in Israel, they say, in Hebrew, they say, ma ken, What is possible? There are many pathways to stability, security, because we have neighbors. We have Palestinian, Arab neighbors, Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, 1,500,000. We have 2 million Palestinian Gazans, and there are ways in order to create secure and amenable, even friendly ways of living together. Share some of your ideas, Musa, before we have to leave the stage.
There are Arabs. I don't think that they're Palestinians. They're just carrying a false identity around. We are not Palestinians. When I was born, I had a Jordanian birth certificate, as millions of the people who were born there. So, first of all, we need to ask the people, what makes you a Palestinian? You are Arab. This is your ethnicity. And I don't think there is a problem between Arabs and Jews to get along. We have 2 million Arabs in Israel, even though I'm not sure about their loyalty. And this is something also need to be taken into consideration. What we need a solid police force. We don't need 40 or 50,000 armed militia with Kalashnikovs all over the place protecting the governing authority. What do I want to do with all this? So first of all, we must disarm the Palestinian Authority. We don't need so many guns. We need a police force that is not corrupted, that can keep order for the Palestinians. Then it can assure Israel's security. Mahmoud Abbas will die sooner or later. The man is at the edge of collapse. And everybody is counting on Mahmoud Abbas. What's the day after Mahmoud Abbas? Who's going to rule the show? Who's going to be the player? They are conflicted people. So counting on the Palestinian Authority is a form of insanity. This is for the people who just like putting their head in the sand. They're not realizing. We are betting on a dying thing. Actually, it's already dead. So we need to find an alternative. And what we need a police force. And by the way, my wild opinion, let Arab rule Arab. How about mandatory recruitment to the Arabs, to the Israeli Arabs, to rule the Arabs in the West Bank? One solution. Okay, not so many enthusiasm for this. But Arabs know how to deal with Arabs. It's not Israel's fault to manage the Arab madness. If it's not that, it could be the Jordanian intelligence, it could be the Egyptian intelligence, it could be a confederation with Jordan, with Egypt. It could be whatever, but not the Palestinian Authority as is today. This arrangement I don't like because they are deceptive, they are double-faced, they are untrustworthy, and they are hostile to Israel wherever they go. With that said, we need an alternative, and I think there is a possibility of a loyal, responsible force in the West Bank that will take care of the security, not only of the Arabs of Judea and Samaria, but also of the Jewish state security needs. This is on one hand. On the other hand, economy. The world has been investing so much money into the Palestinian Authority. And look at their operation. Worldwide embassies, delegations, ambassadors. How much is that budget, the annual budget, only to pay for the Palestinian Authority ambassadors and their entourage? Instead of all this, the Arabs in the West Bank don't need all this money spent, hundreds of millions of dollars on nonsense. We could have directed that money to build the economy for the generation in the West Bank. And this is where we need to shift strategy. Then, education. Education, I'd start with educating the Arabs of the West Bank on the Holocaust. This should be mandatory for every Arabian to learn from the Jewish experience, that never be a victim, to rise above pleasure, to rise above pain. This is the model that inspires me. But to stay a victim in victimhood, this is not acceptable. So Palestine is not going to solve the human condition in the West Bank. It is not going to solve the problem. Actually, it's creating more problems. With that said, we need to really have a deep look into the situation and be honest with ourselves. Is this serving the Arabs? Is this serving the Jews? Is this securing the future of the generation or not? Then after that, we make our decisions. Thank you, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Musab, very much. It was great. Thank you. Join us at jcpa.org to get insight and analysis on all these issues, defensible borders, and some of the issues we've been talking about, the Iranian octopus, defensible borders, and federal confederal approaches to peacemaking, jcpa.org. Thank you all so much for your participation.
No worries, הכל טוב. Israel has faced many different kinds of challenges in the past few years, and especially since October 7th. This comes in a multifaceted society, and it impacts every aspect of life, including but not limited to the economic aspect. Nevertheless, we're the startup nation, and the high-tech industry provides us with fuel for years to come. To discuss the economic impact in recent years, especially after October 7th, I would like to welcome to the stage Economic Minister to North America in the Israel Economic Mission to the U.S., Anat Katz.
Okay, so thank you so much. I think this is a very, very tough act to follow. I am happy that Mossab actually touched in the very end of what he said about the elements of the economy and how important the economy actually is, you know, for, I will echo that, and how important the economy actually is for the stability and for the livelihood of any country. So, just by way of introduction, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Anat Katz. I head the Government of Israel Economic Mission based here in New York. Despite working for the government, I think I'm probably one of the first, but definitely not the last, but probably one of the first speakers here that is going to talk about business. So, if you don't know the Economic Mission, basically what we do is that we connect the Israeli innovative ecosystem, the startups, all this ingenuity with the local ecosystem of funds and large American corporations, creating win-win situations. Earlier today, you heard from the Consul General, you heard from the ambassador to the UN, you heard from the ambassador in Washington, D.C. So with all due respect to all of them, I do hold them at very high regard, I think I actually have the best portfolio in the Foreign Service. I promote, yes, I promote Israel in what Israel does best, and that's the technological innovation. Our economic mission lives in the private sector, in the world of startups, in the world of funds, investors, family offices, large American corporations who are in need of innovation. Earlier today, the governor of the Central Bank of Israel spoke this morning. He talked a little bit about the economic indicators and Israel's economic situation. I'm not going to repeat what the governor had said. I do want to highlight and touch on one of the slides that those of you who were here this morning may remember. I think it's a very important slide. The slide basically follows what happened to the state of Israel and specifically to its GDP after a shock, after an economic issue, world economic issue, or after a security challenge that Israel is facing. Whether it's the second Intifada, the second Lebanon War, Operation Cast Lead, Operation Guardian of Walls, COVID, or the dot-com bubble burst, the Israeli economy always, 100% of the time, bounces back. It takes about a quarter, sometimes two. We always bounce back, often to higher levels than we were before. So needless to say that the economy did suffer a shock at the fourth quarter of 2023, but soon enough, in the past quarter, first quarter of 2024, we already saw recovery. Specifically, if we're looking at early stage investments in Israeli startups, we already saw in the first quarter of 2024 levels of pre-COVID. So bouncing back, going on strong. And there's a very fine reason for that. And the reason is that our resource, the most important one, is our brain power and our talent. All those are still there. The companies, technological solutions, the entrepreneurs who are super resourceful. From within the war, they answer emails, they go on Zooms, they never miss a deadline. Very literally, they do whatever it takes. And as we can see, this has not gone unnoticed. Leading VCs, world-leading VCs, have actually just now, in this past quarter, set up shop in Israel. Sequoia set up shop and opened a scouting entity in Israel now, in the first quarter of 2024. Greylock Partners also opened up shop now, first quarter of 2024. Just a word about Greylock in case you guys don't know it. This is a very small fund that raised $1 billion in a recent year in order to do early stage investment. This is a small fund that nobody knows of, that invested in Meta when it was still Facebook, that invested in LinkedIn, that invested in Airbnb and in others. Those people can identify a strong potential when they see one. And they chose to scout for technology in Israel right now. So, as later in the program, there will be the tech section where you will see Israeli technology companies coming here, for a discussion, panel discussion. You will hear from investors. My message to you and to everybody here who cares about Israel is that Israel is open for business. Israel is open for business right now. And anybody who cares about Israel, and it's important for them to support Israel now through investments and through partnerships, it's very important to know this is by any means no charity. This is simply very good business with a bonus. So thank you very much, and I wish you a great, successful rest of the program. Thank you.
Hide and seek with a microphone. Next up, I am happy to introduce the head of the Director General's office at Magen David Adom, more colloquially known as MADA, Uri Shacham. Uri, you're finally up.
Yeah. But we are MADA. When we are called, we get there immediately.
Oh, there you go. You're demonstrating your prowess. So, on a more serious note, give us a play-by-play of what you encountered on October 7th when things first started off.
Well, on October 7th, Magen David Adom team members found themselves as key players in the worst tragedy Israel has ever experienced. As early as 15 minutes into the attack, we got reports from our people in the kibbutzim and in the moshavim around Gaza of gunshot fires. At 7 a.m., 30 minutes into the attack, an ambulance of Magen David Adom was shot by Hamas terrorists, critically wounding the EMTs that over there. And throughout the day, we had our people taking care of their own communities, people at the kibbutzim that were besieged, but they were there assisting their own people. People at main junctions were receiving people that were fleeing from Nova Festival and that were evacuated by IDF vehicles to Magen David Adom. Now, the fact that everybody that needs help in the state of Israel, medically wise, calls Magen David Adom, allowed us to understand the scale of the incident really early. And this allowed us to receive decisions or to get decisions that turned out to be life-saving decisions, manning the entire fleet of 1,400 ambulances for the state of Israel.
Yeah, I think needless to say, MADA of all organizations was prepared but shocked by the situation. But nevertheless, I think that the minute that initial shock kind of went down, it was all hands on deck and you guys were ready to go.
Tamar, I think you got it to the point. Ask me, did anybody came to Magen David Adom and told us, be prepared for this kind of a scenario? The answer is totally no. Ask me whether Magen David Adom was prepared? Totally yes. Because of the equipment that we have, because the state-of-the-art technology that allows us to dispatch our ambulances or the nearest ambulances to scenes, and because of the humans, of the human resources that we have, the 30,000 volunteers that just ran into fire.
So give us an example. What is the biggest measure, say, that MADA took since the start of the war?
I think that we learned very quickly to take what our enemies say seriously. When I hear Hassan Nasrallah says that he will put the northern part on fire, I believe him. And when I hear students in Columbia University say that they want to kill all Jews, I better believe them.
It's better safe than sorry for every correct reason to be better
Right.
safe than sorry.
And this is why we prepare. This is why we enlarge the fleet of ambulances. This is why we train our people. And this is why we train communities all over Israel in immediate response. On October 7th, we learned that communities that were prepared responded better. Life was saved. So Magen David Adom launched the Magen, or Shield project, in order to train communities, to supply them with life-saving equipment, special trailers, and even ambulances. So if, God forbid, something happens, they'll be prepared and they can save more lives.
You know, I think that the immediate care is exactly that. And I didn't prepare you this. I didn't prepare him for this. But when I was pregnant with my son, I had a medical emergency due to the pregnancy. And I didn't know this at the time, but I was in university. And if anybody has been on the Haratzofim campus of Hebrew University, you know that it is a labyrinth of the worst degree. It is unnavigatable. And within 7 minutes, MADA volunteers were with me, helping me, which is nothing in contrast to the type of campus it is. So truly, MADA does incredible work in that regard.
Yes, we are.
But back to the subject at hand, to the war. What is one story you encountered from the MADA medics that were on the ground that truly moved you?
Wow, listen. I can tell you about Hadass, a paramedic that had a critically wounded soldier at the ambulance. And she thought that she couldn't save him, but she promised him that she will, and she provided. I can tell you about Amit Man, a 22-year-old paramedic who could have fled from Be'eri, but chose to stay at the clinic and for 7 hours to save lives. And I could have told you about Yarin Peled, a soldier that was killed. At her pocket, they found a note saying that if, God forbid, something happens to her, she would like as many Magen David Adom people to come her funeral. And you know what? The cemetery was white-colored because of all the uniforms. But I would like to tell you about the human milk bank of Magen David Adom, and I'll do it shortly. There was at least one incident that we are aware of, that a mother was critically injured by Hamas terrorists. With her last breath, she gave her young baby to somebody that she knows in order to save him. And the baby wasn't so lucky because the terrorist took his new mother, just for the sake of discussion, into Gaza.
Oh,
but you know what? It turned once again, and she fled from the terrorist. Wow. The thing is, this baby needed to get breast milk, and his mother gave him the chance of life by giving him to somebody else. And it was Magen David Adom that supplied this baby with breast milk. This baby, an additional 30 war babies. So on October 7th, Magen David Adom demonstrated the spirit of Magen David Adom by Yarin, by Amit, and by Hadass. But since October 7th, we are also providing hope for Israelis. And I think that nowadays, especially nowadays, this is what Israelis need. The spirit.
It's hope. I'll nudge a little. Hope is usually something based on faith. The hope that Madda brings is based in action. Thank you so much for all that you do. Uri Shacham, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'm very happy to introduce Professor Edward Yakubov of Holon Institute of Technology. He'll be interviewed by Eve Young.
So, Professor, 42%, 2,500 of your students are in reserve duty.
Right, really.
How is your community handling this, and how are you supporting these students?
These students are very, very important for us. Among them, 2,000 students are in Miluim, and the rest in Shirut Keva. We started the new academic year 3 times, and on the end of December, on the end of the January, and on April, because of the great importance of these students for Israeli army, for defense and security systems, for high-tech industry. So, in addition to this, we allowed to each student to construct, together with our advisors, personal scheduler.
So you started the school year late for every wave of reserves that was released,
Right.
and then in addition, if students
Right.
had more trouble, you set
Right.
up personal schedules for them.
Right.
Wow.
We are investing in their success because of the great importance of engineers and scientists. Each year, we supply to Israeli society, to industry, Elbit, Rafael, IBM, Google, Checkpoint, Israeli aircraft industry, hundreds of students, hundreds of graduates that hold leading positions in their companies. So it was very important for us, and we consider each of our students in the reserve or in Shirut Keva as our daughters and sons, my personal daughters and my personal sons. This is very, very important.
I'm sure they find that so comforting.
In
knowing
addition
that
to this, we help them financially, psychologically, and surely academically.
Wow, I'm sure they find that so comforting to have that backup. So your students during the war designed, developed, and produced equipment
Right.
for first responders and the IDF. Can you tell me about this project?
Yes, we have 3 departments at the Faculty of Design: Industrial Design, Interior Design, Design of Multimedia. Students of Industrial Design department, as well as the head of the department, together with staff members, on the 8th of October, started the very, very important activity for Israeli army, sewing complex of equipment for our soldiers.
Did they know that there would be shortages of equipment? You're saying on the 8th they already started. Did they anticipate that there would be shortages of equipment, which we did end up seeing later in the war?
Right. This is very important activity, and we paid for this activity because several European universities stopped our cooperation because of this reason.
Oh, because of the war, international universities. Oh, because
Right.
of this project specifically.
Right.
International universities
This project
stopped
specifically,
cooperating.
right.
Wow.
But we are continuing, and we will continue because of the great importance for our army.
Tell me, what are the plans for the future? Where is HIT going?
Okay. The 16th President of USA, Abraham Lincoln, said that the best way to predict your future is to create it. We create better future for our students and for our very nice country. We started 2 years ago with a very pioneering, very interesting and very important program that combines 2 different worlds, the world of technology, algorithms, computer science, machine learning, data science, together with the world of real medicine. So we opened the department and bachelor program for our students in digital medicine and digital technologies for medicine. This is very, very important, not just for us, for all hospitals in Israel, and we cooperate together with them, and which the great 2H HMO, Clalit and Maccabi.
Wow.
We are now planning new programs, technology in imaging, and many other programs that combine different worlds, and we are going to open the faculty of medical technologies, the unique and the first in Israel and around the world.
Wow, it's so exciting. I think we just have time for one more question. We've talked a lot about the importance of students in STEM, in engineering, in science, technology. What is the importance of students in other topics, in the humanities?
19% of our students are focused on the STEM, but we have the unique School of Multidisciplinary Studies in HIT that combine, that allow to our students to be involved in multidisciplinary projects. All our students are highly motivated, not just in their education in STEM discipline, but also they're excellent citizens. So it is very important for us to supply them by knowledge, society knowledges, society study, around society, politics, policy, for example, economy. And this is very important for for higher education in Israel.
Great, thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Am Israel Chai.
I'm excited to invite a panel that's all about helping children in Israel. From Sasa Seton, a socio-educational organization dedicated to educating Israel's sick children, CEO Omer Givati. From Nonprofit for Education and Excellence in Education for Disabled Youth and Youth at Risk in Israel, Almot Or, Ziv Magor, CEO Ziv Magor. And from Eli, Israel's Association for Child Protection, an organization dedicated to fighting child abuse in Israel. We have President, Eran Zimrin. Everyone has a microphone?
I have.
Great, thank you so much for joining me. So let's start with a question for Ziv. Your guiding principle at Alumot Or is nothing about us without us. Can you share the essence of Alumot Or and explain this motto a little bit?
Yes, thank you, Eve. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I want to talk about the day after, October 7, a day after to build a better society for people with disabilities. So first of all, I want to thank Mr. Robert Zinger and Ms. Sonia Gomez de Mesquita, who give me the chance to lead our organization, a non-profit educational organization that's called Alumot Or, which in Hebrew is Rays of Light. What we're doing, what we specialize in, is promoting excellence in special education, which means our major thing subject is transition to adulthood. We try to give the most chances for people with disabilities to live after they finish school as an autonomous person, not as independence, as an autonomous person, because there is a huge difference between the two of them. And what we're trying to do is to develop pedagogical programs established on the human-centered approach, which means I want to know what the person wants and need, what their desire, and not according to the type of disabilities. That's why we don't call them special kids or special needs. They don't have special needs. They have the same needs as everybody else, but the way to achieve it are different. And we're doing this by promoting the holistic point of view, because we don't just treat and work with and for people with students with disabilities. We work also with the families, because the families can be a very catalysator for developing their advances and what happened after. And we're working also with them. And you said in your question about nothing about us without us. So we're doing all of those kind of things. I'm just helping them. My staff, my professional staff are just helping them. And what we're doing best is put the students with a disability in the center and gave them the chance to lead us against. And I just want to ask and to say that right now we run 16 schools all around Israel, from the Kiryat Shmona to the south of Israel and the south. The Kiryat Shmona, as everybody saw,
I'm going to ask you about that. I want to ask about that in just a minute.
all over Israel, and I'll continue to say about that later, but that's our motto. Nothing about us without us, or in the positive way, everything about us with us.
Omer, I have a question for you. Israel is one of the few countries that has a law that mandates education for children who are sick. Can you tell me how Sasa Seton fits into that framework?
Yes, so Sasa Seton is a non-for-profit organization established 15 years ago by Robert Zinger and Sonia de Mosquita. Well, we have to understand that in every hospital in Israel there is a school. There's a school by the Ministry of Education. Israel is the only state that continue education for the kids while they are hospitalized. Because education is not only for learning, and especially in times of crisis. If it's a national crisis or a personal crisis of a child, education is a source of strength. It's a source of stability. And it's a build resilience for the child. So 140,000 kids every year being hospitalized in Israel. And our job is to partner with the Ministry of Education and level up the schools. We have over 35 national volunteers who extend the school day from 1 o'clock until 4, 5 o'clock.
And you have schools in all kinds of hospitals, rehabilitative, psychiatric.
Exactly. Every hospital in Israel is a general, psychiatrist, or rehabilitation. Some of the kids are coming for 48 hours of hospitalization, and some of the kids are there for 1 year. Wow. And they need a continuity. You know, when you're in trauma, when a child is in trauma, their body is in trauma, their mind is in trauma, and we know when you're in trauma, you need to keep the routine. And our job is to keep the routine by giving them education.
So it's not just education, it's helping them heal.
It's helping them heal, yeah. Like, you know, when doctors see a child, they see if it's healthy or sick. We are doing everything that in between, because education is part of the healing process.
Eran, so under normal circumstances, Eli's hotline gets around 10,000 calls a year, and you work with 5,000 abused children and their families. And you also run awareness and prevention programs for 100,000 children, and that's in normal times. Can you tell us a little bit about how October 7th and the ensuing war has impacted this?
Eli, Israel Association for Child Protection since 1979, a premier organization dealing with child abuse. What's unique about Eli is that we are dealing with all forms of abuse, sexual, physical, neglect, and so on. We are providing therapy sessions throughout Israel for children for over 5,000 families, weekly sessions. Each case will last in average 1 year. So we are dealing with a lot of cases in Eli. We are breaking intergenerational cycles of abuse. As you mentioned, we are reaching 100,000 children with our school-based prevention and awareness program. We have various different programs with the IDF, with children with special needs, and we are dealing with different population, with the ultra-Orthodox, with the Ethiopian, with the Russians, and others. We have the training center, bringing up new therapists in Israel, and then October 7th happened. It took us 1 day to get our act together, and actually Monday morning, 9 a.m., we arrived at the hotels in the Dead Sea and the surrounding Jerusalem area. No one prepared us, no one told us what to do. We didn't know what to expect, nothing at all. We just drove and we sat in the hotels, 4 therapists in every hotel. We sat there in the lobby. I personally was in the Kibbutz En Gedi hotel, and we met the victims from the kibbutzim, the places that were most hurt. During the first 3 weeks, we were trying to restore basic abilities to the victims, meaning we were trying to help them to be able to drink, to eat, to communicate.
Did you encounter a lot of evacuees who weren't able to do these?
Yes, they were in absolutely a situation of shock. They were not ready to start a therapy of any kind at the very beginning. Of course, we all know all the horrific stories. Personally, I will never forget the 2-year-old boy who would not remove his shoes, not at all, not during showers, not at night, not at all. Because in case he might need to run, probably it was something like last words of her parent or something like that. I cannot forget the 8-year-old girl who was hiding in a closet, and we needed to go up to a room and convince her to get out of the closet because we need to go to her parents' funeral. This is the kind of cases that we dealt with during those 3 weeks as we met 2,000 victims. From those 3 weeks, we took a group of 100 cases with which we have continued to work with for the long run.
This is absolutely heartbreaking. We're almost out of time, and Ziv, I'd really like you to touch just on this picture behind us that we're seeing.
Yes. So after October 7, what you can see, it influenced all of our staff and students. But what you can see on the screen, it's a young girl named Noya. She was a very funny girl. She loved poetry. She loved anima. She loved magic, and she loved the whole Harry Potter's world. Noya been kidnapped with her grandmother on October 7 from Kibbutz Nir Oz, and after 16 days, they found her dead with her grandmother. She was one of our students in the South. Beside that she liked anima and Harry Potter and magic, she also had autism. And this is one of our dramatic episodes for people with disabilities that the Hamas terrorists didn't care about who was the people in front of them. And what we're going to do, you can see here that she liked Harry Potter and she is dressed as one of the figures in the Harry Potter world. So what we're trying to do in the Eshkol region, in the south of Israel, we're trying to establish the Alumot Center in the name of Noya Dan. What this center is going to be is to explain and to what is to be an autistic person.
That sounds so important.
It's like,
I wish we had more time to hear more about it. That sounds incredible, and I'm sure people can look up more on your site.
Yeah.
In 1 second, Eran, can you just tell us how people can reach Eli, Aguda Leman Hayeled, if they need help or if they suspect abuse?
Thank you for that, and we are receiving distress calls even from the States, because everybody have families in Israel. So first we have the digital button. We have went online with our hotline. So you can find us. You can look for American Friends of Eli, ELI. So you can contact us and let us know when something is wrong that you feel is wrong. And of course, we always need your kind help. And of course, we have our 501c3.
I'm sure all the wonderful organizations here would appreciate you looking them up, and we really appreciate all that you do for Israel's children. Thank you so much.
The next speaker I'm quite excited for because if anybody grew up in the tri-state area, you know what I mean when I say I'm for Bergen County. Since its foundation, the New Jersey Israel Commission has been fostering economic, scientific, educational, and cultural ties with Israel. To hear more about its work, I'm pleased to welcome Mark S. Levinson, co-chair of the New Jersey Israel Commission.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Levinson, and I'm honored to serve as co-chair of the New Jersey Israel Commission. Our commission is very proud to support today's J-Post conference. With so many leaders and tech visionaries in the audience, this is a perfect venue for our message that there is no better home away from home for Israeli families and businesses than the state of New Jersey. This is based on three core principles: location, leadership, and a legacy of success and partnerships. In terms of location and geography, New Jersey is centrally located on the East Coast. We have been described in international business circles as the smallest big state in America and the biggest small state, and our ample infrastructure bears this out. New Jersey has the best public schools in America and some of the world's finest research universities. Our region is home to the strongest Jewish communities and the largest Israeli ecosystems in the diaspora. And there are more daily one-stop flights to this tri-state area from Tel Aviv than to any other U.S. market. In terms of leadership, New Jersey has always been a trendsetter when it comes to creating and celebrating partnerships with the people of Israel. Governor Phil Murphy, like his predecessors, has made multiple visits to Israel. The New Jersey Israel Commission, established in 1989 and managed under the Department of State, is an official state agency whose mission is to directly support bilateral friendship and collaboration. We are in daily communication with the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, the New Jersey Business Action Center, and Choose New Jersey, the preeminent business organization in New Jersey, so as to effectively and efficiently connect startups with partners and investments. With this unique support system in place, New Jersey today hosts a thriving Israeli tech scene. Many top companies have opened large offices in New Jersey, including 3 unicorns. Notable Jersey Sabras, among others, include NICE Corporation, Bluevine, Own Backup, eToro, DriveNet, UVI, Teva, and Pente Networks. And just last year, we were proud and privileged, along with Choose New Jersey, to open a branch in Tel Aviv to better serve Startup Nation on the ground. Finally, we have seen the creation of active partnerships between New Jersey and Israeli institutions. Examples include Ben-Gurion University and New Jersey Institute of Technology, Tel Aviv University and Rutgers University, New Jersey City University with the ports of Ashdod and Newark, and soon Arc Sheba will open an innovation hub at Liberty Science Center in Jersey City overlooking the Statue of Liberty. Ultimately, we are building a legacy of success in our own 2 states. In summary, we see Israeli companies moving to New Jersey for multiple reasons: an inviting atmosphere, great schools, communities, and a state government that firmly stand up to anti-Semitism, bipartisan support for Israel, and a significant migration from New York City since the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, New Jersey was the last state to send an official business delegation to Israel before the country locked down. And when Israel opened up again, we were the first state to come back. Israel and Israeli businesses need to know your friends in New Jersey will always be there for you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all had a successful conference. And let's bring the hostages home.
Before I get into an argument with all the New Yorkers in the room about where the better bagels are, because I don't want to start another war, you know. Oh, I got some jerseys. Thank you. I want to talk about exactly what the kind of investments that Israel is looking for. And that's obviously in the high-tech industry, something we've been discussing a lot during this conference. And so many of the high-tech geniuses that have come out of Israel have come out of one university in particular, the Technion. Who hasn't heard? Yeah. Who hasn't heard of the Technion? With that, to discuss the amazing work that the university does, I am pleased to invite Stephen Fold, Board of Directors member of the American Technion Society.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your patience staying through this 6:30 hour. My name is Stephen Fold, and I speak to you today as a proud member of the American Technion Society. We raise critical funds to support the Technion, the Israeli Institute of Technology, a beacon of innovation nestled in the hills of Haifa. In the last decade, the ATS has distributed over $1.3 billion to the Technion, and our work is far from over. But our role extends far beyond financial support. It's about telling the true story of the Technion, and by extension, the true story of Israel. We're in a PR battle, one where headlines often focus on conflict and negativity and ignore important truths. It's time to change the narrative. We've heard a lot about that today. We have a compelling story of ingenuity, diversity, and meritocracy, a story embodied by the Technion. For 100 years, the Technion has been the beating heart of Israeli innovation. On its campus, generations of thinkers, leaders, and doers have transformed groundbreaking ideas into revolutionary technologies that define industries, improve lives, and safeguard Israel. With over 12,000 undergraduate and 3,000 graduate students, the Technion is a vibrant hub of multidisciplinary study. It's home to Israel's only faculty of aerospace engineering, fueling a $12.5 billion industry. It uniquely combines a world-class engineering institute with a medical school. It boasts 3 Nobel laureates, a robust patent portfolio, and has produced more than 600 founders who've raised tens of billions of dollars of venture capital. But these achievements are just part of the story. The Technion is a microcosm of Israeli society, reflecting its rich diversity. Nearly half of the students are women, 20% are Israeli Arabs, which mirrors the national demographics, and over 1,000 international students from 30 countries enrich the campus. The diversity is not just a statistic, it's a driving force. The Technion is a meritocracy where admission is based solely on academic achievement and talent. This commitment to excellence, regardless of background, is the foundation of success. Technion graduates have given the world the USB flash drive, life-saving medical technologies, Waze, the Iron Dome, and countless other innovations. They make science fiction a reality. The Technion also reaches out beyond its campus, fostering scientific literacy among young Israelis and underserved communities. A scientific, literate society is crucial for Israel's future, driving technological progress and informed decision-making. My passion for the Technion stems from its impact and integrity. It transforms lives, it upholds the highest ethical standards. I've witnessed firsthand the vibrant atmosphere of collaboration and learning where students of all backgrounds, genuinely all backgrounds, work together toward shared goals. The Technion's new What If campaign captures the spirit of possibility that defines this institution. It's not just a question, but a commitment to pushing boundaries and making the impossible possible. So I ask you, what if we could change the world? We can, because of the Technion. Join me in supporting this beacon of hope and innovation for ourselves, for our children, and for all of Israel. Thank you.
Now moving on from the education surrounding the high-tech sector to the high-tech sector itself, those that have succeeded in making it in the business. I am happy to invite Yotam Segev, co-founder and CEO of Sierra, Dean Sisman, CEO and co-founder of Axonius, who will be interviewed by the now famed founder of Israeli Mapped and New York Ventures, Guy Franklin.
Okay, first, thank you for an amazing conference. And there were many topics discussed today other than cybersecurity. That's why we are here now. So, Yotam and Dean, both of you established your companies in the recent years. Dean, you founded Axonius in 2017. Yotam, you founded Cyera in 2021. Cyera recently closed another $300 million in funding at a valuation of $1.55 billion. And Dean, Axonius just closed another $200 million in a valuation of $2.6 billion. Hundreds of new Israeli cybersecurity companies have been founded during these few last years. So my question about, the first question is to Yotam. Are we in a cybersecurity bubble?
Hello everyone, great to be here today. I think there's a lot of talks about the cybersecurity bubble. I've even had some headlines with my company's name and the mentions of bubbles, so I'm a little sensitive to the topic. I think the combination of cybersecurity and bubble is probably the worst combination of words that anyone can choose. Cybersecurity is an extremely vibrant industry that's only in its first innings, and the reason for that is because corporations need it. They're being attacked day to day by every type of threat actors that you can imagine, from nation-state actors to criminal actors to insider threats with their own employees. And they need these tools and this technology that we're developing and doing so well with it in Israel in order to deal with the imminent threats that they have in the cyber landscape. And it's crucial to their survival. If it wasn't crucial for their survival, they wouldn't be buying. They're buying because they have to deal with so many changing threats. And I think that the last thing I would say about the cybersecurity industry is a bubble. I think we're going to continue to see it grow at a pace that is hard to imagine. And I'm very proud of Israel for leading that charge. I think it's an amazing product market fit at the country level, and we have to continue to execute on that.
Thank you, Yotam. Dean, we see in the recent, even in the last few months, many acquisitions in the Israel cybersecurity space with deals mainly between $100 million to $500 million. Do you think this includes that startups are selling too early? Always we say that there are not big companies in Israel. In the cybersecurity, we have Checkpoint, Palo Alto Networks, Checkmarks, SentinelOne. But will we see more bigger companies coming out of Israel, or all of them will stop at the acquisition stage only at up to $500 million?
So great question. And I think it also ties back to the previous question around what is happening in cybersecurity as a market. So first of all those acquisitions that you mentioned, by the way, make up a huge percentage of all the cybersecurity acquisitions that happened recently. And I can tell you from seeing cybersecurity professionals from every country, and especially the US, Israel is not by accident a center for cybersecurity. We have the best cybersecurity talent in the world in terms of product, in terms of technology, and I think that's the reason for the acquisitions. But then you have to ask yourself, what are these companies like us, like Cyera with Yotam here, like Wiz and many other companies that we see have multi-billion-dollar valuations? And the real question is there the revenue behind it? And we announced in our last funding round, we crossed $100 million of annual recurring revenue in 4.5 years. It's one of the fastest any other company has done. And even if you look at major public companies today, you look at Snowflake and Datadog and HashiCorp that was recently acquired for $6 billion after going public, that's the sort of growth that they've had, or even slower, that we've seen us being able to have as a cybersecurity company. And I think that there is a place for more Israeli cybersecurity CEOs. Right now, Tomer from Sentinel One is the leading example. Obviously, we have Gil Schwade from Checkpoint. And I do think that we can be a build-up nation, right? Not only a startup nation, but also a scale-up nation, and have companies even go public while still having a lot of cybersecurity acquisitions, and really making a major impact on New York Stock Exchange and Wall Street with cybersecurity companies going public.
Amazing, thank you. Yotam, let's take it from the client perspective. The biggest American corporates are being approached daily by many startups, not only the Israeli ones, hundreds of others that are reaching the biggest Fortune 500 based here in New York and in other places. And it's difficult, I see from conversation I make with the CISOs, to implement so many solutions from so many startups. Some of them are only like one feature. How do you see, with the number growing of solution and startups, the corporates are handling this from their side?
That's a wonderful question, Guy. I think the first thing we have to remember when we think about that challenge is that in cybersecurity, you don't get measured for what you do on average. You get measured for your weakest link. It's exactly your weakest link that's going to get you. And you can be amazing on average, but the attackers don't care. All they need is one weak link in order to take advantage of it and create a ton of damage to your company. And I think a lot of the innovation and the pace we're seeing in cybersecurity has to do with that, coupled with the changing IT landscape. Today, just in the last week, we heard about a breach in Snowflake. Snowflake is a new technology. It's a technology that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even heard of in the enterprise space. But today it's so prevalent that most of the enterprise customers have it in one form or another. This is the reality they deal with on the IT level, a very, very dynamic landscape. This is the reality they deal with on the threat vectors. And on top of that, they have to make sure that they don't have any weak links. So I think that is forcing the buyers, the customers, to continue to innovate, to continue to look for the cutting-edge solutions, to be open-minded to adopting solutions, even if they're small, even if they're niche. And I think it's the work for companies like Axonius and Sierra to be able to consolidate massive areas of pain and problem for the customers into a unified solution that is easy to consume, maintains the advantage of a startup, of a fast-moving company, in the way that it deals with the pain, in the way that it's usable and consumed by the customer with a lot of ease, but covers much more ground, much more pain for the customers. So I think there's place for both, for the upcoming startups with the niche solutions to take care of the weakest link, and companies that are a little more mature, that are helping shore up the defenses in a more comprehensive manner.
Thank you, Yotam. Dean, I would like to ask you, what are the biggest challenges you face in scaling a cybersecurity startup, and how you do overcome them? And also, I think it will be super interesting to hear about Axonius X, which is part of Axonius.
Yeah, so one of the things that make it such a challenge to go from a startup getting acquired for a great, few $100 million outcome to becoming a real business is you really have to scale the business. And one of the things that is a big requirement for an Israeli startup is to understand how to have an American footprint, how to have a real business, base and fundamentals in the US. And that requires really to know how to build a scalable organization, hire the right executive team of, the professionals who do it, and really use your Israeli innovation cybersecurity, but incorporate the American ability to build a scalable business that has an impact in a global way over thousands of customers, thousands of organizations. And I think it's really important to keep that innovation. One of the things we've done is we've created a startup within the startup, right? It's a team called Axonius X. We actually took a team that was going to found a startup and had them work for us by building new products, creating new things that we sell to the market. And it's that mentality of how do we incorporate the Israeli innovation, but still scale it as if it's an American, global organization that knows how to sell across markets.
Thank you. Yotam, as mentioned at the beginning, you just raised another $300 million. What are you going to do with this funding? What companies at your stage doing with $300 million when they just raised them?
First of all, I don't know if you're aware of how much enterprise account executives make, but it takes a lot of money in order to scale a business in America. Especially, it takes a lot of money if you want to scale that business fast. One of the challenges in cybersecurity is that if you don't move fast, other people will move before you. It's a very, very competitive space, not just from other Israeli companies, but from the, let's call it, major public companies that are playing in this space. And in order to maintain your edge, you have to continue to move fast. You can't lose the velocity that got you to where you are in the first place. And in order to do that, we have to inject a lot of capital into the machine. On top of that, I think that the potential to leverage this acquisition market that you're talking about is a huge potential even for companies at our stages. And I think that we're always on the eye, always on the lookout for great opportunities, great teams that have complementary solutions to our platforms and that can enhance and accelerate our go-to-market.
Okay, thank you, Yotam. Last question for Dean. Quick answer, very interesting topic, the geopolitical space. How is cybersecurity is part of what is happening since October 7th, the war between Ukraine and Russia?
Yes, so I'll try to answer shortly both. First of all, you have to understand that cyber is a major element of the war that's happening both in our region, both in the Ukraine, in every region. Cyber is a war that never ends. It's part of government institutions, it's part of large enterprises, it's part of activist groups, and you see how much businesses end up being a player in this war without even wanting to, and that's one of the major catalysts for why cyber has become such a big industry that has grown so fast, because now organizations need to defend themselves against attacks that are coming from nations, they're coming from activist groups, from criminals, and it's a great place to grow to help those organizations utilize technology safely. And the second is, us as the country of Israel, right, we have the best cybersecurity talent in the world, and we're utilizing that today to show how we as people can help the world. And one of the things that happened after October 7th was I was part of a team of other cybersecurity CEOs that helped remove an anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas reviewer in one of the largest cybersecurity conferences in the world, and we pitched the fact that a person of that opinion cannot be part of the cybersecurity industry. It is not our rules of ethics, and they were removed after our protest. And I love to see how we as an organization, how we as an industry got together and made cybersecurity better by not allowing those voices to sound off in our industry.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Yotam Segev, Dean Zisman, and thank you, everyone. Thank you.
You know, in the beginning of this conference, we heard Out Here on My Own, which is a beautiful song. If anybody grew up watching Fame, then you know how much I love it personally. But our next guest is going to speak about her new book, On Her Own. And yes, that was my cool little segue. She's a very successful Israeli author, and her book has recently been translated to English. She is also married to a certain someone who makes headlines constantly in Israel. Please welcome Lihi Lapid. I got a copy, y'all.
Oh, hi everybody. Wow, you are tired and it's the end. Okay, we'll do it quick.
And I told you before this that I got it for my Kindle. Now I feel like I wasted it.
Yeah.
I prefer the physical copy. So tell us a bit about On Her Own.
On Her Own, it was a bestseller in Israel, and it was published here in HarperCollins, which is an amazing, amazing achievement for an Israeli author. And that
really
author
is.
Yeah, it's, and I'm so happy. But I know it's bedtime to publish books of Israeli authors. And you know, we tried for almost 2 months to find a store in Manhattan that will be willing to do a book signing, you know, like in the movies that you sign a book in in a store and no store wanted. They say they are not available, which I didn't see so many people are in bookstores. So I think they are afraid. They're afraid of demonstrations. They're afraid of ruining their store. And it's so, so sad. So it's sad for me. The book, the reason that I think it's important that it's being published now in the States is because besides a young girl named Nina that is escaping from bad people, and she hides in a stairwell somewhere in the old of Tel Aviv, and an old woman is going down the stairs. Her name is Carmela. She looks at Nina, and then she says, "Dana, my Dana, at last you came back for me." And Nina goes to be with this woman. And what's important for me is that it's a story about a woman that lost her son, a soldier in the army 30 years ago, and she misses him every day and every minute. And I think if people outside of Israel will read now about a soldier that died, that is not a soldier as a war machine, but he's the son of a mother that is grieving for 30 years.
It's not an easy concept, but I see what you mean, where it really ties into the difficulties that Israel is in now, but also promoting a book right now is not that easy, and especially for somebody like you who is in constant contact with hostage families, is constantly there supporting and participating in the different programs that they've done to call for the return of the hostages. How are you kind of handling that balancing act?
First of all, my heart is with the hostages, really, especially the young women. But we had such a bad news today that 4 of the people that were in captivity and they were alive, and we know that they were alive, died. So our heart is broken. It's like really promoting or writing and doing things, it's my work. But my soul totally, really, it's like I sit in the evening and I see that the mothers of the kidnapped kids are on the street, so I'm leaving everything and going on the street. My heart is with them. I'm demonstrating. I'm on the streets all the time as much as I can. And I think it's the most important thing to do a deal now and to bring them back now, because every minute they are dying there. They are dying there.
Absolutely.
So.
Leila Pid, thank you so much. You can find her book, On Her Own, a novel, in stores today in English and Hebrew.
Thank you.
The subject of children in harm, especially today in a post-October 7th world, is no easy subject. But the subject of supporting children, of providing them with education, with systems, with foundations, especially those that connect them to their Jewish roots, it's more important than ever. That's why I'd like to invite back to the stage Omer Givati, CEO of Sasa Seton, to be interviewed by Eve Young.
We're also going to be joined by Ziv Magor, CEO of Alumot Or, to speak more about trauma.
It's us again.
So, like Tamar said, we really wanted to focus in a little bit more on childhood trauma. It's such an important topic. So, Omer, I'd like to start with a question for you. Since October 7th, your organization has been working to help some of the nearly 20,000 children in Israel who've been diagnosed with some form of trauma. It's a staggering number. Can you tell us what you're doing?
Yes, so over, like you said, 19,000 children in Israel are diagnosed with either severe trauma, post-trauma, anxieties. So we partnered with Barzilai Hospital in Ashkelon and with the Anna Freud Institution in London, who deals with trauma, CBT. And we are building now the biggest and the first trauma center for children that will serve over 9,000 children in the South. We have applications like over 200 children, new children every week are coming to the facility to get sessions, to get therapy. So we're talking about 9,000 children. And unfortunately, the number is just going to grow with the years.
How critical is this treatment? How important is this treatment to making sure they're able to continue on with their lives?
Listen, trauma stops the kids from living their life. They live in fear. They live in anxiety. It doesn't, those anxieties don't let them really go forward with their life. They stayed at home, their school, like they're suffering in school, they're suffering, their social life is suffering because they're afraid to leave the house. Every noise makes them jump. So if you really want to build a future for these children, we have to deal with it and not waiting with it. We have to deal with it right now. And this is one of the things that we're doing in Sasaseton.
Wow, this is like of national importance if we're building the future, literally. Another thing you're doing to build the future is in the South, we're working on kindergartens and early childhood centers, right? Can you tell us a little bit about that project?
Yes. So together with actually Alumotor and the Center for Jewish Impact, we are building 25 kindergarten or early childhood facilities in the South, in the kibbutzim, moshavim, in the ofakim, because we said education is a tool for the future, to build the future. And unfortunately, the age group for 3 to 6 years old, they're not really get invested by the government. So we are taking this age group and sitting with the kindergarten, with the community, ask them what is their vision for their kindergarten. And we build pedagogical program. We renovate the kindergarten according to the pedagogical program. But it's not only the children, it's not only the kindergarten, it's more about the community. Because if you want to bring back young people to the South, which we need in order to rebuild Israel, think about security, which is not our job, it's the government job. But the second thing is education, and education for the early childhood. And this is something that we're going to take 3 levels up from what it is right now.
That's so interesting. I think that when most of us think of early childhood, we don't really think about how critical this is for Israel's future and really national security, you're saying.
And especially when those children are also in severe trauma and their parents in severe trauma. So this is also one of our tools to help them moving forward.
Wow, thank you. Ziv, you told us earlier about Noya's story. I'd love if we could get her picture. Can you share with us kind of in more detail a little bit about how this story impacted your organization?
Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned before, we run 16 schools around Israel. So in the southern point of Israel, most southern school that we have in Israel, it's called Benjamin Rotman National Nasi. We had a student named, as you can see, dressed as a Harry Potter figure called Noya Dan. Noya was a very funny girl. She was 12 years old, very funny girl. She likes magic, she likes anime, and she likes Harry Potter's world. On October 7, she'd been kidnapped with her grandmother from kibbutz near Oz, and after 16 days, they found her, the IDF forces found her dead with her grandmother. So in memory of Noya, we are at Alumoto we already started to establish a center of Alumoto in the name of Noya Dan, for the memorial of Noya Dan, which in the first time in Israel, and I think in the world, amplifies about what is to be an autistic person.
Can you give us maybe a parallel? Is it like, what does that mean? Is it like an experience where people can eat a meal while they're experiencing being blind, or what do you mean by?
First of all, as our motto in Alumoto is nothing about us without us. So actually to describe you what exactly this center will be, it's very difficult for me because I am not on the autism spectrum, and if it's nothing about us without us, we're going to have the leader of this project, of this lifetime project, have to be people with autism. They are the men who are in charge. They are men in the center of this service. They have to lead us, and I need them to extend me and all of the professionals what is to be an autistic person. After they will explain me, of course I know because I'm dealing with this subject for the past 15 years, but after they explain it to me, what is to be an autistic? What is the autistic culture? How do I explain people what is to feel to be an autistic? Just after this, we can build the center, and we hope to have the opportunity to neurotypical people they don't have autism to come to the center from Israel and from around the world and to understand what is to be an autistic. So from the dramatic point of view or the horrible thing that happened, trying to, as Alumoto, which in Hebrew is rays of light, to light a light in a memorial of Noah. So I just want to ask if someone wants to help us to build this center, which is very pioneer, I think, in the world. Please search for Alumot Or on Google, which is ALUMOTOR, and please help us to build this center for Noah Memorial and for the other people around the world who have autism.
That sounds incredible. I can't wait to go experience that. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. The subject of cryptocurrency to some, like me, might be literal gibberish. But to others, it can make you billions. And that's why I'm absolutely fascinated to hear by our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming Brock Pierce.
It's the panel you've all been waiting for. Oh, sorry, the one-on-one you've all been waiting for. So, okay, let's be a little honest. Critics of Bitcoin say that because its price is so volatile, it's not actually worth anything as a replacement for currency. Tell us what it is, or if you disagree with this and it is currency, what do you think the role of Bitcoin is in the modern financial landscape?
Yeah, as we talk about cryptocurrency, it's not the best tool currently as a medium of exchange because of its volatility, but volatility doesn't make it a non-attractive, call it alternative store of value. The way that I would encourage you to see or think about this modern marvel is as a form of digital gold, as an alternative store of value during times of, call it financial uncertainty. It's clearly been one of arguably the best performing asset in recent history. And often it would be referred to as something that came from the Wild West and something that a lot of people, due to media descriptions, may have steered clear of. But let's not forget, the Wild West became California. And because the largest holders of Bitcoin today are BlackRock, with the ETFs now that have emerged not only for Bitcoin, but Ethereum, Franklin Templeton, Fidelity, I'd say the West isn't very wild anymore, and it's something that everyone should be taking a serious look at least as an investment of your education and an investment in your own knowing so that you understand the potential future financial system, but even as something that might be a small percentage of your asset allocation.
So I think that's a great segue into the next question. We're seeing a lot of governments, including Israel's government, which just last week launched a trial program for its CBDC, its digital currency. A lot of governments are kind of hopping on this cryptocurrency train. What do you think about this? Is this going to take away crypto's cool, non-centralized character, or is this a good thing for crypto?
No, we live in a world that's more of a Venn diagram. We've got The old world and the new world, the old finance, new finance, the public and the private, they're not mutually exclusive. We don't live in a world of this or, it's at this and. You know, as one of the founders of Tether, you know, we invented the US digital dollar. It's the most traded of all the cryptocurrencies with over $50 trillion of transactional volume. And it was in my original business plan where we architected where central banks would obviously take an interest in this because of how the technology can create less friction, create greater resiliency, improve security. And in the startup nation, you know, something I would expect Israel to be paying close attention to and talking about. I mean, the Chinese government was the first one to announce the Chinese digital yuan, looking at the potential for exportation of their currency. Right now, the US digital dollar has over 90, probably closer to 95% market share. The future economy settles in US dollars, which is a great thing for the United States of America. I just flew here, you know, a couple of days ago. I was in Hong Kong. I'm all over the press today in Hong Kong. You know, as they look at the Hong Kong digital dollar as a tool for trade finance and trade settlement, as we think about how financial trade in the world settles, we're tired of markets that don't operate 24/7 by 365. We're seeing a massive amount of trade finance or trade fi shifting to these digital instruments because you have near instant settlement and time is money and traders care about that.
Okay, thank you so much. We're out of time, unfortunately, but happy to learn about Bitcoin. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Our conference, after many long hours, is coming to a close. For those who have been with us since the beginning, good job. You have a stamina that I am only learning to keep up with now. Thank you for joining us. We are honored to host all of the incredible people that have joined us tonight. Thank you to some of the most incredible speakers we have seen in conference in a long, long time. Thank you to former Vice President Mike Pence. Thank you to Ronald Lauder. And thank you to all the incredible speakers who joined us today. With that, I'd like to close up the ceremony with the singing of our beautiful Israeli national anthem, Hatikva, with Esther Castro.
Dear friends, I am grateful to the organizers of this conference for providing a platform where leaders of the Jewish world can discuss current issues, and we have much to discuss. First of all, on behalf of the leaders of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, I would like to express our deep appreciation for the firm stance of the United States in the fight against terrorism and devoted support for Israel. In these challenging days for the Jewish people, we need a true strategic partner and friend standing behind us. We are highly grateful for the unequivocal stance against terrorism, the unconditional support for the people of Israel, and the provision of much-needed help to our state. We're living through a difficult time for our people, not only in the state of Israel, but also beyond its borders. In addition to the terrorist attacks on Israel, we have witnessed fierce anti-Israel sentiments.
בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון
Dear friends, I am grateful to the organizers of this conference for providing a platform where leaders of the Jewish world can discuss current issues, and we have much to discuss. First of all, on behalf of the leaders of the Euro-Asian Jewish Congress, I would like to express our deep appreciation for the firm stance of the United States in the fight against terrorism and devoted support for Israel. In these challenging days for the Jewish people, we need a true strategic partner and friend standing behind us. We are highly grateful for the unequivocal stance against terrorism, the unconditional support for the people of Israel, and the provision of much-needed help to our state. We're living through a difficult time for our people, not only in the state of Israel, but also beyond its borders. In addition to the terrorist attacks on Israel, we have witnessed fierce anti-Israel sentiments across the United States and Europe. In American society, debates on the boundaries of freedom of speech and protest have flared up again. In our view, this has to be rather straightforward. Freedom of speech ends where hatred and calls for violence begins. Any manifestation of hatred and violence against Jews and against any other people should be illegal. When it comes to Israel, criticism of its action is acceptable just as criticism of any other state is acceptable. Calls for its destruction and the denial of the Jewish people's right for self-determination are unacceptable, just as similar calls are unacceptable regarding any other state or people, and there can be no other interpretation of this issue. Regarding the legality of calls for a global intifada or open support for terrorist organizations recognized in the U.S., this is a question that American society must find its own answer to. But we hope this answer will be unequivocal and serve as an example for the free world. We are grateful to American lawmakers for their attention to this matter, offering proper control and taking necessary measures. In turn, we, the leaders of the organized Jewish world, must develop initiatives and plans to address the situation. In my view, in cooperation with the United States and European authorities, we need to rethink the education system on Middle Eastern issues. Chairs and professors, funded by states and organizations that sponsor terrorism, a one-sided and distorted view of reality. We see the results of this with our own eyes, and this cannot persist. Middle Eastern studies should include Israeli professors and have a balanced curricula. For many years, we have advocated for broad education on the history of the Holocaust and can say that we have seen some positive developments. It is time to take responsibility for the honest, truly pluralistic, and academically verified teachings of the complex Middle Eastern reality. It will require many resources, but we have no choice. I would also like to address my colleagues, fellows, and representatives of the Jewish world. We must approach the word antisemitism with particular caution. We cannot afford to dilute this most essential term. But that is precisely what happens when we label everything as antisemitism. Antisemitism has boundaries clearly defined by the global Jewish community. We must approach it responsibly, detect and convey to society what antisemitism is and what it is not. I would also like to use this platform to address Israeli leaders. It's time to realize you are responsible for the future of the entire Jewish people. This is not just a matter of political affiliation and preferences anymore. The very existence of our only Jewish home on this planet is at stake. Therefore, it's time to grasp the immense responsibility and act accordingly, taking every other step with great caution and seriousness. The darkest hours in our history have always revealed the greatest strength of our nation's spirit. Yet the most remarkable periods in Jewish history were always accompanied by our unity. Unity was driven by trust, and trust was acquired by exceptional leadership with the highest moral standards. We, the leaders of the organized Jewish world and international Jewish organizations, were never politically affiliated and took an obligation to support any fairly elected Israeli government. However, with no intention to interfere in politics itself, we cannot but express our deep concern over the heated political atmosphere in Israel at such a fateful moment in time. Our people deserve and have a right to demand full transparency, accountability for every word and action, and an open dialogue on our future. We call on all the members of the government and the Knesset to fully comprehend the magnitude of the hour. We are at a crossroads. Each step taken could shape the life of the entire Jewish people for decades and generations to come, and there could be no coming back. Therefore, there is no place for political intrigues, blackmail, and narrow interests. There is a place for mutual respect, duty, and even self-sacrifice, the very qualities that the Israeli people have been demonstrating on the battlefield and home front for nearly 9 months. We expect you to live up to them. It is time to face one of the most challenging periods in Jewish history with dignity. We do not have the privilege to fail. I thank everyone who works for the good of our people, and I hope our call will be heard.